If you bought a PC, an iPad, or even a smartphone recently and thought, why is this so insanely expensive? Turns out you might actually be the victim of a massive corporate conspiracy because you have a massive new antitrust class action lawsuit that was just filed in California targeting the big three of computer memory: Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron. And together, these three giants, they control about 90% of the entire global DRAM market, and they've been posting record profits ever since the AI boom required their products to even run. And according to 17 plaintiffs, including everyday consumers and small tech repair shops, these guys allegedly conspired to completely break the free market and drive the price of standard consumer RAM up by a staggering 700% over the last 4 years. And you have them arguing that they got away with this by using the massive boom in artificial intelligence as a convenient cover story. Because while you know that tech companies are paying out the nose for this DRAM to feed AI data centers, this lawsuit alleges that the big three coordinated a massive simultaneous pullback on standard DDR3 and DDR4 memory modules. So the stuff that goes into your phone and laptop, artificially manufacturing a massive shortage so that they could gouge consumers without fear of being undercut. And this actually isn't the first time they've allegedly done this. Back in the mid-2000s, you had Samsung and SK Hynix literally pleading guilty to criminal DRAM price fixing, paying hundreds of millions of dollars in fines. But at least for right now, you got Micron denying the claims, and you have experts noting that it is going to be incredibly tough to prove all of this in court. Because you have things like the fact that these companies are actually restarting DDR4 production because the newest DDR5 is being used for AI. Not to mention finding evidence that they actually colluded behind closed doors rather than just independently chase that sweet, sweet AI hype money. And then not to sound too jaded or too cynical, but even if the class action lawsuit is successful, I don't actually know if it would be enough to actually change their practices. If anything, what we've seen with similar situations and allegations is that this is kind of seen as the cost of doing business for some companies. And in the meantime, all of the stuff that we want to buy, it stays super expensive. And then it ends up being a vicious cycle because every time we buy a product at the inflated prices, it just reinforces that's the newest bar. And that's even if the cost to make it go down.
All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and get into the media analysis. We're going to go ahead and start off with Trump's recent engagement with the press. Then we're going to go ahead and get onto his interview, then cover some geopolitics with the Iran war and more. All right, guys, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Don't forget to smash that like button or double tap that screen. Let's go ahead and start off with Trump.
They're going to put tremendous numbers of dollars in. And these children are going to have actually accounts. They're going to learn about finance a little bit. They can watch it. We're going to all watch it grow together. And we're going to have a whole different planet when they turn 18. It's going to be a lot different when you turn 18 and you have no idea what's going on and you have no money and no hope. Yeah, they're going to have great hope. It's the American dream. It's a big part of the American dream. So, again, Michael and Susan and Brad and everybody that has worked so hard, it's an honor to be. This is truly an honor to be involved in something that's pioneering, but really not, because for so many years, I said for many, many years, decades, they've tried to do it. They've never been able to pull it off. So I just want to thank all of you guys. And I think it's such a great tribute to come together. So people said, no, there must be a mistake. You mean you're having separate meetings? I said, no, they're just watch at 9:30, right? So it's a great honor. And thank you for being so fair about it. So we'll take a few questions, please. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin, shortly after speaking to you on July 4th, struck Kyiv and killed innocent civilians. Why isn't he feeling any pressure after speaking with you?
Well, I think he does feel.
Well, here's the problem. Like, while Zelensky is striking inside of Russia, which is it's an achievement, but it's not going to win them the war. The problem is, while Ukraine is striking inside of Russia, Russia has continued to take more land on, Russia continues to take more Ukrainian land. Like, they're still pushing the boundary now. They're still pushing and taking more land by the week as Ukraine strikes inside of Moscow. And here's the problem. I mean, as Ukraine strikes inside of Moscow and we over-exaggerate that success, well, Russia's upping their military strikes, and they're not. And here's the thing. The funny thing is, we all sitting here thinking that, oh, Putin don't give a shit about civilians. He don't care about killing civilians. Well, guess what? What he was doing before was him actually caring. Now, let's see what happens when he don't care. And that's what we're all afraid of, because Russia has threatened to up their strikes on Kiev. I mean, they did an 11-hour barrage on them over the weekend, I believe.
No pressure. He wants to end it, and Ukraine wants to end it, and we're in talks, and we'll see if we can get it ended. It's a terrible thing. I ended 8 wars, and this was, in my opinion, going to be an easier one because I know both heads. I didn't know most of the heads. I did India, I did Pakistan, I did others. That could have been a real bad one. Nuclear. That was going to be nuclear. It could have been, as the Prime Minister of Pakistan, could have been 40 million people would have been killed, maybe 50 million. They had shot down 11 planes. It was raging for 4 days, and I got it stopped. And I did that. But this is one that I think we're getting much closer than people realize. And President Putin wants it to end. I will tell you that very strongly. A good call. And President Zelensky actually wants it to end now.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to be going to NATO, and we're going to be talking about it. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it ended. It's been a terrible situation. Think of this.
The longer this drags out, the more land Ukraine loses. But the longer this drags out, the more Ukraine strikes inside of Russia and further causes a fuel crisis. But I mean, here's the problem. I mean, like, as Zelensky is trying to cause a more extensive fuel crisis in Russia, Russia's continuing to take more Ukrainian land. So, I mean, here's the thing. Can he stop the war machine before the war machine consumes Ukraine?
25,000 people, 2 months ago, 25,000 people were killed, 1 month soldiers. Last month set the record. 36,000 people were killed in 1 month. Young soldiers, they go off to war and they're dead before the first weekends. Mm-hmm. It's drone technology. Michael, who would have thought that drones would have become such a factor? And they're killing machines. It's amazing. It's amazing. You hide behind a tree and it goes and gets you. And I've seen scenes that I don't want to see. I don't want you to see them on that battlefield. You know, you hear about the Civil War, you hear about all of these different terrible wars, but this is really horrible. So I had a very good call, and I think we're getting close to getting it done.
Mr. President, on the economy, there's been a refocus, it seems, in June to talk about your economic policies. When do you think that message will change the perception of Americans related to the economy?
Well, I think people know. Look, oil is now at a level that it was, I think it's even lower on a barrel basis than it was before we started. We've gotten concessions. Now, they have to hold those concessions, but there'll be no nuclear weapon. We're going to be getting the, as I call it, dust, the enriched material, nuclear dust, I call it.
Right, the same.
Seems to have taken off, but it's enriched material. We're getting it.
I mean, you got to Trump is right about that. The price per barrel when it comes to WTI crude and Brent crude are returning back to, pre-war levels. This is why gas has been going down precipitously in the right direction. What is it? I believe it's probably the national average is going to be updated to at least 350 to 360.
We're getting. I went in for one reason, very strongly, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm not looking for regime change, although this is regime change. The first regime is gone. The second regime is gone. And I think the third regime is more reasonable, but we'll find out.
No, the third regime is not more reasonable. Sadly, we destroyed we killed all the reasonable people, and now we got all the hardliners. So trust me, I wish that was the case. And if we got reasonable people, then why is there like a crowd all looking like 1 million people chanting death to America at this man's Khomeini's funeral? You know, if we got the reasonable people.
But we've destroyed their, as you know, completely destroyed 150. They had 159 ships. Every single ship is at the bottom of the sea. We've completely destroyed. They don't have one airplane. They don't have radar. You know, one of the reasons we kept the oil down, because a lot of people said, Kevin, and a lot of people were saying that oil could go to $300, $350 a barrel. But one of the reasons that prediction wasn't right is we were taking out on average of 10, but sometimes less, sometimes more.
The reason that prediction wasn't right is because we didn't escalate things with Iran. If we'd have escalated things with Iran and started attacking their energy plants and stuff, they started attacking the Gulf countries' oil refineries and energy plants. And that's what would have skyrocketed oil prices. I mean, like I said, can you imagine, having 20% of the global oil supply held up in the Strait is bad, but it not being able to be produced is way worse. And that's what we were going towards. So it's not because we destroyed their radars or anything because we didn't see 200. It's because we stopped. We came to a ceasefire and we didn't escalate the war. If we'd have done those things, you'd probably be looking at like $6 or $7 gas.
3 weeks ago, we had a night, 22 ships came out of the Strait, and the famous Strait of Hormuz. Nobody ever heard of, but it is a.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and smashing the like button. Appreciate the support. And you could go ahead and super chat any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or send in a Venmo, guys. Appreciate the support.
That is some big money machine, I'll tell you what. When you look at the numbers, Michael, that makes everything look small. No, wait. And we took out so much oil that people didn't know, and it only took a month and a half. They finally found out they had no radar because their radar was destroyed. So we took them out.
They were using satellite imagery that they was getting from Russia and China to get their coordinates for their missiles, and they were striking their targets, bro. Most of our air bases in the Middle East are decimated, inhabitable. We can't use them. So what are you talking about? Like I said, the only reason we didn't see $200 per barrel is because we stopped this war, or is because we came to a ceasefire. We didn't escalate things.
Late at night with no lights or no nothing, and our great Navy, which did the greatest blockade anyone's ever seen. Not one ship got through in 2 months. And we then freed up the blockade because we're close to maybe making a deal. I don't know. We'll make either. Look, we're going to win one way or the other. We're either going to make a deal or we're going to finish the job, okay? And it won't be tough to finish the job. I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to affect 91 million people. We can knock down their bridges in 1 hour. We can knock out their energy supply, all of those big plants that they built, big, beautiful.
And what do you think Iran's going to do in response to that? They're going to attack the energy plants in Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait. Yep, all of them are going to go. They're going to destroy all of them if we destroy theirs. They will take out the entire global economy and the entire Middle East with them. They do not care.
Modern plants had a lot of money. They don't have any money now. We haven't given them any money. But we can knock out their electricity and power generating plants. And
they can,
I would say, small part of an afternoon, every plant will be gone. And they know that. They know that. Please. Daniel, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much.
No, right behind you.
Oh, yeah.
You know why? He's a friendly voice. Go ahead.
I wanted to thank you first and foremost for the Trump account.
You see? That's what I call a reporter. He's actually a great reporter.
So he'll directly benefit from the accounts.
Good. Thank you.
Fast forward 18 years from now, and a lot of these kids are 18, and they look at the Trump accounts and they see hundreds of thousands of dollars. What lesson do you hope they'll walk away from and think about you regarding this program? And do you think this will go down as one of, if not the signature policy achievements?
I hope so. I think it will. I really believe it's going to be one. I think we've done a lot of great things, but I think this will be one of the top. It's going to teach children to be entrepreneurial.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, first off, this is good for the kids, but it is like we're kind of self-inflating the stock market. It's like we're getting all these companies to pump money into the economy, into these accounts that these kids will have access to. But I mean, all they're pretty much doing is just recycling their money into the economy, or honestly, damn near like doing some type of fake pump. But it will help out kids if I'm be real with you, if the stock market lasts that long. If there's no crash or anything like that, this will actually help out kids in the future. But the problem is they are just kind of like inflating the stock market themselves just by throwing these monies into these stock accounts that are going to go into what? Stocks of their choice that inflates their own company. Like, come on now, what are we really saying here? But I respect it. I respect it.
As opposed to the threat of communism that you're seeing a lot. This is not social democrats, by the way. That's a beautiful, we're social democrats, they say. They're not social, they're communists. They want to destroy our country. We're not going to let that happen. But this helps, even from the parent standpoint. You know, they see their child getting richer and richer as the market goes up. If it goes down, they don't lose anything. They make money, they have money. But if it goes up, they could become actually rich. And the parents are going to be watching, and we're all going to be watching, and we're part of a very big and very beautiful game. It's going to bring them into the mainstream. It's going to bring them into recognizing, like Michael Dell. I said, how the hell did you start this thing? What he built is incredible. Now his product is great. But as he said, he made them, I guess, laptops. He made a better laptop on his bed in a dorm then they sold in the store. So he started selling them, I guess, probably during college. I don't know where the hell you started selling them, but you sold a lot of them. And it just cascaded. And then his greatest deal was he met Susan, and she probably guided him beautifully. That was probably his most important thing. And they have great children, great everything. But, it's a beautiful story. Think of it. They gave $6,250,000,000. And there's a rumor he's giving more. I don't know if it's true. I'm not holding him. I mean, it's hard to say, hey, how about doubling up, right? But think of that. And started with no money. He had a great brain, which is, that's better than money, I think. But, it's like an amazing story. And that could happen with other people. Maybe not to that extent. Maybe there could be a few to that extent, but not to that extent. But that can happen with some of the people here, some children living in poverty. It can happen. And now they have a real chance. It's a big thing. It's a big thing. Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask you, can you describe your phone call with Gianni Infantino about the red card? And Belgium is appealing the decision.
Oh, yeah. And the way these Trump accounts work, remember, guys, is companies pumping money into these Trump accounts to whatever stock, and most likely these company stocks to boost their own value. But yeah, they'll be pumping money into these Trump's accounts for all kids who are born under the Trump administration, and probably going further, because I don't see why the Dems would take this away. But yeah, that's pretty much how it's working. It's these accounts being set up for children pretty much born pretty much in this time, and then these companies will pretty much be pumping money into it. I mean, companies have already been pumping billions of dollars into these Trump accounts.
You're asking me about the whole soccer thing? So, yeah, I did. I spoke to Johnny, who's highly respected, who's produced the most successful World Cup in history by, they say, 4 times. This isn't just a success. I actually said, Johnny, we've got all these games. Each one is turning out to be a Super Bowl. And we have all these games. When you think of it, every game is like a Super Bowl. Yes, I watched last night. What a game that was with Mexico and England. I mean, 2 countries. I don't know the players, although I think Kane is a great player. I played golf with him, and I like him a lot. He's a good guy.
Oh, guys, quick warning. Yeah, if you want to sit there and bitch about being broke because you can't donate, that's a quick way to get your ass kicked out the chat. I'm just going to go ahead and warn you right now. I mean, look, if you don't want to donate, that's fine, but don't cry about it. Look, it's not my fault that you can't afford $2, okay? That's not my problem. That is yours. And I'm not going to sit there and make fun of you for it. I'm just going to sit there and say, get over it and double tap that screen like the video at least and appreciate the support. I don't know why y'all got to cry over something like that. It's like, dog, don't take your problems out on me. But all right, though, let's go. But that's the last warning.
Okay. But he's really great. But I watched and no reason for me to watch, and you couldn't take your eyes off the game. Because I said, Johnny, you have all these games because they added games in a country where really it's not our main sport, to put it mildly. And this has been 4 times more successful. He told me last night the numbers are 4 times greater. They think 50 or 60 million people are going to be watching the game tonight. I mean, this is getting to be Super Bowl numbers. But you have a game tonight, and they think they're projecting a minimum of 50 million people watching a game. We call it soccer. It's called football, I guess, but we can't really call it football because it gets there's a little confusion. So yeah, you call it soccer. We're the only ones that do that, but we have football, and football's great. But I've never seen anything like it. So I saw the play.
This man Trump pretty much made a call to get one of our best players unsuspended so he can play in the current game that we're about to go into. And I'm talking about our soccer team. And everybody's pissed off about it. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. But the funny part about it is I'm just like, well, I mean, he is giving us the advantage with this. I mean, it's corruption in our favor at this point. But I don't agree with it. Trust me. And I know the other team that we're about to play against is also pissed off about this as well. But we'll see what happens, because Trump pretty much called up the FIFA administration and just said, hey, look, man, let my guy in. Suspend that red card. Come on, he just ran into somebody. And they got it done. He got it done.
And I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete. And I understand sports really well, really well. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was two guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other. You can't take your foot and properly place it on somebody else's foot when you're going, no, these were two great athletes that got tangled up. And this referee, who is a little bit suspect, if you check his past, I don't want to say that because I don't like to create controversy, but very suspect. If you'd like, I'll provide you with the past. He made a call that nobody could believe. You know, even people on the other side, they say, "Oh, we got lucky. Wow, and it's very interesting. They say they don't show them in slow motion, and I never realized that. I never heard of that before. That they're not allowed to review in slow motion because it's so different. Because you'll take one little quarter of a second and you'll see that.
Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. But yeah, pretty much Trump got a red card reversed, which is crazy. And it's the first time, here's Trump making history in all the wrong ways by able to get a red card reversed. I mean, I can't be mad at it. I can't be mad because it works out in our favor, but I ain't gonna lie, it is wrong.
Hand is touching a neck or you see something. Whereas when you see it in fast motion, it will look like two guys collided, which is really what happened. They got sort of entangled. He didn't do anything wrong. And he's our best player or one of our best players, a very vital player. And he gave him a red card. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't think it meant much. Then I started hearing that means he can't play in the next game, at least in the next game. I said, boy, that's a big, if it happened to another player, it would have been unfair. But when they take your best player or just about, they have some great players, and they say you can't play, that's very unfair. That's, it's one thing to penalize somebody for the game, but how do you penalize them for a game that hasn't been played yet? It's very unfair. You can't do that. So, yes, I asked for a review by FIFA. I spoke to a man who's highly respected, and by the way, whose level of respect has gone up tenfold. And
so what Trump pretty much did is he called for a review, in which nobody apparently has ever done. I mean, it could have been done, but we just pretty much respect what the ref says, and we just go by it, no questioning it. But Trump said, no, I'm about to push against it. I'm questioning it, and he got it reversed. Apparently, they looked over the footage, and they were just like, you know what? We'll go ahead and let him have it. We'll let him have it.
It was good before this started, but he really pushed it in this country. I'm the one that got them to do it. It was not Biden. Biden was asleep. I got him to do it. In fact, it was very sad because I got him to do it. And if the progression was normal, I would have been retired. Now the Democrats are saying, man, we should have just let him have it. We would have had him gone. But I said, the saddest thing is I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. I tried to claim 250 years too, but that didn't work. They said, that one is what it is. No, I tried, but it didn't work. But wait.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not even sure if we could say it's corruption in a way. It's like, who'd he pay off? He just called in and said, hey, I just want you to take a review. And they reviewed it, and they said, hey, yo, we feel you on this one. We're going to go ahead and recall the red card. And as much as I disagree with Trump doing that because it does go outside the norms, it's just like, well, I don't know if you can really call it corruption, but you could definitely call it favoritism.
So I got him. I was so proud of it. And then I realized, I wouldn't be president during that because I would have been out of office by that time. I felt badly. The beautiful thing about what I did is I ran. I never thought of it. And then all of a sudden I realized, I just got the Olympics and I totally got that myself. And I just got FIFA. I got that myself. We gave a little piece to Canada, gave a little piece to Mexico. I got that myself. And a lot of people helped, like that man right there, Kevin. A lot of people, that. We worked hard on that and we got it. But what we didn't know is how successful it was going to be. I didn't know. I said, Johnny, is anyone going to show up? Because, we're not really, I think soccer is doing much better, but I couldn't imagine if you would have said to any very smart of these, like people like this, that the numbers they're doing now would be happening. They've never seen anything like it. Think of it. Take the most successful Olympics or the most successful FIFA, and you look at what's happened. You look at the numbers.
Okay, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want read out loud, just make sure to super chat it in. Appreciate the support, or you can send in a Venmo. And if you can't do that, for all my broke viewers, it's okay, bro. I understand. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. Not broke, but I would say frugal viewers. You know, I'm gonna be a little nicer. You're frugal. I understand you're budgeting.
For this in the United States, just compared to FIFA, and it's numerous times more. It's not like 10% more, 2% more, 5% more, which is more expected. It's like 4 times more successful than anything they've ever done. In fact, I said to Johnny, let's do it again next time. And he said, that would be hard. I said, no, you do it again. But at the same time, you give it to somebody else for the next one. I don't know. It's a little crazy idea. But all I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, you know, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was 2 great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, you know, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, you know, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do, but
I mean, that's true.
And I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision, and they made the right decision because number one, it wasn't a foul. And you want to see a game with your best players. You don't want to say, how would you feel if I took, we take.
And that's just the problem, though. It's like, we really can't say it's corruption. Like he paid him off or he strong armed him. He just said, yo, I just want you to take another look at it. And they did. And the committee said, yo, we're going to go ahead and reverse the red card. It's the first time ever. But I mean, bro, this is going to set a precedent for other countries to start calling in and be like, hey, no, hold on now. If Trump could call in, I'm about to call in too and get my guy red card suspended. Now everybody's about to start having their red cards reviewed. I mean, fair is fair. I ain't going to be mad at it. I mean, shoot, you got to level the playing field.
Messi out. Look, you know, he ran into somebody. Or we took Ronaldo, you bunked into somebody. We're going to take you out of a game. He's great. Or Harry Kane, we're going to take you out of the game, Harry, because you happen to hit somebody a little bit harder than you can't do that. If you would have taken him out, I think it would have really stained this incredible champion. We got to have our best players, and Belgium's got a great team, by the way. We got to have our best players. And they have to have their best. And if we win or we lose, it's fair. Otherwise, let's say we lost him and we lose the game. It would be a terrible thing. So I think they made a really brilliant decision. I think the referee's call was horrible. And nobody talks about that. They talk about the red card like it's fine. Nobody talks. The referee's decision to red card. I didn't know what the hell a red card was. When I found out, I said, you got to be kidding. This guy just hands up. Okay, your best player is not going to play next week or in the next game. I said, wow, that's a lot of power. That's terrible. But then I looked at his past, and it wasn't so great. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President, are you going to talk to the Belgian Prime Minister before the game?
I didn't think of it, but I would.
Okay, but yeah.
He's a good man. I will tell you this.
Aren't they playing
the people in Belgium, if they win the game, they can be very proud. If they would win the game with a player missing, it would have been a different feeling. You can't do that. And
I can respect that. I can respect that point of view. He's like, look, I mean, if you beat us at like without our best player, you didn't really beat us. You kind of just got lucky. But hey, if you beat us with our best player, you got it. I mean, we got to give it to you. You really earned that dub. And like, we have no excuses. Even with our best player that we got the red card suspended, you still whooped our ass. And guess what? Right now, they're currently whooping our ass right now. What was it? It's US 1, Belgium 2, and I believe it was 41 minutes and 38 seconds. So the game is halfway over. I think it's like 90 minutes in the game. So we'll see. We'll see what happens after. Yeah, but right now, Belgium is winning 2-1.
All I did was ask for a review. I didn't say you have to do this. This man is a smart, tough man. Gianni Infantino. He's a smart, tough man. And his stock has gone through the roof because the job he's done has been great. And I feel we have to have all the best players on the field. You can't take the best players. Yeah, please.
On the Trump account, thank you. Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. What is your plan to facilitate broad adoption of these? And you mentioned, the communist issue, particularly that crowd, to get them to participate in this.
Yeah.
Since I see Anthony Populato's here, and he's probably going to ask, is Bitcoin in any way going to be related to this in the future? Are there plans to put Bitcoin into Trump accounts?
Well, I've become a big crypto guy only for one reason. If we don't have it, China's going to have it, and they would like to have it. But now they're not even trying that hard because we've taken over crypto. But I'm a fan. I wasn't initially. I didn't know much about it. But for some of my first term, I wasn't much involved, but I'd watch. And I watched it grow, and it's a huge industry. And I got involved in a little bit for politics, because I realized there are a lot of people love crypto. And even me as a businessman, I'd see a lot of money starting to come in with Bitcoin and, the different forms. And I said, this thing's got a lot of life. And then I hear China was going to make a heavy move on it, just like they do for AI. By the way, we're leading China substantially in AI, by substantial. And one of the reasons is when they build these big plants, I allow them to build their electric generating units, whether they use nuclear or oil and gas, whatever they want to use, they can use, except wind. We don't allow wind. Wind is terrible. It just doesn't work. It's too expensive, no good, bad for the environment. But, and they're building their own plants with some of the greatest electric producing plants that you've ever seen.
Here's a problem, guys. Like the thing about the whole the whole AI race and is with these data centers is that, bro, we're becoming China, trying to beat China in this whole, data center race or AI race. And here's the problem. These data centers are dragging on the American people, and we kind of put the cart before the horse on this one. There was already supposed to be nuclear reactors already built. Then you build the data center so it doesn't drag on the energy supply of the people. We don't see higher utility costs in both water and electric. That's all y'all had to do. But instead, you guys you kind of put the corporation before the people. Because if you actually put the people before the corporations that had their own grids, I don't even care if they had their own damn solar farm. It doesn't matter. Give them their own power source so they're not dragging on the American people's power source. That's all y'all had to do, and y'all kind of effed that up. And this is why people are wanting these data centers removed. They don't even give a damn about the AI race no more. They don't even give a damn about China. They just want to see their utility bills go down. And you got to respect that. You really got to respect that. And here's the problem as well. It's bro, we have all these data centers, and China has half the amount. We have 100, we got over 1,000, I heard, and they got way less than that. And their AI is still catching up to ours. So what does that tell you? We're not doing things very efficiently. And we need to low-key change course on that. And this is why people are against data centers. They're going to continue to be. And the thing is, every time somebody complains about a data center, it doesn't really do you any justice just calling them a Chinese spy, Kevin O'Leary.
They're teaching the companies that produce electricity, they're teaching them how to do a plant. So that was my decision. That was my idea, because we have an old grid. It's tired. It's old. It would take years to fix it. And now we're actually taking the excess energy that they make. We need more than double the energy. If you take all of the electric that we have now, you need more than double it to power that industry, which is so shocking. When I first heard that, I said, no, you mean I couldn't believe that, Jeff. I heard more than double. So all the electric we make for everything to power that one industry. Now, with that being said, it's a massive industry, and it's going to be for good. Look, we're going to have guardrails, and we have guardrails. You saw that a couple of weeks ago. We were able to stop something that we didn't like. And by the way, the company was very good. They were very good. You know that. But it can be used for tremendous good, and mostly good and some bad, and the bad we have to stop. But it's a massive industry, and I think things are going to happen. What you're seeing here with the kids, I think something could happen in that regard too, with a contribution to the people of our country. I'll give you a little inside information. Am I allowed to do that? Well, we have Paul. Am I allowed to do that? That's a little inside information. You understand?
Keep I give some insider information, guys. Everybody start making your trades.
Scott, you know what I'm talking about? No, I think you're going to see a contribution made by those, because they're making tremendous amounts of money. They're also creating tremendous, the medical, the things that are happening in the world of medicine because of AI is not even believed. I'm friends with many doctors because of what I'm doing as president, and I've become very friendly with a lot of them. They're great. They're great as long as they tell me I'm healthy. Okay, when they tell me I'm healthy, so far so good. Where's a piece of wood? But a couple of them got together last week and they said, we can't believe the progress that's been made in disease. Things that they didn't think would happen for 10 years happen in a matter of minutes, matter of seconds. So that's going to be used for good. But we're leading China by a lot. We're leading everybody. Crypto is the same thing. If we didn't do it, China would do it. It's a massive industry. And frankly, when I went very pro crypto, as you know, Biden was totally against it, but he has no idea what crypto.
I'm sorry, but considering that Trump made $600 million off crypto, yeah, I don't know if that's the best thing to speak about right now. Like, oh, I love crypto. Yeah, now that you made like $600 million, I bet you do love crypto. I would love it too if I made $600 million off it. And I actually do appreciate crypto, but like, trust me, I'd have an appreciation of it a whole lot more if I had $600 million profit off it.
He had no idea. He didn't have a clue, but they were very violently against it. They were putting people in jail. What they would do.
Hey, and shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. Appreciate the support, my friend. He says all centralized systems are failed. Remove Israel and U.S. military integration from the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. Bro, they better do that. They better do that, bro. Or our name's about to be tied to all the atrocities that Israel commits. It already is, but I'm gonna be real with you, it's gonna be even worse because people are gonna look at us and be like, no, they're literally tied in with your military. There is no separation of you two now. I don't want that. Oh, and of course, let me go ahead and give you your shout out. Lunatic Libertarian. Shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. Let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Doing to the crypto what was horrible. It's amazing it survived that onslaught. It was a weaponization of government. So when I went very much for it, and I think I got 100% of the vote. But what happened is, I think it was 100 million people. That's a big industry. And that means some pretty good things. But what happened is Biden then, after he was getting killed, he was down so much, all of a sudden they became pro-crypto. And their head of the SEC was horrible, unlike Paul, who's
but you made
really good. No, I mean, he's the best man for the job. Everybody wanted him. But he was horrible. What he was doing to the crypto, they were putting people in jail. Oh, you know that better than anybody. Good people, great, prestigious people. They were putting them in jail. And I said, you got to be kidding. And they were trying to destroy the industry. Okay, ready? So now I'm killing Biden. I'm winning by so much. And all of a sudden, he becomes totally pro-crypto. They dropped all investigations of everybody. They allowed people to come out of jail. And every time I see a crypto guy where they dropped an investigation, I said, you're lucky I'm president, because I don't know if you know, the Biden administration became totally pro-crypto that last couple of months because they were getting killed. Because crypto has a tremendous audience. I'm very much for crypto.
But it's really hard to hear Trump criticize Biden on crypto, like I said, when he just profits $600 million off his crypto, off the Trump coin that he rug pulled, by the way. So while everybody pretty much didn't make anything, Trump made millions. And it's kind of crazy who was buying into his crypto coin, like the Saudis, Qataris, and of course other countries as well that Trump was pretty much just raking it in from. And I ain't gonna lie, it was pretty much just it's kind of something that's new when it comes to crypto. I think we do need to nip that in the bud so the president can't do that again. He did just take advantage of somewhat new technology, somewhat. I mean, I know crypto's been around for a while, but trust me, it ain't been around long enough for us to make a law saying that the president can't take advantage of it. So hey, it is what it is on that note. But yeah,
because it's not a question of a personal thing. Because I let my kids do whatever the hell they can do. I don't ever talk to them about it. I'm allowed to, I think. I'm allowed to, but I don't bother because this office is a much higher calling. So I make, as president, the president of the United States get essentially $2.5 million for 4 years, right? Wait a minute. It's spread out over a period of 4 years. It's about $2.5 million. I waived my salary. Now, I figured because we've had other wealthy presidents. We've had Kennedy, and we've had FDR was very wealthy. Teddy Roosevelt was wealthy. And one of the wealthiest, believe it or not, was George Washington, who wasn't in the White House, but there are pictures of him surveying this ground. He's the one that sort of picked the location. I think he made a good choice. He picked a good location. But George Washington had two desks in his pre-White House. One was, and they were right next to each other. One was for business, and one was for the presidency. He had two desks in the same room. And so you're allowed to, but I choose not to. I don't talk to my kids about, this stuff. But I will say this, to me, cryptos are very powerful. A lot of people are using it, Bitcoin.
It kills me that he says that because, I mean, dog, your kids are the one running it. Like, did anybody forget that part? Yes, Trump kids are the one running his crypto accounts, is running World Liberty Financial. It's insane for him to sit there and say, oh, no, what you mean? I don't talk to nobody who runs it. Yes, you do. You do talk to people who run it. It's your sons. What, you don't talk to your kids?
They're using it at levels that I don't think anybody understands really how powerful. And if we didn't do it, China would do it in a minute. And if we let our guard down on AI, if I didn't come up with the idea for electric plants, producing plants, they become a utility. Basically, these guys producing, you might as well put them down. Paul, I think you should mark them down as utilities because, frankly, in many ways, I'm more impressed by their electric plants. And they're building them on top of the buildings, alongside of the buildings, standalones right next door. But you have to see some of the electric producing, the generating plants that they're making. Nobody's ever seen because they're brilliant people. And it's a fantastic thing. But if I didn't come up with that idea, maybe somebody else would have. I doubt it because it's too simple. I mean, it's such a simple idea. Do you know that your friends, Michael, when I came up with that and I told Mark Zuckerberg, I told Bezos, I told all of the people, AI, Sam, Elon, told them all, I said, no, I'm going to let you build your own plant and I'm going to get you fast approvals. They thought I was kidding. They said, and they would submit plans without an electric plant. And I'd get calls from Lee Zeldin, who's a star, environmental, fast approvals, good approvals, but fast. And they call up.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. You guys approved a lot of these data centers without the power plant that they were supposed to have or nuclear reactor that they're supposed to have so they don't draw on the energy grid that the American people use. Like, yeah, that's what you guys were supposed to do, but it didn't go out that way at all.
They say, sir, these plants are not taking advantage. And I call them and say, why aren't you producing? They said, we thought you were, every one of them, they thought I was kidding because they can't believe it. Number one, they can't believe that they're approved in a matter of weeks, because if this was somebody else, it would be 20 years before. They're all under construction. We do rapid approvals, and some are nuclear plants because nuclear is now really hot and safe. I was not a huge proponent until 2 or 3 years ago, and then I saw my uncle was a big nuclear guy at MIT. He knew nuclear better than anybody, I think. Anybody in the world, probably. He was the smartest guy. He was at MIT, the head, for 41 years. And he said to me one day, he said, nuclear is going to be the most important thing, but it's also got to be watched. It's got to be watched very carefully because it can build the world, but it can also destroy the world. He said that. I said, Uncle John, that was a long time ago. But he was exactly right. He called it exactly right. But what they've done with nuclear in terms of generating energy is absolutely, a submarine can run at full speed for 30 years without having to refuel. The only thing it has to do is come up every 90 days for.
Hey, yo, shout out to APAC Society for sending the gold coins for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, bro. Sorry, I just seen the gift, but that is hilarious. APAC Society.
Food. They can't solve the food problem. But think of it. A submarine, without having to gas up, can run for 30 years at full speed without stopping.
Okay, bro.
I mean, who would believe a thing like that? But fortunately, we have the best technology and we have the best submarines.
All right, now let's hopefully Trump gets sound a little bit more coherent on this interview that he recently did with CNBC. Let's go ahead and get right into it, guys.
What if a Democratic, the next time a Democrat is elected president, and the executive branch has all this expanded power that you've gotten.
Well, then they've got it.
Don't you worry they'll undo some of your policies at that point?
I can only speak for myself. It's necessary.
Worry about what's now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's necessary. It's actually an honor to have won that because every president since FDR has been trying to get that back, and I got it back. That's a big deal. You know, it's a checkpoint.
Along the same lines, if the Democrats take the House and
Cooked.
you know, I want you to succeed as president. I want a businessman to run the country. And all along, you entered as a billionaire businessman, which was unprecedented. I think George Washington owned a lot of land, but no one's ever. I think JFK had a trust fund, but no one's ever been as wealthy as you. And you obviously know how to run a business, and that I think informs the way you run the country. Obviously, now many people argue business experience is needed in government. And we've seen the stock market in the first term and the second term. I think it's been rewarded to have a businessman in there. So I think we shouldn't be surprised that your businesses are doing well. But how would you counter critics that say you're using the presidency to enrich yourself and your family?
Well, in a lot of ways, if you think about it, the stock has gone up so much. The stock market today, it's up 500 points. It's up to almost 53,000. You know, I watched your show and you had somebody on, one of your brilliant analysts, and they said
now, here's the thing, though. The stock market is doing well, but let's be real, though. Your average American isn't really hearing that. They're actually looking for, oh, well, is groceries more affordable? Is gas more affordable? Is cost of living more affordable overall? We're not really looking at the stock market. We're not trying to make sure that your favorite billionaire or millionaire is making money. Like, trust me, they're more worried about affordability. Now, of course, if you're invested in the stock market, yeah, you are worried about that. But at the end of the day, the main concern of the American people is what? Affordability, not, oh, man, is the Dow over 50,000 or not?
I had won the election. They said if President Trump could get the stock market to anywhere near 50,000, that would be an unbelievable achievement. And that was over 4 years. In other words, at the end of his term, 4 years, if he could get anywhere near 50,000, that would be, well, it's at 53,000, just a couple of points short of 50.
Okay, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and hitting the subscribe button while you're at it, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
53,000 right now, and that's essentially after a little bit more than a year.
But do you worry that if the Democrats were to win the House, that there's going to be endless investigations of you and your administration?
Well, you know, I don't do anything having to do with my business. My kids run it. I put a lot of money. I had a lot of money, and I have a lot of money, and I've made money. You know, I'm a business person. I'm a really good business person. I've made money. I've made a tremendous amount of money, more than I would have ever thought I would have made. And I let people invest it. I don't even know who they are, but it's given to big firms like that are on your show all the time. My son, Eric, handles it. I don't talk to him about things such as this. I think I'd be allowed to. I'm not sure even what the status is, but I don't. And he gives it into these like semi-blind trusts or blind trusts where people invest. There was a story today about Jensen Wang, who's fantastic, NVIDIA, and that I have some stock. I think it's very small. I think it's one of many companies that one of the big Wall Street firms invests in. So they said, oh, Trump has some stock in there. But I don't care about that. You know why? You know why I don't care? Yeah. Because I have a much bigger purpose. You know, this is the Oval Office. It's a much bigger purpose than whether or not I make money. As an example, the president's the highest paid person in government. And, you know, by some standards, gets a lot of money. I'm the only president, they say, that's ever given up I gave up my salary.
Right.
I don't get a salary. I gave it up.
And I mean, here's the thing, though. Trump's allowed to make money, but the way he made money is a bit questionable. Like I said, since he kind of rug pulled the Trump coin and made $600 million, and that is where the bulk of that $1.2 billion that he made, what was it, like last year, came from, was his crypto earnings. So this is what kind of is troubling people. Is, well, Trump made a lot of money off crypto, which he kind of rug pulled on, and not a lot of people like that. And I mean, here's the thing, though. I'm not mad at the man for making money. It's just kind of how he did it was a bit shiesty.
It's a lot of, by some standards, it's a lot of money.
But making money in the stock market, that makes sense. So as far as crypto goes, and I'm just wondering, you didn't divest your business, you have your sons running it. Right. I think vice presidents and presidents aren't subject really to conflict of interest laws, but there's this notion that you need to be aware of conflict of interest.
Yeah.
There was a large sum of money made in crypto. Did you know that your family business was going to engage in crypto? Did you have anything?
Well, I was there before I was in office, but the way I view crypto is a little differently. We have to be at the top, otherwise China's going to take it over. Like, for instance, AI, we're leading substantially in AI over China and everybody else. I mean, we're leading. When I was with President Xi 3 weeks ago, he greeted me and his first words, I mean, literally were, wow, you've really done a great job. You've really, because this country was dead. We had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country in the world. And the way I look at AI or the way I look at crypto is, if we're not going to do it, China's going to get it. Most likely China, but somebody else. Japan is somebody else. And I want to, it's a big industry. Crypto, if you call it an industry.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, yeah, I do agree. We do need to catch up in chip making as well. But instead of trying to beat them in AI, why not also try to beat them in rare earth mineral refining as well? Remember, they control 90% of rare earth mineral refining. We need to take up some of that market capital, because the fact that China controls like such a large amount of it is asinine, and I don't think we should leave it to them still. Like, I'm glad we're getting control of chip making, but honestly, let's start with what matters first, is the rare earth minerals to make these chips. Like, let's just keep it real here. I mean, chip making is cool and all, but if we're still beholden to China on rare earth minerals, then, I mean, we're not really doing nothing.
It's a big deal. And crypto is a big deal. You look at it, the way it's grown over the years, you have believers, you don't have believers, whatever it is, but it's a big deal. And anything we do, I want to be number one in. And we're number one in crypto, and we're also number one in AI.
In the disclosure this week, the amount of money that you and the family made in crypto, it was an outsized number. I was just asking, were you know about the crypto ventures? So that was just something.
By the way, I could know about it. I didn't.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing illegal. There's nothing wrong with it. I could know.
Hilarious, man. Made $600 million, and it's controlled by his sons. And he says, hey, I don't know. I don't talk to those people. You don't talk to your son? Okay, bro. Okay, Trump. And it is kind of like, look, you can't really brag about giving away 400,000 when you made 1.2 billion. But I mean, hey, man, I ain't mad at it. It just it doesn't look good. I'll tell you that. It do not look good the way he made that 600 million. Rug pulling on the Trump coin, basically scamming his entire base that, bought into the Trump coin. That's kind of effed up. But all right, though, let's get into the next video or the next part of this interview. Oh, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in, guys. Let's go.
Mr. President, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me in this incredible place. And
it's a nice place.
Happy Independence Day and happy semi-quincentennial.
Yeah, that's true.
If I got that right.
Thank you.
250 years, and I just want to start flying at about 40,000 feet, and just what you've done in pretty much.
Like, bro, no, let's not get it twisted. Trump is corrupt at this point. It's definitely corruption. But he's just like my man Dan said, it's like he's just so honest, though. It's like, let's be real. He's just so honest about it. It like sometimes it don't even feel like corruption. It's just like, damn, I didn't think you'd be so upfront about it. He's just saying it out loud. Nobody's really doing anything about it. It makes you feel like it's legal almost, but we know what it is.
Playing lately, by the way, I saw that. What's so amazing about this country, in your words, for the last 250 years? It's, you always say like never been seen before. There's never been a country like this that's ever been seen in the history.
Well, a lot of people don't understand that right now we are in a golden age. You understand it very well. You cover it very well. We have more factories being built today than ever before. We have more people working today than at any time ever in the history of our country. And people making more money than they've ever made. I'm not talking about rich people. I'm talking about.
I don't know about that, dog. Remember, inflation is 4.2%, and wages only went up like what 3.4, 3.6, aka yeah, inflation is outpacing wages. So no, bro, that is not the temperature outside, or that is not how it's going when it comes to affordability for your average American. You can look at the numbers. Inflation is at 4.2%. Wages only went up what 3.4, 3.6. Guys, inflation is low-key eating away at our wages at this point. And I don't think Trump realizes that. But that's kind of why he ignores inflation. You ever remember how Trump used to say, oh, it's at 2.4 or almost at 2%. As soon as inflation's at 4.2, man, that man stopped talking about inflation. It's kind of funny. But I mean, he better. It's not one of his strong points right now. All right, back to it.
People that have like normal or normalized jobs, more money than they've ever made before. 401ks are up at levels that they've never seen before, up 80 and 90%. And the stock market's at an all-time high. I think it's 81 days out of a short, year and a half. 81 days, we have 81 records. So nobody's ever seen anything like that.
Or if it backs up, something's hitting a record.
Well, if it backs up,
the S&P or the NASDAQ or the Dow another all-time high. But
you said if it backs up, hopefully it won't, but if it does, I will not be talking about it. I'll be talking about another stuff.
But an unbelievable quarter, unbelievable first half of the year. Your first term, we saw, I think, if depending on what you measure it from, either 80% from election day, I think, 70% from inauguration.
First term was great. First term was.
It might even be at a faster pace.
This is better. So the first term, we had the most successful 4 years, including the COVID. When you include that. When I handed it off, it was literally, you look at the numbers, we had the highest market in history. First term was great financially. This is, I think,
I'm gonna be honest with you. His first term is one of the reasons why Trump got elected, even though Dems don't like to admit it. But yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing: wages were outpacing inflation by major margins. Like people went from making $15 to $20 an hour without inflation eating it up. So yes, people were making more money under Trump's first term. And then, of course, the cut down of taxes or corporate tax that helped hiring that helped out the hiring of more people and to sustain those pay increases. So, be real with you, he kind of cooked on that one on his first term. I don't know how the hell he just didn't redo what he did and just right off into the wind on that. He kind of effed it up with this Iran war. Let's just keep it real.
It away. I think this is going to blow it away.
So we had the jobs number today, which is weird because it's Thursday, but the markets aren't open more. But
let's be honest though. You do got some type of TDS if you can't admit that, affordability was going in the right direction until Trump got into this war. After that, he just effed it all up for himself. Like inflation, 2.4%, bro. Job market looking better. Wages outpacing inflation. Like we were doing well. And gas price was at $2.98. He effed it all up.
57,000 jobs were below expectations, and I think there were some revisions, but the job market has been stronger than people anticipated. However, we had $90 oil at 67, 68 today,
right?
And 57,000. Would you say that gives Warsh, the new Fed chairman who you chose, more flexibility to cut? Because for a while we thought the next move might be a hike. Now it's the stars are aligning. Would you say for?
Oh, and shout out to my man Steve Mears. He sent the gold coin for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys. Hey, appreciate all supporters, man. So shout out to APAC Society, which is hilarious, and Steve Mears.
Him to cut?
Well, he's got a board that maybe is a little bit hostile, and unfortunately. And maybe a board that wants to do the wrong thing. So I don't know. He's a great guy and a great pro, and I know where he'd like to be, but he has to do what he has to do. I really think that I would love to be able to get back. In the old days, probably maybe before you started thinking about these things, but if you go back 20 or 25 years, when you announced great numbers, the stock market went up. When you announced bad numbers, the stock market would go down. Today, it's the opposite. When you announce good numbers, the stock market goes down, sometimes really way down, depending on how good. The better they are, the more, because they have this phobia, they have this horrible derangement syndrome about inflation. And growth can be good for inflation, not just bad for inflation. And it's a shame. Anytime numbers are announce that are not so good. I wish I could flip it the old way, that when you announce great numbers, because otherwise it's almost like they want to kill strength. They want to kill success.
Bro, the only great numbers we were looking at so far is the job market and how we've been having in positive growth. But as far as inflation goes, that has been, bro, on a spiral up in the wrong direction. You want it to go down. So, I mean, yeah, you can sit here and talk about the job market and the stock market, and yeah, those are doing good. But in terms of affordability, in terms of all the metrics that make things more affordable for Americans, yeah, it's not going in the right direction there.
You announce good numbers. I want to, like, you have a couple of countries. India is one, doing very well, but it's at 7-8%. Others, take a look at Japan's numbers. I mean, they're doing.
Hey, and shout out to my man Noah Joyner for coming in. Appreciate the support, my friend. And he says here, whoop, let me go ahead and pull it up. He says the biggest issue we will run into with mining our metals and other minerals. Sorry, the biggest issue we will run into with mining our metals and other minerals in our country is that the deposits are mostly under our national parks, which is very true. I do say we might have to give up some of our, we might have to start ignoring some of our tree huggers. But then again, like I said, though, that is the problem with, mining our own, rare earth minerals, is the fact that, yes, there's a lot of it's in national parks, and we're going to have to decide. I mean, we'll have to give up on some of our environmentalist ways, or we just leave it to China and we let China do it. I mean, China don't give a fuck about their economy. They don't really give a F about their people. That's why they're able to produce so high in AI without no pushback, because, I mean, they just don't give a fuck, and nobody's going to stop them. And our government, we do care about our environment. We do care about our people somewhat. So, I mean, we can't really push it as hard as China is, but we do need to do something, though. We just can't sit here and stand still when it comes to rare earth refinery.
Doing very well. She's very good. She's doing a good job, a friend of mine, but they're allowed to go up. We're not allowed to go up. If we go up, they want to kill it. There's no reason we should stop at 4%. We should be at 12% and 13% GDP. And I hate what happens where in the old days we would be, that's how we built the country. Now you announce positive things and they want to bring it down by raising interest rates. And it shouldn't be that way. It should go back to the way it was.
I don't know about that one. Oh, yeah. Shout out to my man, Noah Joyner. Let me go ahead and give you that shout out. And all righty, now let's go ahead and get into the next part here. About to go ahead and cover these interviews with Bibi Netanyahu, probably one of the most hated, probably the most hated world leader in the world. But hey, we'll see what he's saying here, because I'm not gonna lie, Bibi do be pissing me off. Like, every time he comes on to like mainstream media and completely disrespects the U.S., and then Fox News just eats it and just be like, okay, undying support for Israel, okay. It's like, oh my god, they irritate me. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it.
Heinrich in Washington, this is the Sunday briefing. President Trump is wrapping up the holiday weekend at the White House after delivering a late-night address to thousands at the America 250 celebration on the National Mall. In his speech, the president celebrated America's history and touted the country's military strength.
Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped out their military.
I mean,
coming up, I'll be joined live by Enes Kanter Freedom and Jimmy Fela on the massive America 250 celebrations around the country. But we begin with a Fox News alert. Iran's top leaders attending a second day of funeral ceremonies in Tehran for the late supreme leader, who was killed 4 months ago at the start of the U.S. and Israeli attacks. Massive crowds.
And yeah, massive crowds for the regime that they said have no support. Yeah, that's kind of the whole problem here. It's like, yeah, this massive crowd looks like, bro, hundreds of thousands. Of course, Iran is going to inflate and say there's millions of people. But either way, though, I mean, it just goes to show how much support this regime has. Like, bro, there was like a mass amount of people in the street. Let me see here if I can give you a good little visual of it, because I know I got a couple of videos. I want to make sure I got the right ones here, because there was some AI slot propaganda going around. But honestly, it was a pretty big crowd that pulled up for the old Ayatollah's funeral. And it kind of goes to show how much support this regime has. I always just say, no, their support has their support. The regime has their support of at least 13 million people, at least. And you can just get that from their 2024 elections. You can just pull that from there. But all right, I'll let you know when I'll find it, though.
Calling for revenge against the U.S. and Israel. Negotiations over a permanent end to the conflict remain on hold until the funeral ceremonies conclude later this week. For more on the Iran peace talks and the future of U.S.-Israel relations, also what's next for the region, I'm joined now for an exclusive.
All right, here it is. I found it. Give y'all a good visual of what's going on out there. So yes, this is coming from their television, their state media. Yeah. Okay, let's ignore the classical music. But yes, this is pretty much the supreme leaders. Well, bro, they're about to do 9 days of, well, a whole week it is. A whole week of mourning, a whole week of this whole funeral, and with, bro, millions of people in the streets of Tehran. And like I said, this is the regime they said have no support. This is the regime that they wanted to put boots on the ground on. This is the regime that they wanted to put guns in the hands of Kurds and think they were going to take out all this. Yeah, same regime, guys. Same regime they lied to you about. Here's the thing. I don't support the IRGC whatsoever, but they got way more support than mainstream media is willing to tell you. But all right, though, enough of this, though. I'm pretty sure you guys get the idea at this point. Let's get back into it with this guy, Bibi.
Interview with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Prime Minister, thank you so much for joining the Sunday briefing, sir.
Well, good to be with you, Jackie. And again, congratulations on your marriage.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I want to jump right in. Your relationship with the U.S. president has faced some recent tests over Iran, but you shared a very warm call marking the 250th birthday of this country. You called the U.S. a guarantor of global freedom, and you arranged a meeting here in the U.S. soon. When is that meeting set to happen, and should people take this as some signal that any potential rift has been mended?
I don't think there's a rift. America called us the model ally because we're, unlike many of your so-called allies, we actually fight alongside you. Our brave soldiers and your brave soldiers fight shoulder to shoulder. I think America has no greater ally than Israel, and Israel has no greater ally than the United States. Now, let me tell you this. President Trump is the leader of the United States. He does what's good for America. I'm the leader of Israel, the one and only Jewish state. I do what's good for Israel. 99% of the time, we see eye to eye. But in any family, in any close friendship, there are sometimes differences of opinion.
No. F your differences of opinion, bro. You dragged us into this war and then use the fog of war to go attack Lebanon first. And now y'all want to complain about, oh, well, we got to take out Hezbollah so we can't agree to this ceasefire. Oh, yes, the F you can. Yes, you can agree to this ceasefire. Just stop attacking Lebanon. Because guess what? The only reason why Hezbollah is attacking you guys is because you attacked them first. But for some reason, you want to write the story differently and start acting like Hezbollah just opened fire up on you guys, which they did not. You guys were under a ceasefire until, well, Bibi, you decided to break that. So I'm sorry, but we would love for you to get along. We would love for you to get down with this ceasefire because your way didn't work. You convinced President Trump that we can knock this out into 4 days to 2 weeks. That didn't happen. You said that we can get a regime change. Did not happen. Military still intact. IRGC still in power. Missiles and drones still operational. We didn't really get anything done when it came to Iran. So I think you might want to settle down unless you want to do it yourself, which we would all applaud you doing without our support, by the way.
We discuss them openly. I can tell you in a free spirit, and usually we resolve them too.
That free-spirited debate has made some headlines recently. Last month, the president made clear that you're going to have to accept whatever deal with Iran that the U.S. reaches. He told the Financial Times he won't have any choice. I call the shots. And then he doubled down on this yesterday, telling Axios Netanyahu knows who the boss is. Do you accept that the U.S. would have final say when American and Israeli interests diverge?
We should.
Well, First of all, let me say that we have an.
I mean, who sent who $30 billion since 2023? Who sent who $30 billion since 2023? I would like to know, because whatever party that is should be the dominating party in this negotiation, aka the United States. So unless you want to give us that $30 billion back and then go suck up to China, not China, but India, like you guys have been claiming you've been wanting to do because of their hatred of Islam. Yeah, go do that with them. Go try to take on the entire Arab world with India. Leave us out of it. I'm pretty sure they'd love to join you.
Excellent relationship, which is defined, as I said, between allies. He's obviously the leader of the United States, which happily is the leader of the world. And Israel is a very strong, vibrant, democratic state. In fact, the only democratic state in the Middle East in a very large radius, and we're great allies. I think that the real question is, do we have differing goals when it comes to Iran? And the answer is no. We are set on the same goal. We want to see Iran give up its nuclear weapons program. We want to see the nuclear enriched material removed. We want to see the enrichment sites for nuclear material dismantled. We have other common objectives. And President Trump believes that after the battering that the two of us, Israel and United States and Israel, gave to Iran, he thinks that he can generate enough leeway, enough pressure through the negotiations to get these goals achieved. And we respect that, and I hope he succeeds. But I can tell you this, deal or no deal, as long as I'm prime minister, Iran will not have nuclear weapons.
On this memorandum of understanding you're referring to, in the meantime, Iran has been doubling down.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Bibi, he doesn't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. He doesn't want Iran to be able to defend themselves, so no missiles. And, of course, he doesn't want them to have proxies. And he's only going to get one of those things. Like, Iran's going to have the missiles. They're going to have the proxies because we can't do anything about it, honestly. But we can make sure that their nuclear capabilities are capped. But as far as their missiles and drones and all that and their proxies, yeah, we're just going to have to leave that alone. Unless we can get them into a more submissive position, which we already tried, and it doesn't seem like we can without, throwing away the entire global economy.
Its intention to charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. They've been cashing in on the 60-day sanctions waiver. And according to the Institute for the Study of War, they've also been...
What's so crazy? So you know how Israel's supposed to be a democracy? Well, Israel's Supreme Court, which they call their higher courts, pretty much ruled against Bibi Netanyahu in a case. And bro, this man just said, F the Supreme Court. We're ignoring it. We're doing our own thing. I was like, hey, yo, bro, that's wild. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I mean, Israel might be actually a dictatorship at the end of the day here, because they're not even going against their Supreme Court. I mean, they're going against their own Supreme Court. They're not even following them. I mean, here's the thing. Trump, he ignored lower courts. And I mean, sure, you can sit there and trip about that, but Trump ain't never went against the Supreme Court order. Ain't never did that. The fact that Bibi did it and he's still in power and nobody's trying to get him up out of there is crazy. But I mean, bro, the man running lawlessly. He really don't care at a certain point.
Fortifying tunnel entrances at some of the nuclear sites and reconstituting their defenses. Many of your supporters have argued that Iran came out ahead in this negotiation. The regime is still in power. There are key elements of the nuclear program that are still intact. And the waiver could reportedly generate billions for the regime over these 60 days. The president reportedly has told aides he is okay if these talks blow past the August 18th deadline for a nuclear agreement. Are you okay with that?
Look, did you ever go to the opera? I mean, I'm not a big opera fan, but...
And Galactic, no, he followed it. No, he did follow it. Remember, he actually did follow it, or depending on what you're talking about, Kilmar Garcia. Remember, everything that the Supreme Court ruled against Trump on, he followed it. Everything Supreme Court told Trump to do, he did follow it. Even if he dragged it out like he did with Kilmar Garcia, he still got it done at the end of the day. So actually, no, Trump has abided by the Supreme Court. He said F the lower courts and just went to appeals. That's what he does all the time. But when it comes to the Supreme Court, he falls in line. As he should.
When I came to the opera the first time, they gave me the cliche. It's not over until the fat lady sings. And you know what? It was over after she sang in that particular concert. I would say it's not over. I would judge it when it's over. But as I said, I think the most important thing is that we have a common goal. And that means Iran cannot have nuclear weapons or the capacity to make nuclear weapons. There are other goals as well. And I think we've been very lucky that President Trump is leading the United States, leading the free world in this common effort. And believe me, if I have things that I want to point out to him and bring my own opinions, I do so in a free way. And when he has things he wants to tell me, he does that in a free way too. That's what friends and allies do with each other.
Your defense minister indicated that Israel is prepping a unilateral strike package for Iran. First of all, is that true? But second, would carrying that out be more politically difficult if you chose to go there after?
So Israel wants to strike Iran during their funeral. And it's like, bro, I hope that Bibi does not convince Trump to start acting like a Chicago hood nigga and just start sliding on Iran during the funeral. I really hope they don't do that, dog. It's going to be really distasteful, to be honest with you. And Iran already says if you do it, there will be a harsh retaliation. But Israel's like, we don't give a fuck. We want to do it anyway. This is the perfect opportunity. We got all of leadership in one spot. So what if we kill a couple civilians? We got to get these leaders. And that's always been Israel's position is F civilians. And, we just got to make sure we get these few people. I mean, which I guess it works, but here's the problem, though. When you turn that whole country against you, don't start talking about, oh, it is a bunch of Islamist radicals. It's like, dog, you bombed their country killing civilians. What do you think was going to happen? You think they're going to like you after that?
The vice president said this. Listen here.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
What was your reaction when you heard that?
First of all, I respect J.D. Vance. We have a very good relationship, but doesn't mean that I agree with everything that he says. And I have to point out this. Donald Trump is the greatest friend we ever had in the White House. And I stand by that completely. Secondly, we have some other friends, like a small country called India. It has 1.4 billion people. And boy, do we have a tremendous support there.
Mm-hmm.
I have this Facebook thing. And
yeah, because both of you guys are Muslim-hating radicals. Yes, the Israeli government and the Indian government both hate Muslims. Like, if you actually see how India treat their Muslims, it's absolutely disgusting. I mean, bro, they keep them in complete poverty. They attack them all the time, and it's complete Hindu supremacy. So the same Jewish supremacy that they practice in Israel, Hindu damn near practice something like it amongst their own people. And yes, the Muslims are Indian as well, but they're darker skinned Indians, and they don't really care. And if you ever notice, India does still work on a skin tone caste system. The lighter you are, the better it is for you. The darker you are, you're pretty much damned to poverty. And that's just how it's been working in India since the beginning. And they still abide by that. So the fact that Israel would like to turn to a nation like that is no surprise whatsoever. None at all. It makes sense. And they want to go away from us because apparently, guys, we just don't hate Muslims enough. We just don't want to kill them all enough, guys. Let's go to a country that does. And I'm like, bro, go ahead, bro. Good luck with that.
I'm just flooded by the overwhelming support there, and we have many others. Let me tell you where we have support, because it's fashionable now, and in many countries, because their media and their social media are inundated with anti-Israel, anti-Semitic material. Many leaders, call me up and say, hey, look, I've got this problem with public opinion, but I want you to know we respect you. And can we make some deals? And can you teach us some of the things that your military does? And can we have some of your AI and cyber expertise? Israel is the number 2 country in cyber in the world. And our technology is absurd.
Yeah, the AI technology you're using to, kill like innocent Palestinians, aka Muslims and Christians in the middle of the street. Yo, can we get some of that so we can use in our Muslims as well? Not the Christians, but the Muslims, because the Hindus. I mean, there are really no Christian in India, but there's a whole lot of Hindus and Muslims, and the Hindus are at the top of society, and the Muslims are at the bottom. And the Hindus, well, they oppress the Muslims. But it's something that nobody really likes to talk about. And this is why Israel wants to work so much with India, because they kind of align on their hatred of Muslims, which is a bit crazy, but it is what it is.
Good. So the relations are not quite as they appear. and we have many, many friends. And I have to tell you, we also take care of our friends, especially the Christians in the Middle East. The Christian villages in Lebanon, some of them have actually asked to be annexed to Israel because we protect them against the Hezbollah.
Wait, what? No way. I hate that lie. It's the craziest lie when they say, oh, we protect you from Hamas. We protect you from Hezbollah. First off, you guys created Hezbollah. Hezbollah was only around to defend southern Lebanon from you guys. They have really no beef with us, but our support for you guys. Hamas, I'm sorry, but Hamas, bro, they don't have the reach to go outside of Gaza. Let's just keep it 100. So who are you protecting us from? Because all of the terrorists that you guys are complaining about, you guys created through your own aggression. So I'm sorry, but do not equate to you guys protecting yourselves with you guys protecting us. No, y'all created your own problem that you need to protect yourselves from. We have, bro, the Houthis, they're not trying to attack us on our land because we attacked them. That's y'all beef. Hamas, we didn't oppress the Palestinian people and take their land. Y'all didn't create Hamas. That's y'all beef. Leave it there. Don't try to bring it to us and pretend like you're protecting us. You're not. You're actually dragging us into problems. Bro, you just dragged America into a war with Iran and cost 13 American soldiers their lives because of your lies that you told to Trump. Spare us on that bullshit.
Take care of our friends, especially the Christians in the Middle East. The Christian villages in Lebanon, some of them have actually asked to be annexed to Israel because we protect them against the Hezbollah.
Hey, shout out to AJ for sending a thumbs up for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys, especially on the gift side. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out on that one too. And guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys, and make sure to subscribe to the channel as well. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up in a super chat, Rumble Rant, or Venmo, guys. Appreciate it. Let's keep it going.
Fanatics who want to kill them, and we do the same things with Christians everywhere.
Well, you're leading
Christians.
You're touching.
Hold on. What do you mean, bro? You've killed Christians in Gaza. You blew up a church in Gaza, by the way, killing Christians. And then you've also killed, bro, probably over like hundreds of Christians in Lebanon. You bombed a Christian village. You killed a whole bunch of people doing that. There's about 4,000 dead civilians in Lebanon right now. Like, what? And yes, they're Christians and Shia Muslims. So, I mean, I get your hatred against Muslims, but you're also killing Christians. And honestly, I don't get the hatred against Muslims. I just understand that they've had a hatred against Muslims for a while now. Honestly, it's taught to Israelis to hate Arabs. It's literally in their education, especially Palestinians.
On my next question, because a source close to the vice president's team told Politico that statement that he made reflects his view of this new political reality where, quote, the vice president sees that the ground is shifting against Israel among voters, including with younger Republicans. He's responding accordingly with nuance instead of stridency. Do you take that as a warning that if Israel were to act alone, the Trump administration would withhold its backing?
Well, first of all, it concerns me that there's that element of anti-Israel, first of all, in the Democratic Party and in the woke right. I'm concerned with that. And to the extent that we can do something to mend it, obviously I'll do it. But I find that there's something unique about these attacks. And that something is that the people who hate Israel end up hating America.
What?
And I've seen that, when they do these.
You see the conflation is like, well, if you hate Israel, that means you hate America. But make that make sense. Make it make sense because as an American, we're always going to be against genocide. As an American, we're always going to be against colonialism. I mean, we're always going to be against that. So honestly, if you support Israel, that actually makes you, if you support Israel and what they're doing in Gaza, that makes you kind of un-American. You kind of lost American values there. I mean, that's the problem here. If you support Israel like that, you are un-American at the end of the day. I'm sorry to break it to you. If you support Israel, like if you're just so pro-Israel, bro, you need to pick a side, dog. Is either you America first or Israel first. I'm sorry, but that's pretty un-American to sit there and even try to amalgamate Israel's problems with ours. Like, come on now. You're sounding very, I don't know, like you're sounding very Mossad-like. But let's just be honest, guys. You can have a criticism of Israel and be pretty damn American. Actually, I think the most American people are the people who have the harshest criticism of Israel. Because, like, let's be real, though, as an American, we just don't stand for none of that. We don't stand for collective punishment. We don't stand for bigotry. Bro, we don't stand for war crimes. Lord knows that. It's like, so what are you talking about? And you guys are socialists. We don't even stand for that either. It's like, dog, your economics don't even stand with us.
Yeah.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian, man. Appreciate the support. He says, let me go ahead and get it up here. Set Media Reacts, a very base channel. Smash the like. Set, your chat is hilarious today. System won't save you. Skill sets, wisdom, and principles will. Damn, I ain't gonna lie. You cooked on that one. I'll give you that one. And shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian cooking. Appreciate the support, my man.
Razor blade, you got hard.
Bro, and here's the thing. Bibi just, they just lost the whole, but it's the only democracy in the Middle East. Bro, Bibi just said F his Supreme Court. What democracy, bro? Like, bro, what democracy? They got all the power in the world. Bro, they're literally forcing people off their land in the West Bank, taking land from Palestinians. Do you support that as an American? Do you support the reckless taking of people's land? No, because even we gave the Indians some land. So, of course, we don't even support that. So what the hell are you doing supporting Israel? Like, come on now. You don't got to hate every person in Israel. I'm not asking you to do that, nor would I ever say that. I'm pretty much telling you that, yo, what the Israeli government is doing, stand against American principles, stand against American morality and ethics. Like, what the F is hard to understand about that? It should be pretty damn easy to see. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
You know, these demonstrations, these protests against Israel defending itself, this tiny country defending itself against these terrorist murderers who commit to exterminate us. And we do what any self-respecting country would do. We defend ourselves. But when they do the protests, they burn Israeli flags, and very often right next to them, they burn American flags. Mm-hmm. But when those Americans who support Israel, non-Jews and Jews alike, when they do a demonstration to support Israel, they wave the Israeli flag, and
when they run the Hezbollah campaign to make Israel seem like they're not doing a genocide and the IDF is the most moral in the army in the world, those are the true defenders of Israel. Those are the true defenders of American values. Is that where you're going with that? Please, please. Hit us with that bullshit, please.
They wave the American flag. So I think there's a process taking place inside America, which you probably know better than me, of questioning America's traditional values and going to many places that I think challenge not only our alliance, but they challenge the traditional values that form the basis of each of our countries. And I hope that's not something that is going to proceed. I hope America.
We don't believe in expansionism for the betterment of our country. We kind of abandoned that a while ago, and you guys are still doing that. You've recently took land in Syria. I mean, you took all the Palestinians' land, and you're also trying to take land in Jordan as well. So I'm just like, I don't know about that, dog. You don't really relate to us on that either. It's like you guys are kind of an expansionist, imperialist nation at the end of the day. So how do you represent our values? Because I'm a bit confused.
Changes direction. That's really what I hope to see.
And you're touching on this growing trend of anti-Semitism, especially among young people. And I'm going to ask you about that next. But just to put a pin in this piece of the conversation, what do you say to critics who argue that Israel has embraced sort of a permanent state of war and that there's not really an end game here? Because they point to places like Gaza and say that Hamas, is still in power. They haven't laid down their arms. What do you say to those critics who accuse Israel of being in a permanent state of war?
Oh, we're not in a permanent state of war. I myself, with President Trump, we brought forth 4 peace deals. That's what we did. It's the Abraham Accords. And I believe with the weakening of Iran, which has been achieved by our common action, our common military action, I think we're going to get more because countries would like to align with us and to protect their future.
Not really. No, the country don't want. Only country that aligned with you, what was it? It was Turkey and Egypt, and they only did that because America pretty much asked them to. If it was up to them, they wouldn't support you guys either. It's like a lot of the main reasons why a lot of Muslim countries in the Middle East refuse to recognize Israel is because of their treatment of the Palestinian people. It's not because they're Jewish at all. It's literally because of how they treat other people at the end of the day. And a lot of people don't want to admit that.
And also their prosperity. Israel is.
And I mean, let's be real here. If these countries get into the Abraham Accords and just say F the Palestinians, that's only going to create more terrorism. And that's all Israel does, is find new ways to create more terrorism.
Is a powerhouse. I mean, it's a.
Hey, man, look, bro, if they don't do it themselves, they go ahead and do bullshit to create it or promote it.
It's an engine of innovation, of AI, of quantum, of just of everything. So I don't see that. But I'll tell you one thing. I think that the Lebanon deal has shown that we have more cards to play. Okay. Lebanon would like to free itself of Hezbollah, these Hezbollah terrorists who are, making their life miserable. And it's not.
What? Okay, so was it Hezbollah that displaced 1.2 million Lebanese people? No, it was Israel. You guys told them to leave or you'll bomb them. Yes, and you bombed their homes. Just trying to get to Hezbollah, you bombed innocent civilians' homes, and you displaced 1.2 million Lebanese people. Was that Hezbollah or was that the IDF? Okay, no, that was the IDF. Was it the IDF that attacked southern Lebanon first, or was it Hezbollah that attacked northern Israel first? It was Israel that attacked southern Lebanon first. So what are you talking about? Like, you can't sit there and say, oh, no, the Lebanese people are running for our help when you're the one bombing them, bro. You're the one displacing them. 4,000 of them are dead, not because of Hezbollah, but because of Israeli strikes, IDF strikes. Like, guys, are you really that dumb to believe this man and what he's saying? And all you got to do is look at his actions in Lebanon. You realize what he's saying is a complete lie. Like, bro, we got Christians running to Hezbollah for help because Israel's bombing their villages. Like, you really going to believe the Hezbollah, bro?
Not only the Christians in Lebanon who ask for our protection, it's the Druze, it's Muslims, the Sunni Muslims, and quite a few of the Shiite Muslims too. Okay. So they'd like to free Lebanon. I hope we can get more peace deals. And I can tell you, if you want to have peace, you better be able to protect yourself against those who want to annihilate you. We do that. But in defending ourselves.
No, bro. You don't really defend yourselves. You attack other nations, then cry victim. I mean, bro, that's the problem is, guys, Google this. Look up all the wars that Israel started, and you realize that every war that Israel's been in, they started. Like, yes, all the conflicts that they've been in, and when it comes to the Palestinians, the Lebanese people, Egypt, all of them, they've started it every single time. Nobody's struck Israel first. Israel strikes them first and then plays victim every single time.
Defending our common civilization, the people who chant death to America. Last point, Jackie, the funeral. In the funeral of Khamenei, which was held yesterday, they chanted, the Iranians, including the organizer, they not only chanted death to America, they said, kill Trump. They chanted death to Trump.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to hear that in Israel. Israel is the best ally the United States.
Well, considering that Trump popped off a war of choice on them, and about 1,000 of their civilians have been so-called martyred, about 100 schoolgirls bombed in a conflict that we brought to them. I mean, what, you think they're going to say praise Trump? Like, what do you expect the attitude to be? Like, no, really, though. I'll be so confused. Like, so what? They're supposed to be praising Trump in Iran? After all this then happened, you expect praise? Like, y'all sound like a bunch of little kids right now. What are saying death to America? Nigga, we just bombed a whole bunch of little girls. Are you serious? 1,000 of their civilians gone. Are you serious? Did you forget that part? Did you? Or are you just jumping in now? Like, let me know.
States as anywhere around the world.
Well, that brings me here because I want to make sure that we talk about this sweep of democratic socialists on the left in America who have unseated a number of moderate, even some progressive incumbents who are very well funded. Happened in New York, happened in Colorado. And for many of these candidates, Israel's becoming their purity test. Listen to this.
It breaks my heart.
Yes. So this guy, he's a liberal, Jewish, pro-LGBT, pro-trans guy, and bro, damn near got kicked out of the festival, bro. Was it an LGBTQ festival? I don't know, but pretty much he was around his radical leftist homies, and the trans community kicked him out over his support for Israel and what they're doing in Gaza. Yeah, and it's just like, they're like, how could you sit here and support us? How could you sit and support us and not support the kids of Gaza? And I was just like, damn, okay. That's hilarious. But yeah, they were getting on his ass. And here's the thing: you should know with the left, man. Is it you're all in or you're not? I think and here's the problem: a lot of the Jews on the left are gonna have a hard time staying on the left because their overlining support for Israel was going to get them kicked out at this point because of Israel's actions in Palestine or Gaza. Sorry, Gaza. So I don't really know what to tell them on the left or the Jews on the left. It's like y'all might just have to give up the party. Bibi Netanyahu kind of cooked that side for you because of his actions in Gaza and the fact that y'all didn't really want to call it out. I mean, all y'all had to do was call it out and condemn it, and y'all be good. But instead, you want to sit there and support it. So, I mean, I can't get mad at that. Look, I don't even like the guys on the right who support what's going on in Gaza. What made you think I'm going to have any heart for the guys on the left? Like, he kind of deserves it. Now, hopefully they didn't hit him or anything because he don't deserve that. He don't deserve to get hurt. But cussed out, man, why not?
Legislation for queers is so terrible. Gaza.
So that was California State Senator Scott Wiener, Jewish Democrat. He's called the war in Gaza a genocide. He opposes U.S. funding for Israel, and he was driven out of the annual trans rally by activists raging about his Zionist handlers. And then you've got Congressman Dan Goldman, also Jewish. He just lost his primary over his ties to AIPAC, despite being one of your most...
Bro, AIPAC is now a scarlet letter in the political sphere. Is now a scarlet letter. It used to be the golden ticket. You sucked up to AIPAC, you get what you gonna get your seat. You gonna win that election. Now, if you suck up to AIPAC, you're most likely to lose your election. If you got too much AIPAC money standing behind you, you're kind of cooked when it comes to the left. And it's gonna be like that on the right. Trust me, guys, it's coming. Don't worry, it's coming. All the AIPAC money is gonna low-key lose these guys their positions. And I mean, they might lose to maybe something that might be coming out, like, I don't know, like guys. You know how socialism is picking up on the left? I mean, the same thing can happen on the right if we don't start correcting the cost of living. I'm just going to let y'all know that now.
Vocal critics. So what do you think is happening here in America?
I think there's obviously a very anti-Israel and an anti-American wave. And I think they're connected because then look at the values that they have. What do they want to see? Do they want to see a strong America defending America's interests and around the world when it's necessary, or do they want to see a different America? And of course, also on the foundations of free markets, for example, that I believe in very strongly, and that many Americans have believed it, and I think they made America great. No, they challenged that too. So I think there's a correlation between that. And unfortunately, people who know better, I would say who should know better, but I think they all know better. And these people let themselves be swept by these irrational protests and this very toxic ideology. I don't think it lasts because I think America,
you know what's the crazy thing is now there are some people who are radical with it and just be, oh, we hate the Jews and all this wild stuff, and that's the wrong way to go with it. I mean, if you hate any group of people, get your head checked. But here's the thing, though. They're just criticizing what Israel's doing in Gaza. And they're now saying, oh, you hate all Jews because you're criticizing what we're doing in Gaza. Yeah, no, that's not how it works, buddy. That's not how it works. And trust me, we know anti-Semitic language, but criticism of what you guys are doing in Gaza ain't anti-Semitic whatsoever, especially when we criticize what you're doing now in Lebanon. There's nothing anti-Semitic about it. The problem is that when you try to hold the Israeli government accountable, they want to hide behind Jews and the entirety of their country, which is the Israeli people. And we're not judging Jews and the Israeli people as one. We're trying to separate the government from the Israeli people, but the Israeli government keep trying to fuel them in with the entirety of the global Jewish community. It's like, I mean, how do you beat that? When every time you judge them, they hit you as, oh, you must hate all Jews. It's anti-Semitism. Oy vey. And it's like, no, dude, no. We're just telling Israel to cut the shit. That's all we want. And then we'll leave y'all alone. Like, nobody will care about you guys after that.
America can try it.
Okay.
Just try it. Try socialism.
Final word.
We tried it here. It didn't work that much. So I decided to try free markets. It worked a lot better. And, Americans will eventually get that picture too.
Final word here with about 15 seconds left. Taken together, what the vice president said about younger Republicans and what we're seeing with this growing radicalism on the left, are you worried about the long-term durability of the U.S.-Israel relationship?
I worry about the trends that I see. I won't tell you that I'm not worried about it because I think it has something to do with the, frankly, with the social media, with the penetration of.
Hey, yo. Shout out to the lunatic libertarians. Like, you can't be anti-Semitic to a non-Semite, or you can't be anti-Semite to a non-Semite. Actually, you know, it's really crazy. A lot of people are actually anti-Semitic. You know, Arabs are considered Semitic as well. You know that, right? And a lot of people are anti-Arab. So it's kind of funny, though. The same people that defend Israel are also anti-Semitic as well. Like, you know, within the full context of the definition.
Of social media that has been used and abused by countries, 3 in particular. And they've had, bot farms that push the stuff against America and against Israel. And it focuses on young people and young Americans. And I can't say that I'm not worried about the effect that it has. How do you combat this? It's hard because democratic countries don't have the ability to fight this, this bot war and with the same means. We are accountable. We're transparent. It's not so simple. But I think you'll see a correlation between the penetration of certain social media and the.
I'm sorry, but if Israel was more transparent, we wouldn't be here. I mean, you guys are out here killing journalists. And then you're talking about, they don't count for the death toll because, they were working with Hamas or they're working with Hezbollah when you can't prove that. But they just kill them and just say it's all good. It's like, bro, we try to bring in any type of journalist that is outside of Israel's influence. I'm be honest with you. They're not letting that guy in. This is why Piers Morgan constantly bashes every Israeli spokesman on, okay, but look, you guys want to have this defense of most moral army in the world. Well, let us go look what's going on in Gaza because the pictures aren't looking so good. The pictures are looking pretty atrocious. So I think it'd be in y'all best interest to let us in. And they still tell us to fuck off. So it's like, bro, what do you want us to do? Sit here and give y'all kudos for covering this up? And bro, we don't even know the real numbers inside of Gaza on this. We don't. People are estimating it to be like 680,000. 680,000 with 380,000 of them being women and children. Or what was it? No, she said under the age of 5. And this came out from the UN, by the way. These are estimates, so don't take it with a grain of salt. These are estimates. But the only reason these estimates are coming out like this is because Israel do not allow any independent investigation at all, especially when it comes to Israel. My bad. Gaza.
Patriotic American feelings and support for Israel.
Okay.
It's something we have to deal with. But am I worried about it? Look, I think that our alliance is not merely based on common interests. I think it's based on common values. And as long as we stick to those common values, freedom, the right of every individual to live and not be slaughtered by fanatics, people should have free choice in their lives.
Okay.
And of course, to have our common heritage, which has brought so much to the world. I think as long as we have that, our alliance will be fine.
We'll have to leave it there.
The most important thing that I can say, Jackie, in closing, is that I want to wish you and the people of America a happy 4th of July. 250 years of freedom, and frankly, 250 years of defending freedom. America has been the stellar force in this century and in the past one, in modern times. If you hadn't had America, you'd have Nazi totalitarianism, Stalin totalitarianism, and others. And I think America has been a great force for good. That doesn't mean that it's perfect. Israel is not perfect either.
Okay.
But it has been a force for immense good. And our alliance has been a terrific one. And it'll continue to the extent that I have anything to do with it, and the people of Israel, who are unabashedly pro-America.
Prime Minister Benjamin.
Oh, really? But as soon as we try to get into a ceasefire, you had a whole bunch of Israeli politicians talking about we're weak, we're stupid, we don't know what we're doing. You can't trust Americans to do anything. I mean, I don't know. It kind of sounds like you only like us when we're going along with your bullshit plan to take over the Middle East and create greater Israel. Every time we go outside of that, it's F Americans. They never really liked us. We're going to go to India now, like you just said about 15 minutes ago. So there really is no real loyalty when it comes to Israel. I mean, guys, they're ready to jump off the ship and ride India's dick as soon as we're done with them. I mean, guys, they're saying it right to our face. I just want to let you know that. So for all you pro-Israel guys, you might want to either move to Israel or India.
Netanyahu, we'll have to leave it there. We are out of time. Always appreciate talking to you, sir. Thank you for joining us once again on the Sunday briefing, and hope to see you again soon.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into the next interview here that Bibi did. Oh, and once again, shout out to my man Lunatic Libertarian and all of those who supported.
Razor blade.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get right back into it. Make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you're watching horizontally, make sure to smash that like button. Appreciate the support, guys. I know we got about 90 y'all on the horizontal. Appreciate that. And if you want to get a better viewing experience, you can always go to the horizontal live. It's a little bit better for you guys. All right, let's get back to it.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right now. Mr. Prime Minister, thanks so much for the time. First off, we've been seeing the funeral of the Ayatollah, who was killed in the initial strikes of the battle in Operation Epic Fury. What is your takeaway from the turnout and the fact that it was attended by Saudi Arabia, Oman, as well as Qatar? They sent delegations.
Look, Iran is a nation of about 90 million. About 80% of them hate this regime and would like to see it gone. But you still have
propaganda. They say 80%. Guys, that's not true. If like here, and I'll go ahead and dispel this for you right now, guys, because like I said, all you got to do is look up Iran's elections, 2024 election, and you'll see what I mean. It's like, guys, did you not see that big ass crowd? Does it look like 80% of Iran does not support this regime? Like let's keep it real, guys. Did you not see this? They're in the streets. It's like, bro, and this is all in whatchamacallit. This is all in not celebration, but this is all them coming out for the funeral of the old Ayatollah. It's like, do you guys kind of see the problem here? You've been lied to about this regime. You said, oh no, bro, nobody really supports them. 9% of the people hate them. That is a lie. It's a lie, guys. Like, bro, how does 90% of the Iranian people like not support the regime, but 61 million of them registered in an election controlled by said regime? Make it make sense. You can't. That's the problem. You can't sit there and say, oh, well, 80% of them hate it. Then why are 61 million of them signing up for an election ran by this regime? Candidates picked right by this regime and approved by said regime. How can you tell me that they're against the regime when they're participating in those elections? And that's 61 million people who registered, and they had about a 30.5 million vote turnout. And here's the problem, guys. It's this party right here, the principalists that are the main concern. These are who you know is going to stand for the IRGC, because it's the far-right Islamist faction of Iran. 13 million people voted for the far-right guy. Now, this kind of shows that Iran is moving towards a more moderate view or a more liberal view, the reformists, because the reformist is the one that won. And here's the thing. Both of these guys was picked by the religious clerics, a.k.a. the IRGC, the regime, okay? Both of these guys were picked. And 30 million Iranian people voted, a.k.a. they all voted for a candidate. 30 million Iranians voted for candidates that were handpicked by the Ayatollah, handpicked by the religious clerics. Do you understand that now? So this whole, 80% of them don't support the regime is bullshit. But all right, let's go.
Have, quite a few million, a minority that they can bring to the streets. And what do they shout in the streets? I don't know if you heard this, Brian. They were shouting, death to Trump, death to me, of course, but death to Trump. We have to kill Trump, death to America. This is what is the face of this minority that has taken over, hijacked this talented people, the Iranian people, the people who fight for freedom, have been massacred on the streets for freedom. So I think that if the Iranian people were given a chance, they'd throw these bums out. And
no, actually, the Iranian people have been given a chance. Here's the problem, guys. Let me explain to you how idiotic this sounds. The fact that we couldn't get it done in January with the Mossad and the CIA handing protesters weapons, and that didn't work out, and we got about 3,100 of these protesters killed. Well, 500 actually was Iranian police. So say about 2,700 protesters. I know you guys want to sit there and say, no, said it's 40, it's 50, it's 100,000. Yeah, no, there's no proof of it at all. And if you can find me the proof of the names and all that good stuff, please bring it here. But guess what? It doesn't exist. There is no proof that Iran took out 30,000, 40,000, 100,000 of their own people. No proof whatsoever. We know we do got proof of 3,100. That's all we got. That's all we got, guys, and that's all you can prove. And trust me, I've already did extensive research on it, and I've even picked out the culprits of spreading the false propaganda. They're called Iranian International, who is not based in Iran, who's based in the UK, who lied saying that they had a classified medical records that Iran killed 30,000. They have not shown proof of this classified medical records or have shown it at all to the public. AKA, they just told you a straight lie and did not show their work whatsoever. And that's where it all comes from. So, guys, if you truly think that, bro, here's the thing. If you truly think that the Iranian people, majority of them, wants the regime gone, you've been lied to. And you want to know how you've been lied to? Because think about it like this. You want to know how much people it took to get the Shah up out of here? No, look this up. It took 6 to 8 million people to get the Shah up out of there during the Iranian Revolution. 6 to 8 million. You telling me in a country of 91 million people, we can't get 6 to 8 million to rise up? What does that tell you? And it can't be all about force, because guess what? The Shah was shooting people in the streets too. He was putting down people in the streets too, and they still took over. So don't give me that excuse. He still had a private police putting down people as well. So you can't give me that excuse. 6 to 8 million people rose up against the Shah. Why can't we get the same thing for the IRGC, for the Ayatollah? Why? Because apparently they got more support than you realize. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into it. My man Noah, he said, did you see what Japan did for the United States? 250th birthday. Also, let's give Bibi and the rest of those calling for genocide to Iran. Yo, low keto. Yeah, let's give Bibi and all the others calling for genocide to Iran. Like, yeah, let's give it to them. Let Iran handle them, bro. I'll watch for the public execution. I'm just saying. I would. I mean, what do you think? You're just going to call for execution on the people and think they're going to support you? Like, I'm sorry, but Israel, Iran knows that you convinced us to strike them. You think they like you? Like, really, dude? And here's the thing. He can sell this propaganda to the American people, and sadly, they're going to be brainwashed enough to believe it. But all you got to do is look at the numbers, guys. All you guys do is look at history, and you'll see that, this regime got way more support than you guys are letting on for. If the old regime, which was under the Shah, got taken out by 6, 8 million people, if this regime is so unpopular, how come we can't get that same 6, 8 million people? Plus, we can also hook them up with guns, but yet we have not been able to get that at all, popped off whatsoever. And you just can't say, oh, it's because they're just killing all of them. No. I mean, they had the same crisis under the Shah, and they still overcame. So what about now? Thought so.
And I think we have to recognize that they are not America's friend, and we should not let them have nuclear weapons or the means to deliver them, both to us, but also to you. That's very, very dangerous. So this is a battle of freedom versus fanaticism, and the fanaticism can be seen on the streets of Iran. As far as the countries that go there, well, I think there's sort of a kind of a betting on hedging bets, but I think most people understand that the positive force for good, including the countries that went there, the positive force for good, for security and prosperity in the Middle East is not with Iran. It's the countries that stand against Iran, and that's the United States and Israel, whose brave soldiers fought shoulder to shoulder to cut down Iran's nuclear threat and their ballistic missile threat.
What people should realize.
Yeah, well, guess what? You can't take care of their ballistic missile threat because you can't tell Iran that they don't have right to defend themselves. And plus, Israel, you can't defeat Iran, and we can't even take Iran off the Strait. This is why we're giving them sanction relief, and this is why we're damn near about to give them control of the Strait. We don't want to, but that's what it's looking like. And like I said, there's somebody who's pretty stupid in the chat who's pretty much saying, oh, well, prove that they don't have it. Prove that they don't have the documents proving that Iran killed 40 million. Here's the thing. The burden of proof is on them. The burden of proof would be on you, my friend. I've already said that they don't got it, and I know you can't find it. So the burden of proof would be on you to prove me wrong that you can find that information. And trust me, you won't. You won't. So sorry about that, my friend. I guess you believe the propaganda. Oh, once again, shout out to my man Noah, of course. Now, what was this dumbass saying?
And that's the United States and Israel, whose brave soldiers fought shoulder to shoulder to cut down Iran's nuclear threat and their ballistic missile threat.
They still have 70% of their pre-war missiles, 70% of their missile launchers, according to our CIA and the DIA, which is the CIA wing of the Pentagon. So, no, they actually still have a whole lot of missiles. They still got a whole lot of drones. And, of course, they can still close the Strait of Hormuz whenever they want. So, no, none of that has been achieved, BB, sadly.
what people should realize, and they probably realize, don't want to say it, you would not be attacking a single nation that wasn't attacking you. If you're not under threat, if you're not threatening Israel, you're not going to have a problem with Israel. People seem to miss that point. The other thing is,
But here it is, though, because somebody said you're not proving any of your claims. A confidential CIA assessment concluded that Iran retained 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile and 75% of its mobile launchers. The intelligence revealed that Tehran has repaired damaged weapons and reopened most of its underground facilities. These findings directly contradict a claim from the White House, which asserted that Iranian missile capabilities have been decimated and reduced to 18 to 19%, but that's not true. It's actually 70. I mean, Washington Post, New York Times. I mean, you can read more about it, my friend. It's like, hey, it ain't my fault. You don't know. Some of y'all don't even bother looking. That's the funniest part.
We've had over 13,000 strikes on them. You've had over 8,000 strikes on them. Why is that government still standing?
Because it has a few 100,000 goons who murder in broad daylight.
Oh, God, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? Feel free to super chat it in. I'll be happy to engage with it. And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
At night, they murder their own people. They've murdered and maimed over 40,000 of their own citizens. And I think that's the reason they're in power. That's the same is true in Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is one of their proxies of Iran's fanatic regime's proxy in Lebanon.
Actually, yes, I'm saying that the American president, yes, Ricky, yes, the American president did lie to you. Our own intelligence came out and confirmed that the president has misled you about Iran's missile capabilities and their nuclear stockpile and their support and Iranian support for the regime. Yes, you were lied to about all of it, bro. I mean, go ahead and read the reports. It's all over the internet for you to read. I mean, look, don't run from the truth, dog. It's right there in your face. Don't run from it. And then, of course, I mean, there's dumbasses like this one right here is like, bro, read the CIA assessments. They have that's all the proof you need. Them telling you what it is. And here's the thing. They've been able to fire off rockets still and overwhelm missile defense systems of our Middle Eastern allies. But like I said, a lot of you really don't pay attention thinking that you know something.
Threatened to kill the Lebanese who want them out. The Lebanese government said they want them out. They're threatening them at the point of a gun. And the same is true of Hamas, their other proxy in Gaza. They just murder. They shoot people in the back of the heads if they refuse to accept their tyrannical rule.
Yeah, and you shoot little kids in the balls and in the head, and you blow up buildings and you blow up hospitals and schools that place kids under rubble. I mean, trust me, Hamas ain't no saint. Lord knows Hamas is evil, but you guys ain't no better.
So this is.
I mean, Hamas uses human shields, and so does the IDF. Actually, they got exposed for using Palestinian human shields in 2010.
A regime based on tyranny and terror. It has an axis of terror based on tyranny and terror. And the ones that have been fighting it is Israel and the United States. And I very much appreciate the fact, especially on, we're celebrating now 250 years of America's independence. America's been a tremendous force for good. And without America, there won't be any democracy in the world and there won't be any freedom in the world. So I salute America on its.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, bro, look, this is a scary thing. Everything that Israel says Hamas does, they most likely did. But then so does Israel. So you kind of wonder where Hamas learned it from. But yeah, human rights organizations, international intelligence, investigative reporting, including inquiries by the Associated Press and the New York Times, have documented instances where the IDF has systematically forced Palestinian civilians in Gaza and the West Bank to act as human shields. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Damn, this article is current. This is from 2024. They also got caught doing it in 2010 as well. But hey, man, some people run away from the truth.
250th birthday.
Mr. Prime Minister, is the relationship with the president under strain right now? He's been pretty direct in some of his criticism of you and as Israel, some of the aggression against Hezbollah, and your thoughts about that.
Yes. Well, first of all, we see eye to eye just about everything. And sometimes, as happens among the best of allies, and we are the best of allies, there can be differences of opinion. We usually speak about it in open conversation. You can imagine the president has his way of expressing things, and so do I. But we are, we're allies. we're your model ally, and we respect the United States of America. And if you come to Israel,
I don't know about that. I think our model ally wouldn't be trying to drag us into all of their conflicts. I think that's something a model ally would not do. Like, come on, they respect you. They want your people to do well. You want their people to do well. So you wouldn't want to drag them into conflicts that would hurt their people or their economy if you were just such a model ally. Shoot, actually, you're trying to push us into a war that would destroy our economy, but you're a model ally, though. Huh, funny. Ain't that weird? Bro, it's like the guy that wants you to spend all your money and never put in on anything is your best friend. Okay.
Is the one nation here in this region that is not only a democracy, but a democracy in which the overwhelming majority of the people unabashedly support the United States of America. So my relationship with the president is fine, and we have a way of ironing out our differences as allies who respect each other.
So what do you look to accomplish? I hear you're coming to visit. What do you expect to accomplish with the president?
Well, we haven't yet set a date for the visit, but I'd like to see the peace with Lebanon advance, just as we advanced together, President Trump and I, the Abraham Accords, which brought 4 peace agreements that nobody believed were possible. We brought them together. And I think that the fact that we basically
through our help, the only reason why these Middle Eastern countries signed on is because we said, look, bro, we'll pay you or we'll work out some type of deal with you. Just sign these Abraham Accords and work with Israel. And, you know, some Muslim countries went and a good amount of them didn't. And that's the thing about this Abraham Accords. It's pretty much just saying F the Palestinian problem without, I mean, here's the thing. It's saying F the Palestinian problem. And the problem is if you do that, then you're only going to create more terrorism, like period, point blank. If you honestly think that just getting these Muslim countries into the Abraham Accords without answering the Palestinian questions is a good idea, I'm sorry, but this is only going to blow up in our face. And he don't care, because that's all he want to do is create more terrorism and then complain about it and then push it on us to solve.
The Iranian regime, we've weakened it substantially, and that opens up the path for some other peace deals. That's what I'd like to advance. The other thing I'd like to say, because we're on the verge of the president's going to Turkey, look, Turkey is a great country, but it's governed by a man who calls openly for the annihilation of Israel. He occupies half of Cyprus, a NATO country. He's threatening Greece, another NATO country.
What?
And he talks openly about conquering Jerusalem. His foreign minister, his number 2, said that the Jewish state hasn't a place among humanity. Basically, it has to be wiped out.
Yeah, and guys, I've been told you this, that Iran is now going to turn Turkey into the new Iran. And they've been called. It was Naftali Bennett that came out and said that, yes, Iran, Turkey is now the new Iran, guys. So now they're going to be going after Turkey in full force. Here's the thing. They're a freaking NATO ally. So here's the thing. I think they're going to try to get the U.S. to pull out of NATO so we can join them in going in on Turkey. And of course, they're going to paint the Turkey people as evil. They're going to paint Erdogan as this evil killer. And then we're going to try to pop off a revolution in there. The revolution is going to fail. There's going to be a whole lot of deaths. We're going to blame it on Erdogan. We're going to paint him as a homicidal maniac. And then we're going to go ahead and commit the strikes in Turkey. And we're going to have a better result in Iran, but it's going to play out somewhat the same.
Interior Minister, he said he looks forward to be the governor of Jerusalem. Well, for a regime infected by the Muslim Brotherhood, an extreme movement that hates America and chants death to America from that side of the spectrum, I don't think they should be given F-35s or the engines for their fighter jets, because that'll upset the...
Yeah, but they are a NATO ally. Like, that's the craziest part. And that's why bro's face is even confused here. He's like, bro, you're talking about an ally of the United States as if they're our next target, as if they're your next target. In Israel, are you really about to say on live television that you see a NATO ally as a threat? One of our allies. So, AKA, if you attack them, then we got to attack you. But I don't think we're going to do it. I think we'll drop out of NATO before we have to attack Israel.
Power balance in the Middle East, which is ultimately guaranteed by Israeli air superiority, and also by, I think, by America's posture in the Middle East.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree. Plus, they have the Russian missile defense. So why would we give them an opportunity to plot and plan against it? And lastly,
you guys are tripping. Like, dog, they're an ally. And they're not and they are a powerful country, by the way. What's a decent Air Force? We just can't roll over them like we're doing with the Iranians when it comes to their Air Force. And we haven't even been able to beat the Iranians, honestly. So, like, you guys getting into it with Turkey, you're going to have to get us involved to have any type of chance. And you could tell this is what they're going for. They're saying it out loud on Fox News, guys.
They're also financing Hamas, and you guys know that.
True.
So they might have helped, but they're financing Hamas, right?
They finance Hamas. They harbor Hamas. They roll out the red carpet for Hamas. They're, in fact, supporting the bad guys.
I mean, here's the thing. You guys can accuse Qatar of doing the same thing when they was holding negotiations. You bombed Doha because, they're harboring Hamas. Yeah, they're harboring the negotiators, and you try to kill them to try to destroy the Gaza ceasefire, which end up happening, but is hanging on by a thread. Well, it's really not hanging on at all because Israel proceeds to kill Palestinians every day. And not Hamas, but innocent civilians.
They didn't lift a finger to help you in Iran. We did. We're the model ally that fought next to your great support.
Bro, we didn't want to get into it, bro. You dragged us into Iran. Now you're talking about, Turkey didn't help you guys when it came to Iran. Bro, they have no business in helping us. Why would they help us in a war of choice that you guys dragged us into? They didn't want to talk about what they didn't help you against Iran. Why would they, bro? They barely like you guys. Are you serious? Bro, this guy is insane. He literally, like I said, he literally wants to start it with the most powerful countries in that region so he can be the dominant hegemon or the dominant country in that region. I'm sorry, but it's a bit too obvious to see at this point. Like, bro, come on. At this point, I get it. You've been fear-mongering on Iran for like decades now, but this Turkey shit is new.
Soldiers. There is, I think, as Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, said, these are the two fighting allies, and I think it's a remarkable partnership. Right. Do we have some disagreements from time to time? Yeah, sure, but we work them out because we're allies, and we share not only common interests, we share common values. America has been the defender of freedom for 250 years, and Israel appreciates that because we're a free, independent country.
And all right, hold on. Let me give my shout out to my man Noah Joyner, of course, for the support. Let's get it to my man Dancing King. Razor blade hard. Oh yeah, and appreciate the support on the gifts. Shout out to APAC Society came in with another 10 jewels with the gold coin. Appreciate the support, my friend. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to double tap that screen and like the video. And like I said, if you have any disagreements, instead of just trying to say I'm lying, then bro, super chat it in or shoot, give me some information that you think I'm missing. I highly doubt that you can, though. Highly doubt it. But all right, let's get right back into it.
And Mr. Prime Minister, you do know this country very well. You went to college here. Thanks so much for all you do. I appreciate this alliance, and thanks so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
And all right, guys, I'm pretty sure you guys had enough of Fox, so let's go ahead and move it on here. Now, I know Scott Bessens did an interview. Let's see here, and Trump and crypto gangs. But I do want to take it here to this. What was it? You cheated. You're cheating. What was it? It was the FIFA Trump scandal. Let's go ahead and get right into it. We're going to go ahead and jump right into the discussion here.
This. I'm joined by Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, Ben Ferguson, co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz, Mark Lamont Hill, host of Bet News, and Clay Travis, the founder of Outkick. Well, Clay Travis, let me start with you. Welcome back to Uncensored, because you've been spewing an absolute load of old guff about this on your social media. And I would simply say to you one question. If this was Belgium who had done this to your lot, and they had got their president to call FIFA and demand a unique, unprecedented, first time ever rescinding of an automatic suspension for a red card during the World Cup, you, Clay Travis, I put it to you, would have gone absolutely bonkers and called it the most corrupt thing you'd ever seen. So why are you pretending that this is all squeaky clean?
First of all, I don't even know if Belgium has a president or a leader. I don't know anything about Belgium other than we're going to kick their ass today. A little bit.
The whole world wants you to lose now. You realize that?
Yeah, literally.
Congrats to you, Pierce. I'm going to be kind, charitable right off the top. Amazing win for your Brits against Mexico. Awesome game last night. I know early morning win for everybody over.
No, that's cooked. We lost that one. No, we lost. This is 4-1 Belgium. 4-1 Belgium. Belgium, bro, got 4 goals to our measly 1. Oh, nah, Belgium went the fuck off. Yeah, they did not like that, apparently. They did not like that. They went off. Yeah, I think it's the end of the game, and Belgium just end up whooping ass. Or they had halftime. Nope, no, that's full time right there. Nope, they end up whooping ass. They whooped ass, guys. Belgium won. I wonder, does that mean we're out of there? It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Shout out to Belgium. Congratulations.
In England. Look, this is maybe something that people outside of the United States haven't experienced. Lawyers and judges get involved in American sporting contests all the time. I started off my career in college football. It is not uncommon. That is American football, not the NFL, American college football. Right now, as we speak, there are many different lawsuits pending all over the country about whether quarterbacks are going to be able to play for teams, about whether or not players are going to be eligible. This is actually very common for American sports fans. Governors, senators, congressmen, they have regularly weighed in on American sporting
This has got nothing to do with the integrity of the World Cup. I'm sorry. You're avoiding the key question, Clay Travis, which is you guys are cheating. And if Balogun plays tonight,
cheating. I don't think cheating is the right word, sadly. It's like, I know y'all want to call it cheating, but it's not. We caught a call rescinded. And here's the thing. You're allowed to question these calls. It's not like you're not allowed to do this. Apparently, America was the first one to ask the FIFA and was like, yo, you mind rescinding this call and looking over it? Because, guys, I went to a committee. Everybody looked over and they said, okay, we might have been too hasty with the red card. All right, we're going to suspend it and let them play. Like I said, it's not really cheating. To be honest with you guys, can't really call it cheating if they just rescinded us a red card. Like we could pretty much say, I don't know, there's some favoritism, but not cheating. I mean, how do we cheat? Like, what do we do? Get an extra goal added to our score? I mean, we just got a guy's red card rescinded. As much as I really don't like it, can't call that cheating. I don't like, especially since it's not outside the norms of FIFA. Like, this may be the first time they do it, but they do have a process for getting it done. It's not like they had to create a whole new process. They actually have a process for getting these red cards rescinded. It is what it is. First time it happened, but they had a process.
At all. You misspoke on the open. This happened in 1962. They suspended
and that was a fix. So that was believed to be corruption.
Before.
No, you can actually do that. You can challenge. Yes, you guys can challenge a red card. It's kind of funny how people kind of don't understand that, but you can challenge a red card in soccer. I mean, I don't know who told you that you can't. I mean, you can't do it during the game, but you can do it after. I mean, bro, it says it right here. Look, yes, you can challenge a red card in soccer, but the process and likelihood of success depends entirely on the Pacific League competition and the reason for the sending off. I mean, so yes, they have a process for it. They have a wrongful dismissal. If a player receives a straight red card for a serious foul play or a violent conduct, their club can appeal the decision to the governing body like the FA, claiming wrongful dismissal. The burden is on the club to provide video evidence that the referee made an obvious error. I mean, so do you understand it can be done? It just hasn't been done forever. It just is what it is. I know you guys want to sit there and cry because it's Trump, but yeah, you can't really call it cheating. It's a process that's just never been used that they have a process for. Like, you can appeal red cards. You can do it. It just ain't never been done. Usually we just go along with what the ref says.
Also, Piers, Ronaldo, who I think told you had great abs. Yeah. Ronaldo was waved into the World Cup by he would have had to sit out the first 2 games.
I've seen this. Wait a minute. I've seen this. You guys are all citing Cristiano Ronaldo because he got a red card in the qualifiers. What happened in the next game that he was due to play? You don't know, do you?
I don't know.
No. Let me inform you. He didn't play. He didn't play in the next qualifying game.
So all of the reports that he would have had to sit out
all the reports are completely erroneous. There was a suspension of 2 of the 3 games but that was nothing to do with what happened in the next game. He got suspended.
Okay, but hold on.
And here's the thing, though. Like I said, this usually doesn't happen. But here's the thing. I mean, under Article 9 of the FIFA regulations, the referees' match decisions are final and not subject to the typical appeal process. Do you see the word right there? Yes, because under Article 9 of the FIFA regulation, the referees' match decisions are final and not subject to typical appeal processes. AKA, doesn't mean it can't be appealed. It just doesn't go through your natural appeal process. That's the problem. So while a team cannot erase the red card itself, FIFA disciplinary committee holds the anonymous power to alter, extend, or fully suspend a player's automatically one match ban. So they have the power to do this. Like I said, they're not even going outside of the article here. And and it even says that it's not subject to your typical appeal process. So usually things don't get taken up to FIFA's disciplinary committee. But hey, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. So like I said, you can't call it cheating if they're going by, well, the normal process. Usually don't happen. First time it is happening, but there's still a process to be done.
That's pretty significant. Ronaldo, superstar, got a favorable ruling from FIFA, just like the United States. But Piers, I would come back to the original call. It was wrong. Rectifying a bad call is not in some way doing something inappropriate in the world of sport. I wouldn't have complained if Belgium.
Well, let me bring in Let me bring in Martin Hill. There's an irony here, of course, because Valerin Balogun is actually a classic example of a birthright citizen of the United States. He had Nigerian parents. His mother was heavily pregnant. They were stopping over, I think, in New York, and it was deemed she wasn't fit to fly because she was so heavily pregnant. So he was born in New York, and then they immediately left very soon afterwards. So, by Trump's own definition, this hero who he saved for the nation, if he'd had his way with the Supreme Court last week, he'd have sent him packing. He'd have removed his citizenship.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I don't want to single out Donald Trump, although
because what the birthright citizenship was aiming to do was take away citizenship from the kids of undocumented immigrants. If you came over here, you was undocumented. And here, in his case, he's a tourist. They're tourists, so they wouldn't be really considered undocumented. But I kind of see their point, though. It would be taking away the citizenship from those who weren't born under actual U.S. citizens or, green card, well, not green card holders, but naturalized citizens. Actually, would it work for green card holders as well? Yeah, it does. It does.
Love to have the opportunity to single out Donald Trump. When you look around the world in all these countries, particularly European countries, many of the countries that have the most intense and draconian migration policies or anti-immigrant policies often benefit from the talents of the people who go on the other side of those policies. I mean, look at France, just as one example. And we see it all the time. There's a running joke among Afro-descendant football players, right? They say, they let you play in France, and they'll say, oh, yeah, do they call you French? And yeah, if we win, we're French. If we lose, we're African.
Right.
So there's always this interesting tension about who they are. But I don't want to miss what Clay just said, because Clay said something really interesting, and I think he's right, that America is such a litigious society that it's not, and politicized society, that it's not uncommon for lawyers and politicians to involve themselves in matters of sport. But there's a difference between involving yourself in matters of sport at the level of policy and involving yourself in matters of sport at the level of calling balls and strikes, effectively saying that was a bad call. We need to rectify it.
Yes.
It was an absolutely bad call. But here's the other piece of it. Lots of bad calls are made. And if Donald Trump's the only person who jumps in and intervenes, then that still creates an unlevel playing field for when a bad call is made against Sweden or Morocco or Ghana or Haiti
against England
or Croatia.
I mean, no, that's true, though. I'm be real with you. It's like, now it sets a precedent where people are going to start asking, like, yo, can I get my suspension reduced? Like, shit, I need one. And it's going to be fair. They should get it too. I mean, honestly, like I said, I think somebody said in the chat, like, this is going to set an unhealthy precedent. Now, other countries are going to be asking for the red cards to be, for certain players, red cards to be suspended. And if the FIFA want to be fair, I think they should hand them out as well. It's like, look, if Belgium comes and they ever want it, let them have it. Because I'm guarantee you there's going to be a whole lot more countries standing up and be like, I ain't gonna lie, I want to appeal this red card. It's going to start happening, guys. And like I said, there is a loophole to appeal it. And it doesn't say that you can appeal it. It says it just won't go through the typical appeal process.
Ferguson, I can see you like smirking away as if none of this is really serious. It is serious.
Okay, let's just talk sports. I played in college, and when you go and you choose who you're going to play for, you know what you look at? You look at the coach, and you look at the team around the coach, and you look at the athletic department, and when you pick a school, you say, who is going to be my biggest advocate? The best players in the world, when they retire, who is it they're always talking about? They're talking about their advocates. They're talking about their coaches. They're talking about their parents. Talking about their strength and training. They're talking about their teammates.
What's that got to do with this?
The president of the United States of America is on Team USA, and he called and he did exactly what a real leader does. And if you don't like it, then maybe you need to elect another leader in your country. If you have a crybaby, you're like, my president didn't call.
Let me be clear.
Like, man up, Piers. Man up. I'm
let
sorry
me be
you've got
clear.
a weak leader in the UK.
Let me be
I'm
clear.
really sorry.
Let me be clear.
Hey, he's turning up.
Well,
And you don't have a real leader that will make a damn phone call
Let me tell you.
to advocate for your team, man. Like, I can't
Let me
think
just tell
stupid.
you. Let me just tell you. I'm a great advocate for my team. My
Well,
team.
then you should man up.
Wait a
and
minute.
You should be like, hell
Wait a
yeah,
minute.
that's leadership.
Wait a minute.
That's what I'd want my country
Before
to
you
do.
vent your spleen in an ever more ridiculous manner, I was up till 5 a.m. last night watching my team, England, put on the best performance I've seen them do in my lifetime.
And if you got screwed in
I
the back
suspect
hall,
we're going to win the World Cup. And you know what worries me? What worries me is when we do win the World Cup, within days of the 250th anniversary of our independence, then Trump will simply call Gianni Infantino and just demand that he get removed.
Let me get my
and hand it to
American
the
violin
Americans.
for you guys out
Because
here.
you're now
crybaby.
towards
Man
a
up,
genuinely corrupt
Show a
fascist
little more
country
chest
when it
hair.
comes to
Piers,
sports.
have you even considered? Man up, okay? Take some of that testosterone and realize that your leaders wouldn't do what Donald Trump did, and you guys need a better leader.
Well, the
That's
problem,
all.
I mean, that's fair to say, but it's like, come on, bro. That's just going outside of norms. So nobody was even thinking about it. Everybody was reading that Article 9 saying, I mean, look, they said all refs' decisions are pretty much final. And it don't go through the typical appeal process, a.k.a. they rarely take on appeals. In Trump's case, they took it on, and they allowed it. Now other countries are going to start asking for the same thing, and they should. They definitely should.
Dave Smith, let me bring Dave.
I'm a fair guy. Hey, if we could do it, y'all could do it too. I mean, if y'all want to take advantage of it, then I guess your leader don't want to stand up for your country. Then I guess not. I guess your leader don't want to stand up for his players. The way he's framing it, but the way I would frame it is, I think everybody just want to abide by the norms of the World Cup, which is fair. It's tradition when it comes to football. All right, let's go ahead and skip this conversation here and let's get into the next one. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. And did I ever give, Noah, did I ever give you your celebration?
Or how the interplay.
Well, let me bring in Dave Smith, because Dave Smith, this is a prima facie moment, I think, in time, which even Naftali Bennett, who is, jostling to be the next prime minister, having been it before, says is completely outrageous and a real threat to Israeli democracy, which it is. I mean, if a country just ignores what its Supreme Court did this, people would say he's ending democracy.
True.
Yeah, and of course it was Benjamin.
No, true. Please, man, go back and state that again.
Interplay.
Well, let me bring in Dave Smith, because Dave Smith, this is a prima facie moment, I think, in time, which even Naftali Bennett, who is, jostling to be the next prime minister, having been it before, says is completely outrageous and a real threat to Israeli democracy, which it is. I mean, if a country just ignores what its Supreme Court has laid down as a rule, if Trump did this, people would say he's ending democracy.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, and of course it was Benjamin Netanyahu's efforts to curtail the power of the Supreme Court that had led to major protests in Israel in 2003 leading up to October 7th. And this was a major event in Israeli history. It's been completely overshadowed because much more major events came after it. Now, Netanyahu, from what I understand, has not exactly taken a stance on this yet, and I think it'll be interesting where he comes down. But Piers, again, when you talk about Israeli democracy, I just think there's so many people here who are looking at the situation going, look, Israel has ruled over 7 million people for 60 years without giving them citizenship or voting rights. So what do we even mean? We're talking about Israeli democracy.
Listen,
you can make a strong argument that democracy
It's like, oh, they're a democracy. Oh, they believe in human rights. No, they literally are segregating and not giving any rights to the Palestinians whatsoever. But they're a democracy. It's like, are you serious? Like, okay, guys. I guess we got different definitions of democracy and human rights, apparently.
Is an illusion everywhere. Every society ends up being an oligarchy of some sort or another. But this is just such a blatant contradiction that the word essentially means nothing. There's not even been an attempt to give these people citizenships or voting rights or any natural rights. And so,
or human rights.
The bottom line here is that the world, the Israelis have been very upset about some of the moves that the Israeli government has been doing with the Supreme Court for the last few years. The world is not upset about that. The world is upset about the destruction in Gaza. The world is upset about the destruction in Lebanon. The world is upset about the destruction in Iran. And the world is upset that Israel managed to pull America into the dumbest war in American history. And then we went and lost the thing against the advice of every rational critic who's been arguing against this war for 20 plus years, the whole time the DC establishment has been trying to launch.
Now, what kills me is that, bro, even after our CIA came to this man and said, look, bro, this is not a good plan. Generals came to Trump and said, look, this is not a good plan. BB's blowing smoke up your ass. We're not going to take these guys out before they control the strait. And Trump did it anyway. So this is what does piss people off, is that the fact that Trump did receive pushback and he said, F it, we're doing it anyway. Even after the guys who were giving him pushback had more credibility than the guys telling him to go do it, like Joe Kent.
And it went exactly like we all told you it was going to go. And so, I don't know. Those are the things that I care about.
All right, Ben Ferguson, look, it's been very interesting to watch the erosion of support for Israel in America in particular, where nearly 2/3 of the country now have a negative view of Israel. And I think it's entirely down to the actions of Netanyahu and his government, driven and fueled and manipulated by some of the most psychotic right-wing headbangers I think any government has ever had. In Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, these guys, they just seem to be competing to say and do the more and more outrageous things. And I think that the combined effect of that is making Israel increasingly unpopular. And for people like me that like Israel and know a lot of Israelis and care about the country, I find it's an incredibly sad thing to watch. How does this
I think there's a couple of things here. One, some of the anti-Semitism that we're seeing in this country is because there are outside forces that are pushing it very hard. We can debate that later, but it's very well documented.
That for a moment. I think there are genuine anti-Semites out there who hate Jewish people.
A lot of no. Outside forces is like no. We understand that there are anti-Semites who literally hate Jewish people no matter what. But like, bro, there's no real outside force. We're just looking at Israel committed genocide, and we're just like, yo, we're not down with it. Looking at Israel attack their neighbors first, and we're telling you we're not down with it. But for some reason, you want to call us anti-Semite for pointing that out. It's not about hating all Jews. It's just not being down with the Israeli government's doing and how they handle their foreign policy. That's it. That's all.
And a lot of money and a lot of time on social media. But let's move past that for a second. There are certain principles that I will always defend.
Well, here's the thing. I don't honestly know. There really is no outside forces pushing anti-Semitism. The only people pushing anti-Semitism is Israel and their actions. There you go.
One of those, and you can look at Ukraine, for example, suspending elections for years on end. I'm against that, right? I don't care who's in charge. I understand if there's an intense war for a time period where you can't have an election for safety, but the idea that Zelensky has done what he's done and not had these elections is absurd.
Well, there is an intense war. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There is literally an intense war. He's had to declare martial law because millions and millions of voters have had to leave the country. Millions more are fighting.
Let me go back.
There is an intense war.
Let me go back to what I'm saying. Zelensky can hold on to power indefinitely as long as he's in a war that's intense and you're justified in not having an election.
But he's literally in an intense war because Russia keeps bombarding his country.
But hold on. Let me hear my point out here. True. I'm going to say that I advocate.
Here's the problem, though. If we'd have never actually try to pull Ukraine into NATO, then Russia might have not attacked them. Due to the fact that we were trying to bring Ukraine into NATO, we just gave Russia one of many reasons to invade Ukraine. So if we wouldn't have honestly stop trying to push Ukraine into NATO, we wouldn't be dealing with this today. Here's the problem. We're still trying to do the same thing that pretty much popped off this conflict. Now, Putin has pretty much stated that there's going to be any peace deal between Ukraine and Russia that they will never be allowed in NATO. So we'll see about that.
For people to have an election. There are ways that they can do an election. There are ways they can do mail-in ballots. There are ways that you can have the people have a say. The same way I'm saying that, I'll go back to Israel. I love Israel. I stand with Israel. I do think there can be flaws, and you can say that. One of the examples is if you're limiting free speech, I will always be an advocate for free speech. And I think as a friend, we need to remind them that free speech is incredibly important and freedom of the press is incredibly important. You can have that conversation without it be just trying to hit a scoreboard against Netanyahu, right? I think you're going to see a major change.
Well, if he wants to
Israel.
promote free speech, why doesn't he let the media into Gaza?
I go back to the point that I just made. I'm in favor of free speech.
Yeah, he's
you can
not.
advocate for that with your.
Yeah, but he's not, because they're killing journalists and they're not letting journalists in. They're not letting independent media in, and the independent media that is in there, they're killing them. So, like, what are you talking about? They're literally killing free speech, literally. Well,
I understand. That's why I'm advocating for it right now.
Yeah,
the same way that I'm advocating for there to be elections when there's a guy that's holding on to power like Zelensky is another example. There's certain principles I will always be in favor of. Free and fair elections, I'm in favor of. Free speech, freedom of press, it's what I do. I'm in favor of that. So can I advocate for that? Yes. I also think that when it's used against you in an anti-Semitic way, that's what bothers many people is they're like, anybody that says that we are failure and the war's a failure, that's absurd.
Mark Lamont Hill.
Yeah, as someone who's been covering Israel-Palestine for 2 decades and as a professor of Middle Eastern studies, I'm fascinated by the discourse. And I mean, I love Ben. Ben's a dear friend, and I forgot he was an athlete until I watched where he's turned himself into a pretzel to say everything from Zelensky to anti-Semitism, everything but Israel's doing it wrong. I think the way we're framing this is a bit curious. To say that Israel is this democratic place that has a kind of departure momentarily because of Netanyahu, I think is to misrepresent Israel as a state itself, which is not a state of all of its citizens, which itself is an apartheid state definitionally anti-democratic. So what we're seeing from Netanyahu is the Israeli state project on steroids. Netanyahu is not an exception to Israel. He's just the worst iteration that we've seen of it. And we do ourselves a disservice by pretending that Netanyahu is some alien that came down from another planet. And none of that is anti-Semitic. There's lots of anti-Semitism in the world, and there's lots of anti-Semitism in the public discourse. But the criticism of Netanyahu defying the Supreme Court, as has been previously stated, is not a new one, and it's not even one made from the outside.
But yeah, bro, pretty much just saying, F Israel's democracy, I'm going to do what I want, and I dare you to try to stop me. You ain't about to throw me in jail. And that's the reason what he's doing. Look, he's keeping up these endless wars. He keeps kicking down the road on his corruption trial because he don't want to end up in jail. And if he understands if he stays a wartime president, then he's going to forever be in power and forever avoid accountability for his corruption charges.
In September of right before October 7th of 2023, we saw the exact same thing as has been stated. We saw marches by the Israeli left, by Israeli liberals, people who are Zionists, people who defend Israel's right to rule over Palestinians. They still are like, you know what? But Netanyahu's a dick. And so there's a very organized, structured resistance to Netanyahu's disrespect of the Supreme Court, disrespect of free speech. But again, the disrespect of free speech in Israel does not begin and end with Netanyahu. You can't fly a Palestinian flag in Jerusalem right now, or 5 years ago, or 15 years ago, and I don't care who the prime minister was, you couldn't do it. Palestinians have never had the right to march with free speech. If we talk about refuseniks, if we talk about Jewish leftists, many of them have also been silenced in Israel. So none of this is new. So let's not pretend that it is. And the reason why the world is paying attention right now is not because Netanyahu, crossed some third rail. It's because we're paying more attention now. We have social media. We have more people speaking out. People saw the ugly deaths. People got to lay their eyes on the genocide. I've been working in media again, finally, for a very long time. And when we saw the bodies after Operation Cast Lead, when we saw the bodies after Operation Protective Edge, we were able to stand up as a community and say, you know what? What the Democrats have been telling us is wrong. What the Republicans have been telling us is wrong. There's a problem here. And honestly, I wish people were as outraged about Trump intervening in Israeli diplomacy as they are with him intervening in a soccer game.
Mark, October 7th, have you been to the kibbutzes and sat with the families?
Yes.
Okay, yes. You've been to the kibbutzes and sat with the families and heard what happened to them and how their children were burned alive.
I mean, yeah, but here's the thing, though, bro. October 7th isn't an excuse to kill 85,000 people, though. Like, bro, proportionality is a thing that you do need to account for, especially when it comes to international humanitarian law. So you guys sitting there, so what about October 7th? Did you sit with the families? Yeah, bro. Are you going to sit with the families of the Palestinians that, you guys have recklessly killed, the friends and families of the Palestinians that you guys have recklessly killed? Are you going to do the same? Hopefully you're not being biased. You don't just do it for the Jews. You got to do it for the Palestinians as well, since if you care that much.
You've been there.
Yeah.
I've answered your question. Yes, I've been to Israel.
Did you go to where
30 times
the concert was and meet with?
I would ask him, did you go to where like all the cars were melted into the ground because Israel pretty much set off the Hannibal Directive and killed their own citizens? Did you go there? I would ask this guy that. Like, did you go there? Did you go to that highway where all the cars were just melted into the sidewalk? Lord knows Hamas couldn't have done that. So who did? Oh, yeah. And guess what? There's actually video footage of Israeli officials ordering the Hannibal Directive. So at this point, there is no running away from it. October 7th, part of it was because of Israel's own doing and them killing their own citizens to avoid a hostage crisis, which they already had to do. Yeah. And it's the Hannibal Directive. You can look it up. They pretty much said they took it away in 2016, but it's real pretty much the IDF will kill their own to avoid a hostage crisis to have to trade in, one Israeli for 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. They hate doing that, so they'd rather just kill their own. I know, wild, right?
The people who watch their friends be gunned down right before their eyes and die in their arms, they're trying to save their life.
I didn't go to where the concert was.
Okay.
To that
Have you been to the kids? Have you been to the
spot.
kids? And I'm grabbing this because this is important to see.
Bro,
I met with every family of every
None of this
kid.
is
I don't
what we're
know.
talking
I don't know
about.
why. Hold on.
Bro, okay, but how could when what's so crazy? I've seen this dude low-key like go off on somebody who tried to do the same thing with the Palestinian kids, and he wasn't even trying to look at it. But now we're supposed to all sit here and look at, your soccer ball with all these young Jewish men faces on there, God rest their souls, of course. And we're supposed to sit there and be like, oh my God, oy vey, look at October 7th. It's like, yeah, bro, we get it. Yes, Jewish people died. I feel bad. We all felt bad, but it's not an excuse to go in there and destroy 70 to 80% of Gaza and kill 85,000 innocent civilians. Like, that's not what we signed up for there. We was okay with you guys getting back Hamas, but start bombing schools and hospitals? Yeah, no, we're never going to be down with that. You can sit there and cry about October 7th all you want. We're never going to be okay with that. Like, bruh, did you go to the kibbutzes? I mean, bro, did you go to Gaza? Okay, then shut the fuck up.
I met with every family of every child that was killed on that soccer field, and this is what they gave me. The idea that you act like that day didn't happen and that somehow Israel's the aggressor.
What did I say?
When these were
I didn't say.
Children,
Hold on. I didn't say. Hold on. You're misrepresenting. You misrepresented what I said.
No, you act like
you can show all the children you want. I can show you.
Low key though, and it's almost disrespectful because, like, dog, are you serious? You're showing us a soccer ball with a few faces on there. Bro, I can give you a list of like 70,000 names plus of dead Palestinians. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? Are you like that? Like, bro, are you that lost? Are you that brainwashed by the Israeli propaganda that you don't see how distasteful it is to show 5 Israeli faces, bro, when a bro can give you a list of 60 to 80,000 Palestinian lives gone, women and children, most of them not Hamas. It's like, dog, how dare you even trying to make that point? But it is what it is, bro. These guys don't care, and they don't even understand how crazy they look.
Don't shout, please. Don't shout, please. Let me ask Ben Ferguson.
That's not what I said. You're literally making things up.
Hang on, Mark. Ben Ferguson, let me ask you. Have you met with any of the Gazan families of the 20,000 children who've been killed?
Yes, I have.
Actually, no, you lying ass, bro. I know your ass is lying your ass off. Lying your fucking ass off. You know damn well you didn't do that. Or, all right. Where's the list? Okay, so why didn't you give why can't we have a soccer ball of the dead Palestinian children? Trust me, every little spot on that soccer ball gonna be filled up. I promise you that. But why didn't you do the same for the Palestinians? Why'd you just do it for the Jewish kids? Doesn't that kind of show that you're picking favorites, that you think that one life is more important than another? I mean, they just expose themselves, low key. They expose themselves.
I met with them in DC, not once, but twice.
Where?
Because I'm not afraid to meet with people and to hear what they're saying. But
you met with the Palestinians, yet you still are oh so vociferous for Israel. You still support what Israel's doing after meeting those 2,000 families and them telling you, yo, Israel just bombed, like killed my entire family, dog. We ain't got no house. We ain't got no food. I got to live in a tent community that they're still bombing. Like, you sure you sat down with those families? Because I think you're lying. I don't believe them, chat. Do you?
I go back to the point that the reason why I have this in my desk, when you're playing soccer and you just get killed and your kids get killed because of terrorists that are being supported by Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Palestinian state, and then you act as if somehow Israel invited this on themselves, and you say that they're committing.
The Palestinian state does not support terrorism, bro. The people who supported Hamas, who funded Hamas, yes, is Iran. And guess what? Israel as well. Israel supported Hamas as well. Like, bro, the Palestinian state is separate from Hamas. The fact that you try to amalgamate the two lets us know your genocidal intent, because you paint them all as terrorists. You give it to the world that it's okay to take them all out, because now you can just say, oh, well, Palestinians equal Hamas, and Hamas equals Palestinians, so it's okay to kill both. Like, you see what they try to do?
Genocide. That is just a lie, Mark. It's a lie.
Ben, Ben, okay, let me respond. I literally said nothing about October 7th. I literally said nothing about who brought anything on to anybody.
Like it didn't happen. That's my point. You literally made my point, Mark.
This is what I hate too. Every time you call out what Israel does, they bring it back to October 7th, and it's like, dog, we're not ignoring October 7th. The fact that you got to sit there and move the goalpost to October 7th lets us know that you dead wrong. Like, you cannot defend your position without going back to October 7th. Well, do you understand what happened to October 7th? Bro, we're not talking about October 7th. We're talking about the fact that you guys are bombing innocent civilians in Gaza and Lebanon. Stick to that, because you guys bombing innocent civilians in Lebanon have nothing to do with October 7th. You guys struck Lebanon first. Now, you guys killing innocent Palestinians, okay, that has something to do with October 7th, sure. But we're also talking about what you guys are doing in Lebanon as well. It has nothing to do with October 7th.
It didn't happen. You act like Israel just goes in and bombs the Gaza Strip for no reason. It happened because of this and many other kids that were killed.
Right. I don't think Gaza has mowed the lawn before October 7th. Before they have recklessly bombed Palestinians, like, well, for years, not just after October 7th. This is one of the reasons why Hamas is such a radicalized group, is because of constant Israeli aggression.
Listen, I don't think anyone.
Bro, you don't wake up one day and just say F the Jews. Trust me, something got to happen for you to get there.
But I'd like to respond to that because that's unfair. Everyone's talking too much. I don't think. Look, Ben, no one is claiming that Israel had no right to defend itself and had no justification in attacking Hamas. Of course they did. It's about the scale of what they did in response to what happened that has begun to horrify the rest of the world. It's the scale of the aggressive expansions in the West Bank. It's the scale of the massively over-the-top assault on southern Lebanon. It's the persuasion of the United States to join Israel in this crazy war in Iran, which has turned out to be a complete fiasco. It's all of that stuff.
And Pierce, here's what I would say: there's a
not
cause,
Israel's original right.
But that's not your point. To be clear, that's not my position.
Pierce, there's a cause
and effect. To be clear, what you're saying is
feel like you're a country that is on a stopwatch, and I think Netanyahu clearly there's a cause and effect. You do October the 7th. You feel like you're surrounded. You feel like people are coming after you 24/7. You feel like you're having.
They started it with them. It's like, bro, Hamas was created through Israeli funding and aggression. Hezbollah was created through Israeli aggression. You can't sit there and play victim when you guys start the problems. That's why everybody looks at y'all crazy.
Taking it from all sides, and you feel like you're on a stopwatch, and you have to go after the terrorists as fast as you can before you lose the opportunity. If the terrorists don't like and people don't like what happened, go back to October 7th and look at what's happened since then. There's a cause and effect.
Let me give the final word. Hang on. Let me give the final word to Clay, who's been sitting patiently. Clay, just quickly on.
I've been waiting patiently. I've literally been misrepresenting someone who's supporting terrorism.
But other people have been talking.
I've been interrupted for 10 minutes. It's fine.
It was mutual interrupting going on.
What he's representing is my position.
All right.
What he's been representing is my position.
I heard your position very clearly.
And I'll leave it.
Clay Travis,
you didn't hear my position. You asserted your position is my position, which is not my position.
Okay, I've lost track of whose position is what. But let me bring Clay just in to answer.
Because you didn't let me say it.
What is your position?
Thank you. Let him say it.
My position is that the
Pierce is hilarious. He's just like, all right, fuck it, bro. What's your position? Go ahead and say it, bro. Since you want to bitch so hard, what's your goddamn position, bro? Go ahead and say it. Whatever. That is
the history of Israel-Palestine does not begin and end with October 7th. It is not about who did it first on October 7th. It is that Israel has illegally occupied Palestine since day one.
Facts. I mean, bro, since like before 1948, Israel has been doing terrorist acts to the Palestinians. The IDF was created from 3 Zionist terrorist groups that were pushing the Palestinians off their land. Israel was created on terrorism. Yes, that is the truth. Israel was created on terrorism. Israel was created on saying fuck your rights or fuck your human rights to another group of people. So another group of people could have some land. Does it sound familiar? Trust me, it didn't work out for us. We'd be fighting the Indians till this day. Really think about that. If we had to do the same thing to the Indians that Israel did to the Palestinians, we would be fighting the Indians till this very day. Guarantee you.
Does not have a right to defend itself in areas that it is illegally occupying. That is what I'm saying. I'm also saying
position stated. Position stated.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Clay Travis, very quickly, Iran, I think, has been what I feared it would be from the start. It's been a disaster. And I think Donald Trump has correctly assessed it as that and has been doing everything to get out of this as fast as he can humanly do so with the minimum amount of damage. I mean, do you accept that?
Sure, we all do.
I think the President Trump has made a good decision to get out of the big picture. The question is, if you're going to truly remove the leadership of Iran, you have to put boots on the ground. I think President Trump has decided that boots on the ground does not make sense because of the disaster that occurred with George W. Bush in Iraq and with our failures in Afghanistan. And so if you are not willing to put boots on the ground, I think the best thing you can do as we get ready for the midterms is do what he has done, which is bring the price of oil and gas back close to $3 a gallon.
Yes, such
and
wisdom.
by the way,
You're not going to be able to topple the regime without boots on the ground. Oh, man.
Ben was saying something that I think is significant. He was
Now, because it's kind of crazy, though. Like, bro, guys like him and like Fox News were trying to sell to us that we can just airstrike our way to regime change. And we were trying to tell you guys that, no, you got to put boots on the ground. So you got to put boots on the ground to take care of their enrichment. You got to put boots on the ground to take care of their military missiles, because their missiles are built underground and shot from underground. So if you really want to have a true handling of that, you got to put boots on the ground there. So, yeah, for all of our major things that we wanted out of Iran or we want to take away from Iran, it would require boots on the ground, which would be terrible. I mean, bro, have you seen Iran's terrain? Bro, it's terrible. It is absolutely terrible. Bro, scorching heat and high-ass mountains. Do you really want to deal with that?
He's talking about Ukraine. One of the things that doesn't get enough attention that I think is one of the strong points of American history, we had a war, we had elections, Piers. In 1864, in the middle of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln was reelected. And in 1944, in the middle of World War II, FDR was reelected. I think one of the strengths of a democratic government is that you can actually have an election during the course of a, awful war. And I do think that deserves to be discussed. Okay. I've got to jump away because I got my show starting.
We've got to leave it there anyway.
Go USA. Look forward to winning the World Cup and breaking
Great to see you. Yeah, go USA. Let's hope Balogun scores 3 goals and drives you to the next stage.
And then you'll be so
And you can all hold your heads up high with pride that a man who is the personification of birthright
citizenship, get a better leader,
has saved the United States for another day.
What's that guy's name?
Wouldn't that be truly ironic?
Wouldn't it? What's your prime minister's name now? Does anyone even know?
Well, he's leaving. His name's Keir Starmer.
He's a quitter. Well, don't get a quitter. Get a real leader.
That's right. To be an American, you don't have to know.
When Harry Kane gets a red card in the next game against Norway, we'll get the prime minister.
All right, man. Let's get into some international news. Now, let's get in on some updates here when it comes to Hamas, because Hamas announced the dissolution of its governing committee in Gaza. So, guys, guess what? Guys? So Hamas is pretty much going to go ahead and, dissolve their governance in Gaza. And Israel's going to tell you that still ain't enough. Still. But you're about to hear why. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Make sure to double tap that screen like the video, and let's get into some international news. And shout out to my man, the Lunatic Libertarian. He says, call in conspiracy hour? Bro, hey, why not? We could do that if we could hit the goal, guys. And how far away are we? Sure, let me go ahead and check. But in the meantime, And remember, guys, you could double your support with a Venmo. So if you send a Venmo, it's worth double what you send in. So if you send in $2, it's worth $4. If you send in $4, it's worth $8, and so on. So you can always speed up the goal or you could always help us reach the goal faster by sending in a Venmo. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it with international news. And shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian, and all those who have supported and liked the video, man. Truly appreciate you guys.
Well, after running the Gaza Strip for nearly 2 decades, Hamas has announced the dissolution of its governing committee. This paves the way for a transitional technocratic committee to assume responsibility. The committee's activities will be overseen by the Board of Peace, which was set up by US President Donald Trump when the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel was agreed in October.
The head of the emergency committee has just resigned. The government has been dissolved for the preparations to transfer the national roles to the Gaza Management Commission. It's with confidence that all the preparations for the handover of legal responsibilities of Gaza Strip has been completed. These arrangements were presented in a transparent and official manner to the delegation representing the Palestinian factions and the Higher Commission of Tribes.
Okay.
Well, despite the ceasefire, Israeli attacks are continuing.
So just like the Gaza ceasefire says that the Palestinians will be given an opportunity to govern themselves. So let's see how that works out, because part of governing themselves, they said they have to dissolve Hamas, and most likely Hamas leadership will go into this new form of government, and this is how they will govern themselves.
Across Gaza, Israeli forces have killed at least 6 Palestinians on Monday.
Yeah.
4 people were killed in 2 separate attacks in Khan Yunis, and several others were injured. And in Gaza City, 2 people were killed when an apartment building was hit. Israel has killed more than 1,000 people and wounded over 3,000 since the truce took effect.
Bro. So, yeah, pretty much since the ceasefire, this is what Israel's pretty much been doing. Recklessly bombing Gaza and killing Palestinians like it's an everyday thing. Like it's damn near common at this point. And damn near they got used to killing the Palestinians. It's kind of sick because they're still doing it even under a ceasefire. And bro, at this point, they're doing it for sport because there really is no need to do it. It's like you've leveled 70% of Gaza. Hamas fighting capability has been diminished. They're about to dissolve their government and will dissolve their power. And you're still striking. You're still striking Gaza. Like, come on now.
Well, in a moment, we'll get the Israeli reaction from Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. But first, let's speak to Hani Mahmoud in Gaza City. Hani, how significant a move is this by Hamas?
Hey, and shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian, for sending in the 37 on Venmo, man. Appreciate the support. And of course, that is a baller alert, by the way. So let me go ahead and shout you out on that one.
Raise a blade in
And shout out because he said it's time to open the call-in line. So I'm gonna go ahead and post the call-in link in the first of all, I'm gonna post it in the chat, and I'm gonna go ahead and post it in the post tab on my main page. So you guys will see it there shortly. In the meantime, let me go ahead and set that up for you guys real quick as we set up for conspiracy. You know what? Alex Jones or Y-Files. Depends. All right, guys, get right back into it. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Perhaps you can talk us through what it actually means in practice.
Well, I happened to be at the press conference where we heard the announcement by the spokesperson of the Media Government Office, and it basically suggests that Hamas is stepped back from directly governing civilians across the Gaza Strip. The language of the statement was very clear and straight to the point, just dissolving the governance of the Gaza Strip here by Hamas and its element. Doesn't talk about relinquishing political power, doesn't talk about relinquishing the military wing or disarming, doesn't even talk about suggest this might come later on, but at this particular time, it's been viewed as the confidence building measures that Hamas is flexible, Hamas is responding positively and giving the mediator the opportunity to advance talks to post-war elements of the agreement, of the ceasefire agreement, and hopefully transitioning to phase two. It has been an obstacle for...
Which is absolutely crazy how Hamas is now the more reasonable party. Like, bro, they stopped firing. Israel has not. Israel's still killing innocent Palestinians across Gaza and just not giving a fuck. Even after Hamas is pretty much saying that, look, we'll disarm, we're about to dissolve our government, but yet still Israel continues its killing campaign. It's like, it's insane. But like I said, if you call it out, guys, apparently you hate America, and apparently you're anti-Semitic for just calling out what you see right in front of your face.
For the past month, since the announcement of the ceasefire, we went through phase one that hasn't been fully implemented by the Israeli side, and the talk about transitioning to phase two without fulfilling the phase one. There's still many challenges involving the ceasefire agreement. This does not, the hope here, it impacts the ceasefire in a positive way, but when you look on the ground, there are many of the challenges involving the implementation of the ceasefire. Chief among them is the withdrawal of the Israeli military from areas that has been controlling over the past months across the Gaza Strip, the expansion of the yellow line that prevents any meaningful governance body across the Gaza Strip. Here's what exactly it means. It shows that there is concession and negotiations here, that Hamas is flexible given the opportunity.
All right, now let's go ahead and move on to the next story here as I get this call-in link posted. And shout out to Alex Jones.
Have you ever seen the movie
Pretty interesting.
Have you ever seen the movie Titanic?
Well, of course you have.
What am I saying? Of course you have. Who hasn't seen the movie Titanic?
Have you ever seen Liberace's Diamond?
There's a scene in that movie that's been playing out in my head over and over and over again over this last week.
I love diamonds.
That's very applicable to the current state of the United States of America. But before I share that scene with you, let's first go to the funeral of the former Ayatollah of the Islamic regime of Iran, Ali Khamenei.
Cut the arrogance in this guy's voice with a knife. Look at them. We should kill them all now. I'm so tough.
And you know what's crazy? The reason why they feel like this is because, bro, all that propaganda that these Zionists have been spreading around is proving to be false. You guys said that this regime has no support. What the hell do you call this? It looks like millions of people in the street talking about death to America, death to Trump, death to Israel. Like millions of people in support of this regime. And now it goes to show why we were never able to get regime change, because they actually have support. And trust me, if they didn't, they got it now after we struck them. Trust me, that rally around the flag event is real or a fact. All right, let's go ahead and get right into it. Now, I think my man Lunatic Libertarian just came in here. So shout out. What's going on, brother? Hey, Tank Top Gang.
What's going on, man? What's going on? The
Man,
world is crazy.
Oh, go ahead.
The world is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, this shit is wild.
Like Bibi ignoring the Supreme Court, Trump pretty much having his way in FIFA. And it's funny. It's low-key funny sometimes, but you do got to look back at this and be like, God damn it, where are we going as a country?
Another thing, like I stated earlier in your stream, is that if we can't get rid of this integration of the United States military with Israel, it was struck down, the Thomas Massey, and it was a bipartisan bill or amendment of the bill for the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. If we can't get this out of this bill, I'm sorry to say, but we're on the other side of we're on the other side of tyranny. Then, like literally, it's literally we're gonna have IDF soldiers being ICE, and I don't know if you've seen the numbers, but those that are being recruited, we have IDF on U.S. campuses,
man,
trying to recruit IDF soldiers. Like it's wild.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I don't want no IDF soldiers, especially if they served in the Gaza conflict. I'm like, yeah, nah, we don't need you here, bro. We've seen what you guys like to do. But and no, here's the thing though. Like a lot of people, like what the IDF is already ICE. Yeah, it has been confirmed that ICE does give training to the IDF and also the New York police, which is a bit wild. I think Mazar Mandani exposed that one.
Well, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but Mamdani's mother is named in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
So, did you see the picture of Epstein with his hands on Mamdani when he was like, I don't know, 12, 13 or whatever the fuck it was?
And I did not see that, but hey, his family is rich. You know, Mamdani, he ain't never had to really work a job in his life. His only job was to go to school, be a rapper, and then somehow be a politician.
Well, remember that when he was first elected, when he sat at that board of that Jewish, I don't know which synagogue it would have been, attributed to, but they said, "Oh, you're one of us," and he was like, "Yes, yes, 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 no problem, no problem." Like, um, this is a huge problem for me. I found out that my state alone gives like almost $500 million to Israel.
Jeez.
And that's just my state. I hate to see what Ohio does or New York or
Trust me, dog. We got like senators and congressmen out here calling for us to strike Iran. Trump can't be given up. And I'm just looking at these guys like, hold on, do you not care about y'all constituents and their gas prices or anything like that? Like, y'all are really that gun-ho? And this is why Ohio's now kind of like been thrown up in the air when it comes to the midterms. It's like, dog, the Republicans have been too much time warmongering instead of actually fixing the affordability crisis. And now the Dems are kind of like, well, they're kind of taking over on that aspect. Like, bro, like, what was that? The lady that's about to run against Vivek for governor, Amy Dangerfield, I think her name is, something like that. But bro,
was she a Democratic socialist?
I think she's just a regular Democrat. But the thing is, she might actually beat Vivek because of Vivek's language towards what was it? Well, yeah, workers. Was it Amy Action? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're mad about success and all that other dumb shit when his company has never turned a profit. If you look at Vivek Ramaswamy when he first ran to be president, his company has never turned a profit, and it's never had any medical discovery because it's a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
But yet again,
he be finessing. But that's just Indians when it comes to pharmaceuticals in general. Like, bro, their pharmaceutical laws are so freaking lax.
I think people, and I'm not saying you personally, but people forget that Vivek Ramaswamy actually was with Trump at the convention for the Libertarian Party National Convention, and RFK Jr. and everybody else that was trying to create this quote unquote coalition to make better government, right? This coalition was going to make America great again, make America healthy again, and all this other shit, right?
Yeah.
Vivek Ramaswamy he's a billionaire. Literally, he's a billionaire, according to his stock option. That's not in actual tangible dollars. This is according to his stock option, just like Mr. Elon Musk. Right. So Elon Musk gets how many billions of dollars in subsidies to run SpaceX, Tesla, everything else. Right. He gets all these government subsidies. And then he's going to run Doge, but never cut out his own slice of the American tax dollar pie. But Vivek Ramaswamy is one of those individuals.
He was clutch with the EV tax credits. He let go of those at least.
Well, that's fine, but EV we all know is detrimental to the rest of the world. If you go to the Congo for nickel, or you go anywhere for lithium,
Here's the thing, bro. You want to know what really end EV or destroy our EV market? Chinese EV cars.
I don't even think the Chinese their cars really can compete because it depends on the infrastructure.
All right, bro, look, check out this video, though. Check this out.
It's crazy to me. They all about competition and capitalism until China enters the competition. Then all of a sudden it's like, banned. Like, what? Now, this was probably out of my price range, but this shit going for like $100K. In America, that bitch go for like 1.5 M's. BYD is elite. I want parts. Oh, it's slide parking, because some of y'all can't parallel park for shit. Guess what? Problem solved. Real reason that they're banned is because of the affordability. Imagine a bunch of electric vehicles all under $30,000. That's $21,000 right there. And the BYD Seagull, that bitch $8K. You understand? And then people here are like, well, we can't match those prices. Oh, that's not my problem. I don't give a fuck if y'all can't match the prices. Sounds like you got outwitted, outmanned, outnumbered, and trying to cook y'all. Elon, I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to get one of these. The Seal, hard. Even with a 100% tariff, it's still better priced. And then they had their little auto show this past year where it's like a bunch of different companies competing with each other. And they're all competing by lowering prices as much as possible. Now they have some new battery that can charge from 6% to 100% in less than 5 fucking minutes. You gotta be held hostage by Dweeb Musk, who somehow just gets every single government contract when it comes to Teslas and when it comes to SpaceX. Trillionaire, I might add. Why? He faces no competition. Oh, yeah, no.
I mean, that was he said it pretty damn well. He faces no competition. And that's all I was like, bro, hold on, bring in those electric cars. I might even get one if it's going for that price. And you see how hard they look.
Well, I said it really doesn't even matter to me because if you actually go to like and you don't have to do it now because I don't know what you have to do as far as your restreaming app or whatever you're using or StreamYard. But go look up Continental ECUs. Okay, and then go look up auto tinting, right? So they have and then the ECUs that actually have the windshield projection on it. That's made by Continental too, which is in some high-end Corvettes and some high-end BMWs and all this other shit.
Oh, okay. The engine control units. Okay.
Well, they manufacture ECUs for everything: engine control, body control, secondary body controllers. Like they manufacture the ECUs for pretty much every major car brand, every major heavy truck brand.
Well, damn. But hold on. Before we get too far off into the weeds, though, we do got to get back into our guy Alex Jones.
No, and I want to touch on that because it's like, yeah, these people are like I said earlier in the chat. These people do not understand that ideology doesn't match religion all the time. I said you were base because you understand that this is nonsense. When I send my tax money not only to my state government but also my federal government, they are paying a foreign entity, and then they want to say that this foreign entity should then merge with my military that I served with the National Defense Authorization Act of 2027. Like, get out of my face with this, especially with how much we know data centers are using water instead of other coolant products because it's cheap, and then they want to pollute our water streams. Get the fuck out of here. Like, these people need to be.
Oh, bro, hold on, bro. You're starting to sound like a Chinese spy, apparently. Hey. Hold on. I think you're muted. There you go.
I know I'm muted. I was like, no. Ain't no Chinese spy because there's religion here and there's patriots. Like, no. Freedom of this is the original Statue of Liberty torch when they actually still carried the flame. Like, no. That doesn't come over here.
All right. All right, though. Hold on. Right now, let's go ahead and get right back onto it, though. Because I do want to hear what this guy was saying. Let's get right into it.
Liberace's diamonds. There's a scene in that movie that's been playing out in my head over and over and over again over this last week.
I love diamonds.
That's very applicable to the current state of the United States of America. But before I share that scene with you, let's first go to the funeral of the former Ayatollah of the Islamic regime of Iran, Ali Khamenei.
Cut the arrogance in this guy's voice with a knife. Look at them. We should kill them all now. I'm so tough.
Now, Kosher, he gets it right, and he says, effing hell. Regime supporters at Khamenei's funeral, they're crying out, quote, no compromise, no surrender, only.
Yeah, but here's the thing about these regime supporters. They're the Iranian people at the end of the day. I guess you guys forgot. And like I said, this is where the propaganda falls apart before their eyes. You guys said that 80 to 90% of Iranians don't support the regime. I mean, this is a pretty large group for you guys to say that. And now that you guys don't really have that no more, now you're just saying F all of them, kill them all because they're all regime supporters. Well, guys, you're going to be killing millions upon millions of people if you're talking about killing regime supporters. I just want to let you know that.
I think it was 1.2 or 1.3 million people that were actually physically there.
Bro, I heard it was over 1 million. I didn't want to say it. I say, about over 100,000 or so. But no, I was hearing word that, there's like 1.2 million people just taking up the streets. And I'm like, yeah, because a lot of people don't understand that, if 61 million people voted in an election that was ran by the IRGC. 30 million people actually voted in an election ran by the IRGC. What makes you think they can't get a million people to come out here and mourn the Ayatollah, who was pretty much head of the IRGC? Like, come on now. All right.
And JD Vance thinks you can make a deal with these people. Yeah. Other things that they were chanting at the funeral is, of course, death to America. And many of them were waving banners that literally said, kill Trump. But here we have President Donald Trump that's saying these.
Now, take this in consideration. Could they be saying that because, there might be some guys in there who daughter we done vaporized? Like, I don't know. Or, could they be saying that because there might be somebody's husband in the crowd whose wife was destroyed in that girls' school bombing? Could that be a reason why they say death to Trump? Because I'm going to be real with you. If any country was to sit here and took out 100 American schoolgirls in a school, we'd be yelling death to that guy in the streets. Like, what?
Are the more moderates. You get half of the world's terrorists, demons, and devils all gathered together in one place. Do you really think that I would miss that opportunity? No, I wouldn't. No.
Hey, bro just pretty much said, you think I miss the opportunity to kill about over 1 million civilians? Hell no.
Who is this guy anyway? I mean, like,
oh my goodness,
who is this guy?
He's some popular Zionist on X, and this would be the craziest part. Like, bro, these guys are so genocidal, so homicidal. It's just like, it's so insane to hear them say it out loud. Literally said that. Oh, they're just regime supporters. What? So they're no longer human. You want to bomb them all? What happened to freeing the Iranian people?
Yeah, the thing about X is that I'm so glad that I'm permanently banned from X. Like, I'm like IP banned from X. I can't even, if I were to type his name in, yeah, I'd probably get like 1 or 2 clicks, and then it would say, sorry, this content isn't available to you.
Damn. Oh, shoot, then let's see what else he got to say.
I would love to introduce them to Moab or any other type of weaponry that would finish the job very, very quickly.
Wow.
But getting to the scene in the movie Titanic that's been playing out in my head this last week, just before the ship impacts the iceberg, you have the 2 individuals that are up in the mast lookout, and they're the ones that spot the iceberg first. They see the iceberg and they go, oh my gosh, iceberg. So they get on the phone. One of them gets on the phone and he's calling down to the individuals at the helm, those that are actually in control of the ship, control in the direction of the ship. And the phone is just ringing and it's ringing and ringing and no one is picking up the phone. And the guy on the phone calling down to the helm says, pick up, you stupid bastards. Pick up. Finally.
The ship's name? What's the sister ship's name that was actually the ship that was sunk? It wasn't the Titanic. They stuck all those bankers on that one fucked up ass ship that was the sister ship of the Titanic. And then they actually, the engineers, when they wanted to justify the sinking, could calculate every single flaw in the Titanic as they engineered it. It's kind of convenient, especially when insurance money was paid out and everybody that was opposed to the Federal Reserve Act died.
Yeah, that was the connection. That's what I was about to say. The connection between the Federal Reserve and the Titanic was crazy because all the oppositions to the Federal Reserve died on the Titanic, and then all of a sudden the Federal Reserve gets pushed through. And I believe, what was it? I think the Titanic was on 1912, and the Federal Reserve passed in like 1913.
Well, what happened to the president that passed that act?
Let's see here. If I remember, what was it? It was started, 1913, literally a year after. Yeah. So the Titanic happened in 1912, and the Federal Reserve gets created in 1913. President Woodrow Wilson.
And what happened to Wilson?
Shoot, honestly, I mean, he worked out pretty well, didn't he? I mean, he wasn't assassinated.
What happened to Woodrow Wilson, who signed? Well, actually, it wasn't even Wilson who signed the act. It was was it Garfield?
It says Woodrow Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act into law. And regional Federal Reserve banks officially opened and began operating for the first time on November 16th, 1914. So really, it all started in 1914.
Right, but there was a president that died right after he was inaugurated, and then I think wasn't Woodrow Wilson a vice president first?
Maybe. Hold on now. Shoot, I could look it up, but let's see here. Woodrow Wilson, VP. He might have been. Let me see here. Let's see here. Yeah, he served as the 28th vice president of the United. No, never mind. It's the wrong person. No, wrong person. Nope. They gave me Thomas Marshall. No, I guess not. But all right, we're gonna go ahead and keep it going.
Everyone's seen the Titanic, right? Of course you have. Well, we're up here on the iceberg, and it's coming up, and they're on the deck in the bridge of the ship, calling down
anything said.
To the captain, saying, "Sir, there's an iceberg," and the captain's not answering the phone. You mean the hard line? He's talking to him on. It's a cable running down to him on a phone, and the iceberg is the CIA overthrowing pro-America Mohammed Mossadegh in 53, and then the Shah getting in and then allowing the mullahs to come in 79 that the CIA opened the door for, and then doing Iran-Contra behind the scenes with them for money, for weapons, and all of that, and these weird backroom deals with the Islamicists. And I also love how he singles out J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is foolishly thinking.
No, that's what kills me. It's like a lot of people don't know that we greenlit the Ayatollah. Us in France, yeah, once the Shah was falling, we brought in the Ayatollah thinking that we'd be able to control him, and boy, were we wrong about that. Like, guys, all of our problems in Iran are of our own creation, literally. Like, bro, nuclear weapons program, not weapons program, but nuclear program, atoms for peace. We gave it to them in the 50s. The Ayatollah, well, due to the fact that we knocked out a democratic elected official and put in our own guy, that's what pretty much caused the Ayatollah to get into power, which caused the Iranian Revolution. So once again, our fault. It's like, well, most of the things we deal with Iran is kind of our own creation. It's tough.
You can work with the mullahs and be nice to them. Well, they want to kill everybody. How dumb is J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance was the one who said don't do it, along with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Raisin Kane, Ed Tulsi Gabbard, and the head of counterterrorism center, Joe Kent. The iceberg was going to the war, and them closing the Strait of Hormuz 125 days in. The iceberg was the mistake, and that Israel lied and said that they would fall in 4 days. We've already hit the iceberg, Billy boy. Mr. Jake Hilton, you sit there and you read off your script and you pontificate and repeat the same garbage. Oh,
yeah. And this is where it comes to, like, the hatred of Islam. It starts to get a little bit genocidal. It's like, yo, y'all are getting a bit genocidal when a guy just comes on there and says, I hate Islam so much that I'm wanting to bomb innocent civilians just because of how they feel towards America. It's like,
Well,
bro,
where do they get the bombs from? Where do they get the money from? Like, literally, their defense systems come from us.
Yeah, I mean, shit. So, I mean, what was it? I think the jets that we also destroyed too, those came from us as well.
Well, and see, I'm a Navy veteran, so the USS Liberty is very much something that was taught to me in boot camp. So that's something that doesn't stray when I sing Anchors Away. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah. And I get what you're saying. Here's the thing, though. Damn, they must have pulled you to the side on that one. Because I heard they don't even like to talk about it in the military or in the Navy.
Oh, no. When I went to boot camp, it was December of 01. Okay, so we're fresh into September 11th, fresh into everybody's, all right, we're in a declaration of war, we're going to war. You get a National Defense Medal as soon as you get graduated, and you're ready to rock and roll. You ain't even been nowhere yet. Now, some people went to, and shout out to everybody that had the balls to be, FMF and go be a combat corpsman. Shout out to those Navy veterans out there. You know what I'm saying? Because you saved lives, and you know what I mean. You did what you did. You know what I mean? But nah, bro, I'm telling you, when I went through boot camp and they showed us jets on fire that they're just taxiing or they're being brought up out of inventory to actually hit the runway. And if they get hit on fire, like I literally saw this senior chief get blown off like this is not bullshit footage. This is literally like, hey, you're gonna see this man die.
Damn.
Like this one senior chief went out and trying to put this fire out on this aircraft and literally got jettisoned off the fucking ship when that aircraft exploded.
Jeez.
Like that's the shit they showed us. And the USS Liberty, no, that was absolutely something that would the second class fire controlman that was teaching that class, shout out to him. I don't remember his last name, but petty officer did his job and taught us about, how you get fucked over by supposed allies. And maybe that was something that wasn't a part of the curriculum, but that was something that definitely was broadcasted in that class.
All right. All right, then. All right, let's get back to it.
And them closing the Strait of Hormuz 125 days in. The iceberg was the mistake, and that Israel lied and said that they would fall in 4 days. We've already hit the iceberg, Billy boy. Mr. Jake Hilton.
You sit there and you read off your script and you pontificate and repeat the same garbage over and over again, little piggy, and act all high and mighty when the iceberg is what Netanyahu got us to do. And now Trump's trying to save the ship, Mr. Know-It-All. So this guy, look how tough he is. I bet he's tough. Look at him. He needs to go join the IDF right now. Oh, sorry. The IDF says no ground war. Well, that's because they work for Qatar too, right? So these guys who sit there that went to their seminary and have a little mail-in diploma. I'm a man of God, a man of the cloth. And he's telling us that the Titanic is about to hit the iceberg. No, buddy, pal, it already did. And in the midterms, we're probably going to lose the House and Senate. That's a Titanic, too.
Real time. They ain't lying about that.
What's funny is that if you look at Homie, right? So if you were to look at dude through a sniper scope, right? You're probably just dude at somebody like that's probably like 235 pounds, probably about 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", maybe 6'1" to 6'3", right? But you can actually geographically look at this human being and understand that, yeah, at 1,500 yards, yeah, homie, you stand no chance. And I'm not trying to disrespect this man. I don't know this man. I'm not on X. Like I said, I'm permanently banned from X. I don't know this dude.
I don't know. I think he's a bitch because it's just like, dog, you're literally talking about killing innocent civilians because you don't agree with their position on America. And all those civilians, bro, they're civilians. They're not just regime supporters. At the end of the day, they're not the ones honestly attacking. They're not the ones sending off the missiles. This is the IRGC. But apparently, they're thinking now they're going to get down with the idea that it's okay because, oh, no, all these regime supporters, you just need to bomb them and get them out the way. Dog, there's way more regime supporters than that right there. If you think that bombing all of them to death is going to solve the regime problem in Iran, dog, is only going to make it worse. 20 times.
And bro, and I'm as a war fighter, bro, I'm definitely a person that's an anti-war activist. I'm not trying to send nobody else to go fight any kind of war. Because to kill somebody is some fucked up ass shit that nobody like. But I tell people like, bro, it doesn't matter. I'll hit you at 1,500 meters with a 40 millimeter grenade out of a Mark 19 within 5 feet, or I'll come see you up close and personal and watch your eyes go wide.
Now,
I don't
here's
give
the
a
problem
fuck.
though. The people that here's the thing. Like me, I never took a life. I mean, sure, I might have come close a couple times, but as far as I'm concerned, I ain't never took a life. The problem about that is that I don't understand why people play hard about taking a life. That's what kills me. They act like, oh, I'm okay with people get dying. I'm tough. No, you're a bitch. Like, why don't you go out there and do it your damn self? Like, I would never sit out there and act like killing people is tough. It's not. I mean, I'm sorry, but I respect you whooping somebody's ass more than killing them. Now, if you're in a war, okay, cool. But I'm sorry, if you're starting to say that, oh, now we need to go after civilians instead of the warriors, you're a bitch.
Well, we've seen multiple examples of where Israel's attack progress is always about being proactive until they have to get active, right? Yeah. Terrence Crawford said in in that one press conference, I get active, right? Um, what Israel is and the IDF is and the Mossad are, they're all con artists and they all play the shadow games thinking that they're tough. I've trained with the IDF. They're not tough. I really hate the senator out of Florida. I really love to see him in person wearing an IDF uniform in the halls of any United States government as an official. You're putting on a clown show and you're spitting on everybody that was actually a U.S. patriot who swore to. Everybody wants to shit on the Constitution, right? But how many people swear an oath to it and actually abide by that oath? Like, they declare veterans crazy so they can't own firearms, so they can't be the individuals they were trained to be. That's what they tell everybody. But then they want to put them on SSRIs. Like, when I went to the VA and check this, bro, and anybody that wants to fact check this, go fact check this. Go look up Hassan, Fort Hood, Texas, November 5th, 2009. Go look that shit up.
But hold on now. Let's go ahead and get right back to it, dog. All right.
Zionist into my feed. And look, he's got the Star of David around his neck. He says he's a Protestant. And his constant talk is, I'm against the Nazis, and I'm against the Islamists.
Who the fuck is a Nazi,
and
man?
I'm against the communists. Well, and everybody that is it for these wars where we get 45 times the Muslims in the West, Europe, the United States, Canada, that we had before 9/11. I thought we were fighting them over there, so they didn't come over here. We fight them over there. The UN builds them up. We let them in. See how that works?
Pretty much.
Republicans and Democrats. Trump stopped a lot of that, but the neocons were the architects of this. So I'd like to have this guy on the show, and I'll tell him what I'm going to ask.
I mean, look, let's be real. You can't sit there and complain about the Islamist takeover or these Muslims coming into your country when you're sitting there supporting the wars that bring them into your country. It's like, bro, come on now. It's like you're the biggest oxymoron right now.
But Seth, where's there a Muslim invasion? Where's there a Muslim invasion when the Muslims used to control these countries 400 years ago? They controlled Spain. They controlled the UK. They controlled all of this land.
And the Christians beat it back, and the Christians got it back.
But that's what I mean, though. So are you mad because somebody decided to use some guerrilla warfare tactics on your ass to go reclaim some shit that they think they should have had 500 years ago? I'm sorry, but I'm not a monotheist, bro. I'm a Norse pagan. The monotheist can go kiss my ass with. If you're a Jew, a Christian, or a Muslim, you can kiss my ass. You ain't my homie. I'm sorry. You may be my homie, but you're not gonna ride on some shit that is principled that I believe in. So whatever, right?
Now here's
It's
the thing.
cool.
When I try to like criticize all religions, I like I said, I keep my feelings out of it for all the religions, and I don't claim any religion. If you ask me though, I would say I'm kind of in between a Christian and a Muslim, but honestly, I'm not claiming any of them. And why? Because I don't want to. Honestly, I don't want to. What's the word? I guess dilute my opinion. I don't want to sit there have my opinion come from a only Christian view or an only Muslim view. I want to be able to have a free thinking view of it, where I don't have a bias. And I don't have a bias when I talk about these two. Honestly, when people talk about the holy wars and the Muslims had it and the Christians took over and it's because of their religion, it's like, nah, not really. Honestly, it's because of resources. Let's just be real. I mean, if the Christians had all the resources that they needed, they wouldn't have no need to really go after the Muslims. But since they don't, and they need to create an excuse, the Pope said, hey, we need to go take Bethlehem and we need to go ahead and kill everybody to do so. Muslims, hey, man, these people are attacking us, and we also need to expand our land because we're expanding our faith, so we need to take some land. I mean, and that ain't no different from what the Hindus did, the Zoroastrians did. That's just how ancient civilization worked back then. People took land they took land for the resources, and they hid it behind their faith.
But I'm not mad at you, man. I'm not mad at anybody, and I hope everybody can hear me better. But I'm I'm not mad at anybody that stands behind the principles of their faith if they're true believers, right?
Yeah, for
But
sure.
yet again, we have people that want to be grifters, right? We use that term in politics a lot, right? Grifters. They grift on subjects. But yet, if you're truly standing on principles, it doesn't matter if you're a Norse pagan or an Ashkenazi Jew or an Orthodox Jew or an Hasidic Jew or an Orthodox Christian or whatever, right? Because I've seen world champions not make a ring walk because they stood on principle of their religion. And I'm talking about when Miguel Cotto fought a man that was Jewish and he was Orthodox, and that's where Miguel Cotto won the 154-pound world championship because the dude broke his knee or whatever the fuck it was. But the thing is that to stand on principle, you standing on substance. Most people don't stand on substance nowadays because they think entertainment pays them, and most motherfuckers that are influencers, like, bro, I will break your face.
Now, here's the problem, though.
Like,
the difficult part
you're
for
an
me is
influencer.
that you got to understand, difficult part for me is choosing not to do that, because I see how much creators low-key just pick that side and ride so hard for it. Like the influencers that chose to be overly MAGA, they're not going to criticize MAGA no matter what Trump does or what he says. They're just going to overly support him. And they understand that because there's money in that. There's money in grifting for MAGA, no matter what they do wrong. As long as you stay towards the grift, as long as you tell MAGA what they want to hear, they'll send you money. They'll keep on watching. And that just shows how low integrity you have, because even if you disagree with Trump, you won't go against it. You won't speak out against it because you understand that that's going to F your money up or F your viewership up. So you're right. I mean, bro, a lot of people don't stand on principles, morals, or no ethics. It is just about the grift. And trust me, if I was grifting, then, bro, I have all the incentive in the world to be the most pro-Zionist MAGA black guy you've ever seen. All the incentive in the world. But look at me. Like, come on now. So I always do say some people don't even know how to call out the grifters. I'm like, bro, trust me, anybody who's willing to go against their party on a couple things, they're not a grifter. But those who are a little too loyal to their parties, those are the grifters, guys. Because they're honestly will never go outside of that opinion just to keep you around, just to keep that money coming in. And here's the thing, sometimes their audience hold them hostage to it. That's the worst part about it. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Here's the Jerusalem Post in the Times of Israel. Israel created Hamas. Israel protected Hamas. Netanyahu doubled their funding. Okay, here's the West, and Israel helped with Turkey 2+ years ago, putting the head of Al-Qaeda in over Syria, who then mass murdered the Christians. So don't sit there and say, oh, you're for Islam because you're against a war the Pentagon said would probably fail, which it did. What are we, 125, 126 days into the war now? See, these guys never talk about that. They have this false equivalency. Guys, pull up the definition of false equivalency. Type in just into Google or into Grok or whatever you want. What is the definition of false equivalency? Because that's what all this is. They're all in my feed on X and Rumble, on our official channels, rumble.com/The Alex Jones Show live, on X, Real Alex Jones, and at AJN Live. These guys constantly, oh, you're for the Muslims. Oh, you're on the Qatari payroll. I didn't get a $300 million plane from Qatar.
Bruh.
I've never been to Qatar. I've got no money from Qatar. I didn't build the biggest U.S. military base in the world over there. A false equivalency or false equivalence is a informal fallacy in which an equivalence is drawn between two subjects based on flawed, faulty, or false reasoning. The fallacy is categorized as a fallacy of inconsistency. Colloquially, a false equivalence is often called comparing apples and oranges. And that's all these people do. I agree with Mark Levin, the mullahs are bad. I agree Islam's a cancer. And I don't agree that Israel and the U.S. and the U.K. are famous for funding all the radical Muslim groups and bringing them in to then have a crisis.
This is why I always disagree with Alex Jones on, because it's like, bro, this is what I don't really like about the religious types. Anything outside of their own religion is a cancer. Like anything outside their own religion is a cancer and is low-key designed that way to divide people. And when it don't gotta be like that, it don't gotta be like that, but people push it. But here's the thing though. Like I respect Alex Jones because he'll sit there and he'll have his opinion of Islam, but he will never sit there and say that you should ban Islam because let's be real, that's un-American to say. Like freedom of religion. If you don't like it, go to a country where you have to be only Christian, where you have to be only Jewish. I mean, it might be hard pressed to find one, but go out there and find it because you don't belong here. if you're talking about banning a religion, aka F your freedom of speech. And that's what kills me too. A lot of these people say that they stand up for the Constitution, but they really don't. They pick and choose. If it goes along with what they want, okay, cool. If it don't, then they want it gone, even if it's protected by the Constitution.
And then take our rights and stick TSA's hands down our pants and put us in body.
I got you. Go ahead.
But I bring up all the time, if you want to be a constitutionalist, go look up the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist papers. They are free. They're free to you. They're not copywritten. Like literally, there's websites that will recite that shit to you free to you.
Bro, YouTube will recite that shit for you for free.
Like, come on, man. Like, if you want to really look up what the arguments were, you'll understand where the public education didn't tell you the whole story. You want to understand why we have individual state constitutions. You want to understand why we have the federal constitution. But the law of the land was subjugated when we became a United States corporation. This is what all the Moors, everybody that is a private citizen talks about. I'm not talking about sovereign citizens. That is a CIA term that screwed everybody up with their paperwork. Go look up private citizen or non-resident alien or resident alien or whatever title you carry. We're citizens because we're born here, right? Well, go look up what that title actually gets you. Go look up what your birth certificate gets you. This is where they borrow to this is what I was talking about when you talk about the Federal Reserve Act, when they borrow against the labor of an individual because they have an ESN that says that, oh, over their subjugated lifetime, I should be awarded this much labor. So this much labor is accosted to their lifetime. And when you think about that shit, it's like when we talk about banking systems or the monetary system, and if you're against the central banking system, hoorah for you. If you hate the Federal Reserve, hoorah for you. If you hate fucking fiat currency, hoorah for you. I'm a skill set minded individual. I like to provide for individuals with an actual substance that makes them money, that makes them productive. When I talk to people, it's like, okay, so what is your purpose? Everybody wants to derive purpose through money. Okay, so do you want to be an entertainer? Do you want to be an athlete? Do you want to be this? Do you want to be that? People don't want to be a skilled individual. When people talk to me, especially
hold on. We might be
COVID,
going a bit too far off course here, brother.
well, I'm just saying that it goes to the fact of if you're a skill set minded individual, you have a knowledge base behind your argument.
Yeah.
Alex Jones, well, you got to look at the documents. Yeah. Go look at the documents, homie. Go look at that shit. Your mind will be crushed.
Wide open. See it? So, the Pentagon, the CIA, Mossad, MI6, Turkish intelligence, NATO, their eyeballs funding Islam. And these guys can't deal with that. They don't know how to respond to that. So, listen to this guy. I forget his name. What's his name? Hilton. And I want to get him on the show. And I want to, sit there and I'm not singling him out. This is, I've got to pick one guy to get on. He says, I'm a Christian Zionist at the start of his videos. And I sit there and you tell he's been to some.
Yeah, boy, I'm a Christian Zionist or I'm a Christian, but I call for the killing of over almost 1 million people. It's like, I'm a Christian, but I'm okay with the genocide in Gaza. It's like, I'm a Christian, but I'm okay with starving Cubans. I'm a Christian, but insert your craziest evil here. It's like, bro.
Hey, bro, when we went to Iraq, bro, we killed 1 million Iraqi civilians.
I'm pretty sure people
not
are talking
combatants.
About Christians then.
Well, and it's funny because we killed Christians that were in Iraq.
Yeah. And
we used plutonium enriched rounds on them, which created birth defects later on. There are documentaries about this shit. It's old news, bro. Like it's 15-year-old news. We're in 2026. Like this shit came out 15 years ago in 2011. And people, if you want to pay attention to really what happens in war, You want to know why heroin became such an epidemic? Because we invaded Afghanistan. You want to know why the warlords that we empowered and homies were burning shit in 55-gallon drums as deuce and a halves are coming out of compounds. Like, bro, this is all testimony that came from U.S. Army. This shit is 20 years old. And it's nothing new. I'm not speaking. This is conspiracy hour. You can think it's a conspiracy theory, but go look that shit up.
Nah, please go look that shit up, because shoot, I believe you.
Ecumenical school, he's got this preacher voice he does, and everything sounds like this, and he's there telling you that the woke Reich is in league with the Muslims, and they are, and then the commies. Well, the commies are in league with that, and the establishment's in league with that, and Netanyahu's in league with that. And you got to understand that, but they won't respond. I'm going to nail this guy down on that. I'm telling him I'm going to bring
don't like religion
because he can't get his argument together, even with a head start. Jake Hilton, forced into my feeds, never clicked on his stuff, just forced. I want to ask him too.
No, what kills me, it would kill me. I ain't gonna lie, bro. X is for pro-Zionist now. It's like, bro, if you're not a pro-Zionist, you're not getting no real push or growth on X. That's what I've low-key noticed. And here's the thing, like, dog, I don't even follow most of these pro-Zionist accounts. I follow a couple just for references, just to see what they're thinking. But like, dog, so much of these get pushed. So much of them get pushed in the algorithm because they're promoting the same thing that Elon Musk is promoting. It's like anti-Islam, anti-socialism, anti-democrat. It's like, if you push all of that and you go by X's script, you'll get engagement. If you go outside of it, then you won't get no engagement. And it's absolutely weird. It's like, I'm gonna be real with you. Elon Musk's platform is honestly for Israel. It's like, bro, it's the Israeli X. Let's just call it that. Like, it's not X. It's not Elon Musk's X. It's Israel's X.
Well, remember
that 1.3 billion Israeli.
Do you remember that X, when it was still under the original founder? I forget homie's name, but
I know it wasn't. No, go ahead.
It's kind of funny. Everybody forgets forgets homie's name because he's not mentioned anymore. But yet again, he's still a PDF.
Jack
okay,
Dorsey.
There you go. Still a PDF. Still on the higher up list. Still, like, when I got banned, he was in control of Twitter. It wasn't X at the time. But yet again, I was asking questions about Oprah's connection to Harvey Weinstein, and was like, what happened to all the children out of the African Center? What happened to all the girls?
Hold on, hold on. I got to interrupt you real quick because some people are going off on my X comment. Is like, no, I want a platform that was sold to us on free speech, not Zionist propaganda. Like, come on now. Like, a lot of people don't understand that. It's like, no, I'm not saying that. Bro, here's the thing. I'm going to complain about X because he sold it on free speech. Not, I'm just going to push all the Zionist propaganda to you. It was like, bro.
I was trying to get my account back on that shit because it's supposed to be free speech. And it was absolutely rejected. And trust me, what I said was, I don't like Oprah because she's a billionaire black CUNT. And what happened to the children from your African school, Miss Harvey Weinstein? That was the exact comment I sent her.
On Jack Dorsey's Twitter or Elon Musk's X?
No, I asked Elon Musk. I said, you about free speech, right? But you was all at the Libertarian Convention talking this, that, the other, right? And you have to understand that I come as the lunatic libertarian. Donald Trump wouldn't have been elected unless RFK dropped out. That's 3 million votes. Make America healthy again. Okay, that's 3 million votes that wasn't going to be accounted for Donald Trump.
Bro, and here's the thing. You know what I'm actually starting to learn? Like, dog, people don't believe in free speech, dog. They believe in controlled or censored speech as long as they agree with it. That's a scary thing I'm starting to realize about Americans today, is that I wish
they love echo chambers.
Yeah, but no, they just want an echo chamber and they want their free speech to protect that. Anything outside of the echo chamber, they don't care about. That's what's so hilarious. But all right, though, let's go and get right back to it.
All right, bro.
But shoot, at least somebody gets it in the chat. Yeah, X, bro, that's not free speech no more. He started off, but he kind of cooked it. He sold out to the Zionists. Okay, guys, and look at X. There's a whole bunch of pro-Zionist propaganda. It's like you don't even get to hear other voices unless you truly search for them, and that's like what's coming up on your feed first. Like, yeah, that's controlled speech. But
bro, I can't even get on X because I told you
influencers.
It's blocked. It's blocked. I can get 2 clicks and then I can't look at Twitter or X for at least 1 week, 7 days.
God damn. Well, all right, let's get back to it.
Well, you talk about everybody else without evidence being on the payroll of foreign governments, pal? Now, I'm not trying to single this guy out. They just forced this guy, another Christian Zionist, into my feed. He's a self-described Christian Zionist. And if you don't do exactly what whoever's elected in Israel says, you're going to hell. And you're with the Muslims. But never anything about the CIA, Mossad, MI6 funding the radical jihadists, bringing him in, putting the head of Al-Qaeda in charge of Syria, Israel creating Hamas. They don't want to talk about that. He's challenged to come on the show, though, and any of these other guys. And we'll do 50-50. I talk 3 minutes, they talk 3 minutes. But he won't be able to say anything back to me. I'll just show him documents, articles, admissions, and I'm going to say, what do you say about that? We have the Muslims to deal with. They're the icebergs. We're the Titanic. We've got to kill all the Muslims or they're going to kill us. Well, sorry, Russia and China have nuclear weapons, and so does Pakistan now, and so does Iran now, by the way. And we're going to have a nuclear war. And you think I like North Korea's leadership? They got a bunch of nuclear weapons. It will turn into a full nuclear war. He's like, everyone's seen the Titanic, right? Of course you have. Well, we're up here on the iceberg, and it's coming up, and they're on the deck in the bridge of the ship calling down to the captain saying, sir, there's an iceberg, and the captain's not answering the phone. You mean the hard line he's talking to him on? It's a cable running down to him, not a phone. And the iceberg is the CIA overthrowing pro-America Mohammed Mossadegh in 1953, and then the Shah getting in and then allowing the mullahs to come in 1979 that the CIA opened the door for, and then doing Iran-Contra behind the scenes with them for money, for weapons.
Why did Osama bin Laden reside in Pakistan?
And also love how he singles out J.D. Vance.
Wasn't he just
J.D. Vance is foolishly thinking you can work with the mullahs and be nice to them. Well, they want to kill everybody. How dumb is J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance was the one who said don't do it, along with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Raisin Kane, and Tulsi Gabbard, and the head of counterterrorism.
I mean, everybody did warn him not to do this. But what were you about to say, dog? Go ahead and explain that for us.
Why did Osama bin Laden reside in Pakistan?
Well, yeah,
because they're a nuclear power.
Okay, yeah, they are a nuclear power. Yeah, that's true, but that ain't stop us from taking him in Pakistan, though.
But the thing is that it was a private agreement, right? Mm-hmm. That was understood so that so it was supposed to bridge the gap between Pakistan and India at the time because they were at nuclear war over water rights, at their border. So they were going to sacrifice Osama bin Laden, the billionaire Saudi, by the way.
Yep. Off construction.
And their family resides in the United States, all their offspring. Look up all of them. That's not a lie.
That makes sense.
They all get educated here. Like, I'm sorry, homie, but the reason that Osama bin Laden resided in Pakistan is because they were a nuclear power. He thought he was protected there. They sold him out for, you know what they sold him out for? It was almost like $3.5 billion. God, go look up the contract. $3.5 billion? Yeah, go look up the contract. Go look up the contracts. I'm sorry, but this is conspiracy hour. Go look up the contracts. Go look up the National Defense Allocation Funds to Pakistan at the time.
Damn.
I'm sorry, but there was a whole lot of funding going there after that happened. And we supposedly lost a stealth helicopter at the raid. Just remember that.
Let me see here.
We didn't. Sacrificing military intelligence like that. Like, come on, bro.
This comes from publicintegrity.org. Like the costs of pursuing bin Laden. Let's see. The United States has spent more than $450 billion primarily in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Jesus. To grab this guy. I wonder,
well, how many? It wasn't million. What it was a B, right? How many is that? $500 billion fucking dollars.
Yeah, and that's because, like, CIA assets and all that good stuff. Because the CIA pays handsomely for information on Osama bin Laden. Like, bro, if you want to be a millionaire quick, bro, find some information out on terrorists and sell it to the CIA, bro. They're gonna make you a millionaire overnight.
The FBI Most Wanted only was going to give you a $10 million reward.
Bro, shoot, CIA, man, name your price. You say 50 mil, shoot, is it help us going to catch bin Laden? Is it going to help us catch this terrorist? Yeah, here you go. They'll get right to you.
Okay, so so take that money and then go look up into the R&D of that stealth helicopter that supposedly crashed in Pakistan on the raid. Go look into the Lockheed and Martin R&D on that helicopter. It's almost $6 billion just in the R&D on the helicopter. And then when it was put into action, the fuel, everything else, the pilot, everything else, all the training with the pilot, how much money is that? Like, this is a specific aircraft.
All right, I got you. But all right, hold on.
Come on, bro. Like,
all right, you cooking on that one. You cooking. But all right, hold on. Back to the video.
Terrorism Center, Joe Kent. The iceberg was going to the war, and them closing the Strait of Hormuz 125 days in. The iceberg was the mistake, and that Israel lied and said that they would fall in 4 days. We've already hit the iceberg, Billy boy. Mr. Jake Hilton. That's how he talks in his voice right there. I'm sure taught him in the seminary to sound officious. You got to take on a Pastor Hagee if you're going to be a true Zionist. Jesus was not the Messiah, but a Jewish rebel that the Jewish Sanhedrin dealt with wisely. Why don't you affect that voice? It would sound even more powerful. Why, if you're not for this war, nuking Iran right now, you are the seed of Satan. Well, the Pentagon says 99% chance that goes to nuclear war within a day. Silence, it's time for Armageddon. It's time to wear the Star of David as a Christian or you're going to hell. It doesn't matter if even the IDF told Trump don't strike.
That is the craziest oxymoron I've ever seen right there. It's like the the Star of David and center of Eichel. That's kind of blasphemous if you really think about it. Like, remember,
what is that? What is that?
Bro, that's literally the Star of David and the cross, like, put together. It's like, it's kind of blasphemous.
What is that?
I mean,
who created that?
I mean, I don't even know. I'm not even sure who's wearing it, but if I see somebody wearing that, I'm looking at you like the craziest oxymoron, like a walking oxymoron. I'm like, hold on now. Like, are you a believer in Christ or not? I'm gonna be very confused if somebody wore something like this. Like, do you believe in Christ or not? Because the center says no, but the outer says yes. Like,
for Armageddon.
What's going on?
It's time to wear the Star of David as a Christian or you're going to hell. It doesn't matter if even the IDF told Trump don't strike Iran, it's going to fail. The Mossad told him to do it, and so he did it. Netanyahu, our Lord and Savior. What do you think is going to happen when Israel tries to take the whole Middle East, as the ambassador from Israel told Tucker Carlson 3 months ago? Mike Chipmunk Huckabee.
Can you stop it there, Seth?
Good.
What are we going to do when we integrate Israel into our military?
I mean, here's
our AI, all of our R&D, everything that is our military, everything.
They'll be able to use it at their discretion. There's no, oh, well, you know how we give them a watered down version of some of our military tech, like our jets and stuff. We give them a watered down version. That's done now. We're not doing that no more. Now that they're fused in, they get the same version that we got. The same F-47s that we got, they got now. Same type of missiles that we got, they got now. It's like all of our advanced military tech is now going to be given to them, and whatever advanced military tech they got, we don't even know, because we always see with Israel is always a one-way relationship with them. It's never really mutual.
But the thing is okay, so we got flock cameras, okay? So flock cameras are being deployed all across the United States. They're already being deployed in the UK. They're implementing legislation to allow this surveillance state. So if you want to live in a surveillance state and you love the Patriot Act, where the Patriot Act derived from? So that derived from 9/11. Okay, so who supposedly, and this is not confirmed, were dancing and and then they blamed it on the Saudis.
Dancing is okay. We're talking about 9/11. Now,
it's like you have to censor it now.
It looks cool. It looks cool, but it is definitely an invasion of privacy at the highest order. So it's like it looks cool, but it's very concerning.
No, but yet again said, the flock cameras ain't shit. Go look up what a smart TV really is under the DARPA patents. Go look up what a smart device is under the DARPA patents. SMA small r capital T. Go look up what a smart device really is.
What, a listening device?
Well, it's a singular monitoring accelerated, and I forget the rest of the acronym, but yet again, this is 20 years ago. In 2000, Google wanted self-advertising to the individual through the smart television. This is in 2000. This ain't fucking bro. This is 26 years ago.
Bro, what's it mean? They already got TVs called like tellies where it runs like self-advertising like at the bottom of the screen.
I'm sorry, bro, but we're not doing the Running Man or what's the other movie? When his eyes were getting scanned with his retinas. The Minority Report with homie the fucking Scientologist Tom Cruise.
Shoot, I forgot. But all right, though. Hold on now. Let's get right back into it.
We can go deep, bro. This is conspiracy hour.
Take it all.
Now I feel you. Hold on.
Have you wargamed that? Have you seen what the think tanks have said? Have you seen what the wargamers say? No, you just go, look how dumb J.D. Vance is. He keeps trying to make a deal. That's because he's the fall guy. Rubio, the neocon, the darling of Israel that you endorse. Well, here will be our real new president. Trump stabbed us in the back. Oh. He even criticizes Trump. I mean, why is he talking to the mullahs nice? I mean, doesn't he know they're bad? Yeah, he's trying to get out of this disastrous war. That was hitting the iceberg. So Vance was against it. Privately, that's been confirmed. Publicly, he backed the president because that's what he signed on to do and said he would do. And I don't blame him for that. I understand that's the position he's in. And then now he's left holding the bag that if the peace deal fails, it's his fault. He's not the one that took us there. Netanyahu and then Trump. So you sit there and you read off your script and you pontificate and repeat the same garbage over and over again, little piggy, and act all high and mighty when the iceberg is what Netanyahu got us to do. And now Trump's trying to save the ship, Mr. Know-It-All. And then he sees the big crowd of angry Iranians after 40-something years of sanction and all the bombings and everything. I'm not defending the mullahs that run it. I think it's a bad ideology. But the point is, there's millions of people out there at the funeral, and he's like, what a perfect opportunity. Sounds like he's got a little bit of sugar in the gas tank. Oh, what a great opportunity to kill them all. Let's bomb them. Hey, you go join the IDF, and you go fight. Oh, I'm sorry. The IDF said they're never doing a ground war. This guy and all the neocons are saying, let's have a ground war. Let's have a national draft. The guy that Israel primaried Massey for says institute the draft fully now for full war for Israel. I played the clips. So this guy, look how tough he is. I bet he's tough. Look at him. He needs to go Join the IDF right now. Oh, sorry, the IDF says no ground war. Well, that's because they work for Qatar too, right? So these guys who sit there that went to their seminary and have a little mail-in diploma, I'm a man of God, a man of the cloth. And he's telling us that the Titanic is about to hit the iceberg. No, buddy, pal, it already did. And in the midterms, we're probably going to lose the House and Senate.
But what does that mean?
Tell us about the Titanic.
What does that mean?
Wait, what does what mean? Like, what part?
So he's talking about, right, so Alex Jones, right? We got to look at the documents. Little Peggy, he's trumpeting Israel. And he's doing this thing where, he's like, what does that even mean? Right? Israel is infiltrating our legislation. We have to understand.
Oh, that's true. But what Al Jones is pretty much calling out is, like Israel has influence not only on our president, but yes, legislation. I mean, of course, think about it. They damn near control 90% of Congress. That is legislation. And they do this so they can always get the approval for, weapons being sent to them.
Well, remember when they said they were going to drain the swamp? And this was back in 2016.
Oh, yeah. The swamp was not
This is 10 years ago. This is 10 years ago.
Yeah, but let's be real, though. Like, nobody's really looking at the pro-Israel crowd as the swamp, to be honest.
But yet again, they occupy over, what is it, 100 and... I forget the statistic because
well, you're right. You're right about the extensiveness of it, but the problem is that everybody's just now waking up to the Zionist control on our government. Like, bro, actually, some people just woke up like since the Iran war popped off, and now they're just now getting the history of it. Some people started knowing about it in October 7th. They didn't start hearing about it until 2023, but this has been going on for decades, damn near since Lyndon B. Johnson, maybe further back than that.
It goes back even further than that. But yet again, they didn't even see it in Mexico when there was over 100 assassinations to create the position for this woman to become president, who was a Zionist Jewish woman who sat out in the sun to darken her skin to try and be Mexican. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, for real, bro. Like, let's get 100 assassinations in a presidential election. 100 confirmed. This is not just some dumb shit. 100 confirmed dead individuals who ran for president in Mexico to make sure that we have a Zionist Jewish woman who has blue eyes and says she's Mexican.
Wouldn't be the first one to try that. Wouldn't be the first time.
Right, well, the National Advancement of Colored People, like, come on, or the National Association for Advancement of Colored People, they fucked up with Homegirl. You know what I mean?
Bro, the National Advancement of Colored People, what? The NACA, bro. Oh my God, they're like the biggest clowns in the black community, to be honest with you. But all right, let's get back into it.
You said it, not me.
Man, I'm standing on it.
Oh, this guy.
Have you ever seen the movie Titanic?
Well, of course you have.
What am I saying? Of course you have. Who hasn't seen the movie Titanic?
Have you ever seen Liberace's Diamonds?
There's a scene in that movie that's been playing out in my head over and over and over again over this last week.
I love diamonds.
That's very applicable to the current state of the United States of America. But before I share that scene with you, let's first go to the funeral of the former Ayatollah of the Islamic regime of Iran, Ali Khamenei.
Cut the arrogance in this guy's voice with a knife. Look at them. We should kill them all now. I'm so tough.
Now, Kosher, he gets it right, and he says, effing hell. Regime supporters at Khamenei's funeral, they're crying out, quote, no compromise, no surrender, only revenge. And J.D. Vance thinks you can make a deal with these people? Yeah. Other things that they were chanting at the funeral is, of course, death to America. And many of them were waving banners that literally said, kill Trump. But here we have President Donald Trump that's saying, These are the more moderates. They're very rational. Don't you worry
Stop right
about
there.
them. They're very
No, that is hilarious though, because Trump did say, no, yeah, we got the moderates now. These are the rational moderates. Meanwhile, in Tehran, death to America, death to Israel, death to Trump, death to Bibi. Is like, oh, okay, are you sure these are the moderates you're talking about, bro? Because they sounding pretty homicidal right now, and they kind of sound like they're coming out for vengeance. I mean, let's be real. I mean, we took out their leader. We killed a bunch of little girls, and then we also took out a bunch of innocent civilians. I mean, what do you expect to happen? What do you expect the sentiment to be towards us?
That's Trump acting like the war has been a success and there was regime change. Of course, more radicals than were there are in power. And Trump was told, you kill the mullah, it makes them even more popular. But Israel got him to do it because they want to commit us to full war. And then you act like Trump doesn't know this. You're so smart. Trump thinks they're our pal. Oh, God, I love Liberace. Let's go back to him.
rational, and they're not radicalized at all. What the hell are you talking about? Whether it's Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or anyone else in the Trump administration that's saying these things, you think these guys are rational? You think these guys are not radicalized?
I mean, they're not the IRGC. Most of them are civilians. So if you're saying that we need to start bombing these civilians because they support their government, then yeah, you're okay with taking civilian lives, apparently. Innocent civilian lives. But the only crime you're condemning them of is supporting a regime that you do not like, personally.
They're as radicalized
Bro, but they would hate to have their shit fucked
Their
up.
ideology.
Huh?
I said they would hate to have their shit fucked up. They would hate, like, everything that goes through that is anti-Gaza or anti-Palestinian. It's all just a bunch of people that are crying because I have no more luxuries that I used to have. And it's funny when they get kicked out of restaurants all across the United States. Oh, hey, you're a Jew hater. Like, no, we hate the dumb shit. We hate you killing people.
Yeah, and then trying to call us anti-Semitic when we call you out on it, bro. That's gonna make people hate you. It's like, dog.
And I said,
it's like bro.
it's
like they're kind of pulling what the black community was doing with the whole racist card. Like, if you judge a black person or condemn the black community any way, you're racist. It's like, dog. I don't even play that games with my own community. What makes you think I'm gonna play them games with you? Like, come on now.
Oh, he's a total Semite, dog. What tribe do you think he comes from? Which side does he come from, bro? Because, man, he's a total fucking Semite. How can you be anti-Semitic to a non-Semite? This is a non-Semite. I'm sorry, he is not a Jew. I'm sorry, you are not a derivative.
All right,
Technology hasn't changed, not one bit. They still call Israel the little Satan. They still call the United States of America the great Satan. They still chant death to Israel and death to America. They still have the desire to destroy us, and they're still going to do everything in their power to do that, to gain the weapon.
Like, bro, I swear to God, bro, it's like it's just completely ignoring all the facts at this point. It's like you're being oblivious, and it's kind of irritating. It's like, so death to America. Before these guys came out, they were saying death to America. Why were they saying that? Could it have had anything to do with the constant interference in their government in the 50s, pretty much through the 80s? Could it have anything to do with the fact that we backed Saddam Hussein to attack and gas these people? Does it have anything to do with that? Why they might say death to America? Because a lot of people don't even know the history of us in Iran. To honestly be making these statements. It's just like, dog, if you understand the history, you kind of understand why they say death to America. As much as you don't like it, as much as you hate to hear it, you gotta have some understanding for it. Because I mean, let the roles be reversed. Let's say Iran turned around and effed with your government. We all elected a democratically elected leader. Iran took him out and replaced that leader with somebody who's going to favor Iran over their American people. And then when we finally get this bastard out, Iran now sends Mexico to attack us. And then Iran, Secret Service or Secret Intelligence, give Mexico precursors to attack us with chemical weapons. How do you think we're going to be talking about Iran?
Hey, bro, do you remember the movie with George Clooney and Ice Cube and Mark Wahlberg called The Three Kings?
Nah. Skipping my mind.
It was three American soldiers, right? They found about this gold hoard. This is conspiracy hour now, right? You want to talk about Iraq? Go look up how much gold was confiscated during the Iraq conflict in 1991 and then the secondary conflict back in 2001. Go look how much gold was confiscated. I guarantee you it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna blaze your brain, bro. It's in the hundreds of thousands of kilos.
Jeez, let's see here. There's massive. Let's see, massive quantities. Okay, yeah. So following the 2003 U.S.-led invasion of Iraq, massive quantities of gold and cash were looted by the public, regime loyalists, and occupying troops. That's us, pretty much. Occupying troops would be us. Let's see here. While accurate accounting is impossible, U.S. forces recovered millions in gold, later discovered to be mostly fake, and the new Iraqi government later reported billions stolen from its national bank vaults. Jesus.
It's funny that Google AI says that it's fake, bro.
Yeah.
No, none of that shit was fake, bro.
Yeah,
if
like,
you
here
ever
it
been
is.
to the Middle East and you ever seen an Arab motherfucker wearing fake gold, please tell me.
Lord knows that ain't true. So let's see. Let's go to the May. So it happened in May 2003. Troops intercepted two major shipments, one near the Syrian
Bro,
border.
go back to
estimated up to
1991.
500 million.
1991. You gotta go to the first Gulf War, bro. You gotta go back to the first one because it's accumulated amount of gold that was taken out of this region. And you have to understand also the history that's in this region and why it's being bombed into obliterate.
So
Like,
hold on, but the way it's saying here is that, let's see, the Iraqi forces did not have gold taken from their country by the international coalition. Rather, they were forced to return 3,200 gold bars weighing about 440 metric tons, which is approximately 650 to 700 million dollars at the time, that they had looted from Kuwait. This plundered Kuwait's gold was officially returned to the Central Bank of Kuwait in August 1991 under the United Nations supervision. United Nations supervision. So damn, I mean, I guess Iraq was the one out here snatching gold.
what's funny, bro, is that what they report doesn't even touch the surface. It doesn't even touch the surface. You're
I can
talking.
believe that.
What did they say? There was 40 metric tons of gold that they're reporting.
Yeah, that's what they're reporting.
Okay, so what is 40 metric tons right now at gold value in raw gold? 99% pure.
It's probably going to be a
24K.
billion, because if you're telling me back in the 90s that was 650 to 750 million, accounting
No,
for
you're
inflation?
talking trillions, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Trillions.
Yeah. Like, let's see here. Actually, what is that worth today? Let's see. Let me see if it'll give me a quick answer.
400 metric tons of pure 9999 gold is hundreds of trillions of dollars. I'm not even fucking shitting you.
Really? Oh, hold on here. It says gold price approximately Jesus. So the 40 metric tons that they're reporting right now that they reported, it would be worth $5.32 billion. Jeez.
I thought it was 400. I thought it was 400.
They got us here at a here it is, $5.32 billion, and this was reported by Fortune. So let's see here, because it says the original weight. Well, yeah,
was it 40 or 400?
40. Now that's what they got reported. So if it was 400, then I could see where you'd be saying trillions of dollars, because I mean, really,
and so they only reported 1/10 of what they confiscated. Yeah, 1/10, 40 metric tons. Yeah, 400 metric tons of gold.
God damn, man. So you tell me they missing some. But hey, I mean, it makes I mean, who wants to be accountable for that much gold going missing or being looted?
But the thing is that Israel talks all this shit, right? So you got this fucking goon, right? And I think that he's probably between 6'2", probably about 6'5". He's probably got a stature that's between 220 to 245. Yet again, I know my target structure when I look at a fool like this. When you look at this fool down range, like it's perfect. Like he's a perfect fucking idiot that you would see down range. Like I don't give a fuck how much your Safi plates are supposed to protect you. Like when I got you targeted, like bro, I'm sorry, you're gonna be a goner. Like Jack Black with Bruce Willis when he was testing out that one fucking weapon system that he was fucking creating to kill the first lady. You remember that?
Wait, hold on. Hold on, you lost me there for a second there. You lost me there for a second.
No, remember Jack.
Okay, Jack
Black, Bruce Willis. The fuck was the movie? It had.
Well, hold on now. Let's not go too far. Hold on now. Let's go ahead and get right
I'm
back
just
to
talking
it.
weapon systems, but yet again, this fucking guy, he's a fucking clown. He's not a Mossad agent. I guarantee you that. The Mossad are mostly inbred Israelis, okay? And some of them get lucky, and then they produce the lucky number 11 big ass motherfuckers. But no, most of them are inbred. They're small people, and most of them are fucking bitches. Trust
God
me.
damn, I tell you, sure you're not talking about the settlers. But all right,
weapons necessary to do that.
Hey,
Oh,
pause.
don't you worry.
I got 5 seconds. The real weapon they have, they're very shrewd. They invented chess, big man. That is the Persians. They have economic weapon called the Strait of Hormuz. And they've been very proportionate in how they've responded to the threat escalation ladder so far. And you're about to say, kill them all, kill unarmed people at a funeral. You're not saying kill everyone. Of course you are. You're acting just like them. The difference is you actually haven't lived through what they've lived through. Let's go back to him.
Okay. They still have the desire to destroy us, and they're still going to do everything in their power to do that, to gain the weapons necessary to do that. Oh, but don't you worry. We can negotiate with these people. Fuck that. No, I want the United States of America back where we didn't negotiate with terrorists. We killed terrorists. And you better believe that if I were in charge...
You better believe...
it's crazy. So now they're all terrorists, all probably 1.2 million or so are all terrorists because what? They support a regime that you don't like. So now they all got to die. God damn it, bro. It's like, bro, if you're a Zionist, you just have genocidal tendencies, okay? You just can't help yourself. You just can't help yourself but the thirst for blood and genocide, apparently, or just to ignore it.
But they can't. They also can't handle somebody targeting them. Just remember, you're a fucking terrorist if you target them.
I mean, bro, they don't understand proportionality at all. I mean, bro, they said 1,200 dead Israelis mean that we could take out 85,000 Palestinians, and then they wonder why the world is looking at them crazy. It's like, bro, do you hear y'all logic?
But he's an American. He's not even an Israeli.
No, he's
Listen
not.
to his accent. Listen to his accent.
Oh no, here's the thing though. It's so crazy how they have this like attitude though. It's like, wow, bro. You really think it's okay to just bomb these innocent people who are just cheering for their government? So now apparently even government supporters are greenlit now. They're not soldiers, they're not combatants, and you're saying that they're now green light to be bombed?
But just remember, he's trumpeting Mark Levin's statement on X, saying that, oh, well, we missed this perfect opportunity. So yet again, Alex Jones is reacting to a trumpeted Mark Levin statement of a missed opportunity to bomb the fuck out of innocent people who are mourning supposedly somebody that they thought was a superior individual that was going to guide their life.
All right, back to it.
A missed opportunity like this,
charge,
or just a wasted opportunity, you get half of the world's terrorists, demons, and
I got 10 seconds. If you were in charge, were you in the Boy Scouts, or maybe the
bro? If you think all the IRGC is standing there in just one spot, if you think all of them are standing there, dog, you're foolish. You're really foolish. Yeah, there's some IRGC there, but you're not going to take out the whole 1,000,000-man army in just one strike. I hope he's not dumb enough to think that.
Hey, Seth, check it out. Just think if you were going to take out 1 million Trump supporters, right? because Trump guides every portion of their life and their ideology and how they're going to move within these systems. Goddamn, that shit is like, oh, well, you want to make an equation. I think each other cancel each other out.
Yeah. All right.
It's a good thing you aren't in charge.
What about that?
Because you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, let's kill the terrorists, like the head of Al-Qaeda we just put in charge of Syria, or Israel founding Hamas. Again, oh, we used to kill terrorists. Oh, yeah, right, sure, uh-huh. When we took Afghanistan, we blew up a whole bunch of peaceful people that weren't even resisting and flew 35,000 Taliban and Al-Qaeda in the airlift of evil. Look it up, into Pakistan. Oh, you didn't know the intelligence agencies run the jihadis? Have you seen how many Muslims they shipped over here? 45 times what we're here?
Literally.
26 years ago? Oh!
Hey, I don't want to hear about this fucking guy talking to me about what happened. I don't want to hear about him talking. I can talk to my boy Jason Monroe, 173rd Airborne Division Army. His whole platoon was recorded in Restrepo, which is a National Geographic, nationally or critically acclaimed fucking documentary. Their medic got killed the first day in combat. And then go look up Korengal and how fucked up the Korengal Valley was in Afghanistan. And then come talk to me. I don't need any sensationalized, streamlined fucking headlines. I'll talk reality with everybody.
All right.
Whoa, you're very inspiring. Let's go back to him.
Moab or any other type
back it
of
up 10
weaponry
seconds.
that
I want you to hear the whole thing. Oh, kill them. Moab, big juicy bombs, big juicy sausages. Oh, big bombs are big. Look what they look like. Oh, I like those big juicy bombs. Look what they look like. Big juicy, big kibasas. Let's go back to him.
or just a wasted opportunity. You get half of the world's terrorists, demons, and devils all gathered together in one place.
Damn.
Do you really think that I would miss that opportunity? No, I wouldn't. No, I would love to introduce them to
dehumanizing much, but okay.
Moab or any other type of weaponry that would finish the job very, very quickly. But getting to the scene in the movie Titanic that's been playing out in my head this last week, just before the ship impacts the iceberg, you have the two individuals that are up in the mast lookout, and they're the ones that spot the iceberg first.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, this is scary language. So you supporting the regime automatically makes you a terrorist. But I hope to God nothing like this ever happens to us. Because imagine they just said, "Yeah, if you're a Trump supporter now, you're all." Oh wait, they're already saying that. So I guess you Trump supporters already know how to feel. It's crazy how you're willing to do that to other people.
Stop it,
bro.
What happens to motherfucker? What happens to motherfuckers' wish? No, I'm sorry. What happens to people that hope things don't go wrong? What happens to people that wish things don't go wrong, right? Like Cedric and Sandra said during King's Comedy. White people hope things don't go wrong. Well, I hope nobody's sitting in my seat. We wish shit goes wrong so we can confront the fucking problem.
I'm crying.
Because we wish him, I wish a motherfucker would.
I wish they would every time. Now you're right about that. I'll give you that one.
Like this motherfucker
would try that with us.
But this motherfucker right here, right? So yet again, this is a person that is being paid. We've seen the testimonies from influencers that were flown out. I don't know how many there were, but they were paid.
What was it? They say 7,000, but what I was reading up on was that it was like 900,000 for pro-Israeli influencers.
And we're talking $9,000 a fucking hit if you get 100K views on one. So if you can get paid almost $1 million for one video, and then that's just one.
Nah,
if you can produce 300 of them. Like, yeah, like.
Now, here's the
But
thing,
yet
though.
again,
Somebody's paying these people, because if you go on X, bro, it's like word for word, bar for bar, damn near the same thing. It's like, yo,
I can't go on fucking X. I'm
I
so
know, man, I
glad.
wish you could, bro, because trust me, you would see the propaganda right before your eyes. Like, they all say the same thing, post the same image, same tone, all that. It's just like, okay, y'all are getting paid. And then there's been group chats where they've been exposed to have these group chats where they're going to coordinate on what they're going to say. And then these social media accounts on X act like it never happened. Like, they weren't just exposed for coordinating their responses, letting them know that they're all hive-minded.
Bro, there's massive videos
for that, and the pro-Zionist influencers, and they act like it never happened.
Bro, there's massive videos of Howie Mandel on Joe Rogan looking at this mass media of the same script in multiple different cities.
True. Operation Mockingbird.
Like, it's viral as fuck, bro. I've seen probably maybe about 300,000 people that have reposted this video, and every single one of them has 1 million views.
No, here's the thing, though, bro. Is like, if you don't understand Project Mockingbird, then you truly don't understand propaganda and how everybody will post the exact same thing to pretty much push an idea or to push a story. And a lot of people don't understand Mockingbird, Operation Mockingbird, nor do they even understand or do they even realize that it even existed. I would say study that and you'll understand what I'm talking about when it comes to X. You'll literally see Project Mockingbird right in front of your face, and sometimes on the news stations. I mean,
have you ever
put it back,
bro?
They kind of mixed it up a little bit.
Have you ever heard of the Project Echo Child?
There. Hold on.
I can go into many different DARPA situations, bro. Like, all you got to do is just search DARPA. It's very, very clear cut. Go look into the DARPA patents that were presented almost 4 years ago about mind control as far as frequency manipulation.
Well, you said, hold on, for DARPA?
Bro, just go look up DARPA patents. Like, literally, you can just go scroll through every DARPA patent.
Okay, no, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Like, literally, and just go. You can read for hours, bro. Hours.
No, for real. I'll pull it up. I was like, son of a bitch. Like, where do I start? Because a lot, bro, you go down, you do see a lot of stuff sound crazy. You're like, hold on, are we doing this now?
No, these are patents.
Yeah, I know. The problem is that when you read them, you wonder, like, hold on, are we doing this now? 10 years later? Like, what are we doing with this?
No, but so if we go into language and we look up what is a patent, it is a description of proven technology that can be repeated, and I want to make sure that I have a significant right to collect a monetary value off of it. That is a patent. Or have intellectual control. We talk about intellectual properties all the time when we talk about espionage with China and how much shit goes sideways when we integrate shit. We integrate our financial system, which then integrates our technology, and then we have one entity producing a separate product versus the agreed upon product that supposedly was supposed to be made cheaper because it was stolen, because the government owns all intellectual property. Ford plants, Chevy plants. I can go into multiple different disciplines of.
Right. Let's get back to the video. Let's try to stay on track here.
I'm gonna shut up. Yeah.
They see the iceberg and they go, oh my gosh, iceberg. So they get on the phone. One of them gets on the phone and he's calling down to the individuals at the helm, those that are actually in control of the ship, control in the direction of the ship. And the phone is just ringing and it's ringing and ringing and no one is picking up the phone. And the guy on the phone calling down to the helm says, pick up, you stupid bastards. Pick up. finally, and I'm on the phone trying to get a hold of the people at the control of this ship.
I'm the hero in the Disney movie. And no, we already hit the iceberg, and now you want to hit another one. You want.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and move on from this one. Let's get into the next one. All right, Jesse on Fire makes his case that Kirk is still alive and well, running TPUSA from the sidelines.
I would hold on. I would ask anybody to address any quartermaster of any naval vessel. Address any quartermaster of any naval vessel. If any of that story makes any fucking sense.
I mean, it don't. Honestly, I remember when Monty was kind of pressing me on it, like, oh, so do you believe the story and all that good stuff? And I'm just like, honestly, no.
Monty's a Navy veteran, bro. Monty knows.
I mean,
like, bro, there's shit that they tell us, bro, that we're not supposed to, bro. That there's shit that they tell us, like, bro, that shit is not.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. When it comes to Tyler Robinson, like, it's a very sensitive subject that's being protected by MAGA. Actually, like, remember, they're calling you evil, insensitive. You're the worst person on the earth for just having a just side looking Erica Kirk or just having any type of suspicion of her. Which is reasonable. I mean, I think it's reasonable to carry out these investigations, F your feelings. I mean, you're basically saying that, oh, well, because my feelings, you can't run this investigation. Bro, go get out your fucking feelings or go sit in a corner somewhere. It's like, stop crying because it's Erica Kirk.
I don't care. Bro, go look at ancient maps and go up navigation skills. When I'm going to go just right into the quartermaster shit. Just go look at ancient maps from 1500. And tell me navigational skill sets still go by the moon and the sun through a rock stone. But yet again, Erica Kirk, she begging people for money now.
Man, she begging and firing people. So that's the effed up part about TPUSA. But all right, though, guys, let's get into it.
But she's another PDF.
Well, I mean,
today the Tyler Robinson
said,
bro, it's proven.
Of it.
No, you can't get banned out of Romania, bro. Romania got very lax ass rules as far as what age is appropriate and all that.
Here's the thing, though. Like, this is what you can actually kind of tie currently to her. That she was in she was texting like a 15-year-old girl, kind of a bit promiscuously. Like, Erica Kirk might be kind of, she might be gay. I mean, I doubt it, but apparently, this girl had like proof of the text messages, like showing how Erica Kirk was getting a little flirty with their encounter and all that good stuff. And I'm just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so PDF shit. Yeah, PDF shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can't get banned from Romania. Got some lax laws. You just look at the legislation. I looked it up, bro. It's kind of crazy how she got banned, bro. That shit is wild. It's a rabbit hole. You got to take like 16 and a half hours to read all of the paperwork, but fuck, dude.
I mean, there's a lot of things wrong with her little charity for kids over there. What was it? The Romanian Angels or something like that? But all right, though.
Show trial begins. Important point, though, that some people obviously understand and others don't. This is a preliminary hearing. This is not the trial. This is a preliminary hearing. What that means is this is a hearing to determine whether or not there's enough evidence to have a trial. So like the prosecution's case is what is on trial right now. Okay. So if the prosecution comes in and they're like, all right, here's what we've got. This person showed a video on X and said it looks like Tyler did it and, we're running with it. They're like, that's what you got. They have to have a legitimate case to justify, the resources, keeping a guy in jail this whole time. I mean, he's been held with no bail. I mean, bottom line, they have to.
It's like, guys, the bullet that they said shot Charlie Kirk came back inconclusive to the gun that they alleged Tyler Robinson was using. So we can't even connect this kid to the gun. We can't connect him to shooting Charlie Kirk whatsoever. And sadly, there's more proof that his lapel might blew up and shot him in the neck than a gun. That's just the sad reality we're at.
Hold on, but the prosecution claimed what caliber? 30-06. I'm sorry. What happened? I'm sorry, but Candace had it right. What happened to the $428,000 order placed for the IED, improvised explosive device, through a microphone, right? Which if you understand, so if you ever been in any kind of micro intelligence, you'll understand the language that was spoken in the movie Law Abiding Citizen, because you understand where technology is implemented in warfare. So when they explain that Clyde is a brain,
Hold on, let's not go too far though. We only like
no,
41 seconds in.
I'm sorry, bro, but I was trying to really I'm trying to really explain this shit to y'all. Like, if you can actually kill somebody without any kind of evidence. Remember, they burned the whole building down, killed everybody that was employed there, and then destroyed every contract. Go look it up. Like, it's a $428,000 order to this one organization that came from Israel. And then the entire plant
Is this
burned
for
down
sure?
with 16 employees. Like,
We're still talking
yeah,
about
go look it up.
TPUSA, right?
No, go look it up. Like, so there's an improvised explosive device that was
All right,
ordered.
hold on. Now let's stick to TPUSA. Let's stick on topic, dog. But we'll get into it a little bit later. I got you.
Prove that they have enough evidence to justify a trial, and that's what this is about. I think this thing is a hoax. I don't believe that Charlie's dead, and the reason that I say that is because the amount of, I think evidence is the wrong word. Obviously, every time I talk about this, I have to preface it with the caveat that this is just a thought exercise. I have no way of knowing one way or the other because I don't know. You know, this is the kind of thing that people get in trouble for saying online if they don't make very clear that it's opinion. But my opinion is that everywhere that I look, from the day that this happened, the day of, some of which I'm going to show you here in a second, all the way until today, there are behaviors from the group around Charlie that make absolutely no sense. The standard pushback that I get has always been, so what, Charlie's just going to take himself and live like in the wilderness and he's never going to see his wife and kids? I'm like, what are you talking about? Charlie's a wealthy person. Charlie is in league with the most powerful people in the world. Charlie would be in a self-sustaining 25,000 square foot, doomsday home in Montana, and his family is there with him. They're homeschooling their kids. They're all there. They're interacting with all the top people all the time. Charlie's still running TPUSA. That is exactly why Erica becomes the CEO, absolutely inexplicably for any other reason. How would she become the CEO immediately after? They're like, oh, we need someone to run this organization. They're like, well, we've got his trad wife who has been involved in absolutely nothing. It's like, well, that seems like the right call. 2 days later, or whatever, however many days. It makes no sense. Makes perfect sense if Charlie is running the company through her and using her as a proxy. But again, if I'm, maybe I'm wrong. Who knows?
Real time, uncensored, unstoppable.
Very wrong.
Alex.
Very wrong. Very wrong. Very wrong. So what I was saying was, if you look at the raw footage when it actually was happening in real time, when I was like, bro, he's dead, bro. When I looked at the actual footage when it was happening in real time, before they censored it all and it was all edited and all that other shit, like, I was like, bro, he's dead. Like, there's no way. Like,
Yeah,
when you look at when you look at how his chest was hit, right? It's just like this, right? It's a pop, boom. So that's exactly where his microphone was. And then it went right out of his neck, boom. So it's a jugular hit. But yet again, it's not a weapon that was devised by, Mr. Colt or Mr. fucking Smith & Wesson. It's actually an IED that actually has traceable they have already traced everything. They have fucking receipts. And they killed everybody that worked in that building. And they killed the fucking facility. They burned it to the ground.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. The problem is with this whole Mike theory. Well, the thing is, I'm more with the Mike theory. This guy's saying that, Charlie Kirk might be alive. This 25,000 square feet compound. I'm just like, bro, what? Like,
no, he's
God,
dead. He's
dead.
absolutely he's unalive. That he's
Unless you got
absolutely
body
gone.
doubles out here. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. Like the lapel mic somehow shooting a projectile into his neck sound way more plausible than that. But I low-key want to hear where he's getting this though, because well, I don't know. Can he even back it up?
Well,
I don't know.
if you ever seen anybody hit by a high velocity round in close proximity to your eyeballs, and you see how their body reacts, no, he was absolutely dead as soon as that fucking shit happened to him. So I said he was dead, and I was reporting it. And I was like, bro, he's dead. I'm sorry, there's no coming back from that. He's absolutely gone.
Yeah. Now I remember when he first got hit, everybody was like, "Oh, he's in the hospital." I was like, "Nah, he's going. He's going, guys." It's like as soon
Have
as he
you
got
seen
hit,
the
I knew he was.
podcast
What?
of any special forces or any sniper or any shooter systems? Like, bro, there was hundreds of podcasts that many professional shooters said was like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah, a lot of them try to recreate the shot and they couldn't. Especially with a 30-06. Every time they shot it with a 30-06, the head came off pretty much.
No, there's just no way. The storyline does not actually project. But yet again, you can trace the receipts from Israel all the way back to a facility that every person that was involved in that order is absolutely dead, which was everyone. And they burned the whole fucking place to the ground. 19 people died. Go look it up.
But
not counting gang violence.
Just to get an idea. Yeah, it probably might not be the best video. No, F it.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
Expression in his eyes. See, they said the lapel mic went right here and shot right into his neck. And it does disappear. And it also, and guess what?
No, he wore his death. He wore his death.
You know, here's
before
the thing,
he even
though.
sat down, he was wearing it.
You could tell it also hit his chain as well. Because remember, his chain also got hit and looked like it flung off. So there's that as well.
Not counting gang.
Well, who was the security? Everybody's been identified.
Well,
everybody is and like, bro, everybody in this security has been identified. They're all assets. It's all been fucking traced. There's no hiding. Like, bro, these people are actually, like, you can look them up. They're on Indeed and LinkedIn. Like, this shit's crazy.
All right, hold on now. Let's go ahead and get to the root of this, though.
Let's be very honest, it's something that I'm against. I don't think we should bomb Iranian nuclear facilities. I just don't. I think it'd be a huge mistake. It's an act of war against a major country. You go to war with Persia, it will bring your country down.
So what this tells us.
Yo, I didn't know he was that descriptive in it. Like, if you actually read through his message here, it's going unnoticed because so much other news is happening, but the war drums are beating again in DC. The warmongers worry this is their last chance to get the white whales they've been chasing for 30 years in an all-out regime change war against Iran. A new Middle East war would be a catastrophic mistake for, well, catastrophic mistake. Our military stockpiles are depleted for 3 years of backing Ukraine. And here's the thing, we was been saying that our military stockpile was depleted, and everybody was telling us, oh no, S.E.T, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, dog, we've been saying this for before this war. We was talking about how our military stockpile or how our munitions was depleted. He says our efforts to reshore manufacturing has only just begun and will take years to bear fruit. War would worsen our already immense deficit and national debt. Iran is larger than Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan combined. A war would not be easy and could easily become a calamity. I mean, shout out Kirk, he was cooking. He said, thanks to President Trump's restraint during his first term, America has a golden opportunity to pull away from the Middle East quagmires for good. We shouldn't throw that opportunity away so that some DC.
So what this tells us is whatever this explosive is part of another unit. It's going to be housed in something. And they've given a drawing of an acceptable way this may be done. And if you use the drawings and you use some sort of injection molding or some sort of machining, we know this will work. However, because this is a time-sensitive project, because it has to be done by August 25th.
Sounds like we're not counting gang violence.
And then anybody knows that ballistic projectile fire and understands the residual spray understands that that's not a rifle shot.
I just heard them say the active shooter, Charlie Kirk, has been shot. With Charlie Kirk
done. Did that kid even make it to court?
Just for them saying he's shot is just a disingenuous statement. Well, they had more footage than JFK, and they still had another conspiracy.
They said not broken sunglass, nor a broken phone, never mentioned by anyone. So pretty much we're going like, yeah, what is all this doing here if it hasn't came from that lapel mic that he was wearing? That's what they're saying all this little broken black glass is. Or they're alleging.
They said, I will tell you unequivocally, bro. Anybody that has ever carried a rifle or shot a rifle, especially at distance, you're not going to have any effect of what we saw on that camera. His chest exploded literally because he had an IED, an improvised explosive device. Just remember, this was created by ISIS or ISIL and Al Qaeda. Well, when we find out who is funding these so-called names, it's kind of funny.
It really is. But
It's kind of funny. I'm gonna stop now, bro. I'm gonna stop.
Hey, man, look, apparently they like to say Iran's the biggest state sponsor of terrorism, but I like to say, you know, if you take us out the equation, sure. But if we're in the equation, then it's us. Let's just be real. But shout out to the not CCT, but the CCTV recordings of Charlie Kirk arriving at the hospital were removed by the FBI. They were never produced, never entered into evidence. Charlie's t-shirt could have carried explosive residue. Did he arrive at the hospital wearing it? None of the clothing of Charlie or any of the team was ever recovered by investigators. Let's see. Within days of the murder, the SUV used to carry Charlie to the hospital was cleaned and handed to an auctioneer. Vehicles tied to the murder case are routinely impounded until the case has been to court, often for several years. Oh, God. This one was cleaned, stripped, and sold quietly and anonymously at an auction 10 weeks later. Well, that's crazy. That is so creepy. You tell me somebody might be driving around in a car that Charlie Kirk died in, they probably don't even know it. If they really look at the Carfax, they probably don't even know it.
It all happened. It's now open to the public again. There's lots of people coming here, placing flowers, cards, things like that. The university is already making some changes. They're replacing the grass where Charlie Kirk was speaking with pavers. And there are several petitions online asking the school to make this into a permanent memorial.
Week and ends with a man who tried to stop a war is dead. The evidence was clear, paved over, and sold. Only question remains, and as of now, no one in authority is willing to answer them. Damn. Coincidences can explain any one of these, but it does not explain all. Yeah, I'll give you that. It does not explain all of them whatsoever. But all right, though. Let's get back into this one guy's wild theory of Charlie Kirk still being alive somehow.
All right, let's rock and roll. Thank you very much, Alex, for letting me come on short notice. It's a good day to do it, though, because we've got the Tyler Robinson trial starts today, and fireworks are already starting basically anywhere that you look related to this case. You've got the trial itself and who is walking in with Charlie's family. That's been going viral all over the internet. Their outfits, very bizarre. Erica is coming in with security surrounding her. And on X, the simmering conflict between Andrew Colvett, Candace, Blake Neff has gone really thermonuclear now. And I'm going to show you guys that here in a second. Now, I promised something in a post that I was going to answer during this hour exactly how the AI systems are going to make humans extinct, period, over the next 80 years. And I am going to answer that question, but I'm going to do it at the end because this is, now that I got 45 minutes, I got a lot of stuff that I wanted to get to. So here's something that I wanted to show you guys first, because as Alex alluded to, and if you watched my stuff last time I was on Alex or any of the coverage that I've done on this case, my hypothesis is now, and very clearly, that I think this thing is a hoax. I don't believe that Charlie's dead. And the reason that I say that is because the amount of, I think evidence is the wrong word. Obviously, every time I talk about this, I have to preface it with the caveat that this is just a thought exercise. I have no way of knowing one way or the other because I don't know. You know, this is the kind of thing that people get in trouble for saying online if they don't make very clear that it's opinion. But my opinion is that everywhere that I look, from the day that this happened, the day of, some of which I'm going to show you here in a second, all the way until today, there are behaviors from the group around Charlie that make absolutely no sense. And how many people, it seems like Candace especially, have interpreted these things. They believe that TPUSA was involved in killing Charlie. And to me, I look at it and I see something where if they're all involved, none of them look like they're afraid of getting the death penalty. So it seems like it's more likely that they juke this thing, and I've backed into the motive many times. So here's what I want to show you real quick before we get into the the stuff from the trial today. Just one clip for everyone to take a look at here before we get into this stuff, because it feels relatively important. Okay. So this is some of the stuff, like the signs that seem to be given by Charlie's team on the day of, right? And it's just overwhelming. Like when you look at it all together, I remember when this first happened and I was looking at these things, I'm going, yeah, that's suspicious, but I just couldn't get my head around it. It took me.
Oh yeah, and shout out to Lunatic Libertarian for pulling up. My man had to go. Appreciate the support, my man. And yo, make sure to follow Lunatic Libertarian. You know, if you guys get the chance. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys can find him in the chat, and you can go ahead and give him a follow, guys.
Months before I was even willing to entertain that any of these people could have possibly been involved. Like the theory that he juked it and that this is a big collaborative hoax sounded so insane to me that I completely dismissed it for months. But just that 1% that maybe this could be what the answer is kept me, at least as I tried to analyze each of these pieces of information that came out, like, okay, I'll just run this through that algorithm. Is it possible that this would indicate that it's a hoax? And literally every single anomaly can be explained with that. The only thing that I've never been able to put together and feel confident about what it is the Tyler Robinson situation as it relates to like who is Tyler Robinson? How would he get picked? I don't believe Charlie would put an innocent kid on death row, because my opinion has been that if Charlie did this, aside from the fact that he was, potentially facing prison going into the 2024 election, which would obviously give him, a lot of motivation to take himself off the chessboard. But he's a good man. I believe all of these people at TPUSA are good people, and I think that their actions are being, heavily misinterpreted, and it's causing a misunderstanding that is leading to this, chaos that we're looking at today, right? But those signs, I mean, what are we doing, man? Look at all of the people who are around Charlie that day are giving hand signals. I mean, did you guys play Little League baseball? Did you play high school baseball? Do you know a lot of people that go, touch the brim of their hat super intentionally and then their ear if they're not telling you to steal second? I mean, it's like there's signals. Then the next guy who's going to subsequently catch Charlie after he falls gives the most obvious, here you go, right there. I'm ready. So if those guys seem to be involved, and that's just two of a million other things, then what am I looking at? Terrell Farnsworth goes and jumps up on the wall immediately following and is filming perfectly up there, then flips the camera on himself. They shot Charlie. They're not professional actors, that's for sure. And then he finishes that clip with, he's dead. You're like, who would say that? No one would say that. If their friend just got shot and you got people carrying him, by the way, with absolutely no blood on the ground or, on anyone's shoes. These guys are supposedly plugging wounds. They got no blood on their hands. They got no blood on their shoes. There's no blood trail on the way to the SUV. And it's like, who would just go, oh yeah, he's dead, by the way. He's dead, And also, who would have watched that clip and been like, let's use this one. It's super believable. Anyway, so that's like, I would say that just covered about 0.1% of the data points that I've interpreted that led me to the level of confidence that I have, that this is in fact a hoax. I think, the standard pushback that I get has always been, so what, Charlie's just going to take himself and live like in the wilderness and he's never going to see his wife and kids? I'm like, what are you talking about? Charlie's a wealthy person. Charlie is in league with the most powerful people in the world. Charlie would be in a self-sustaining 25,000 square foot, doomsday home in Montana, and his family is there with him. They're homeschooling their kids. They're all there. They're interacting with all the top people all the time. Charlie's still running TPUSA. That is exactly why Erica becomes the CEO, absolutely inexplicably for any other reason. How would she become the CEO immediately after? They're like, oh, we need someone to run this organization.
Now, just to play devil's advocate, they could have promised Erica Kirk that, look, man, if you allow us to off your husband, we'll go ahead and give you the top position and everything's going to be all good. Like, cool. And there goes Charlie. So it could have been also like that. It doesn't have to be like, well, he's alive, so that's the only reason why she was put into power, or that's the best puppet that they could find on the fly. Like, there's also that.
Well, we've got his trad wife who has been involved in absolutely nothing. It's like, well, that seems like the right call. 2 days later, or whatever, however many days. It makes no sense. Makes perfect sense if Charlie is running the company through her and using her as a proxy. But again, if I'm, maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But what I can tell you for absolute sure is that this has caused a tremendous conflict between the TPUSA group and Candace, and that's where we're going to start right now, because like I said, this has gone. This conflict has escalated dramatically as of today. Okay, so if you look right here, right, this is like this is Candace's post today. And again, when I say that this escalated, Andrew Colvett put up a post that was at least partially in response to this post, I believe. that's like, whoa. I read it and I sent it to Alex's team literally like maybe half an hour ago because I was like, there's no way we can do this show without showing this. But this is what Candace put up today as an introduction to the trial. We're going to talk a lot about the trial also. She says,
yeah, I think it was 1 hour for, I guess, their opening statements and all that good stuff, lay out the evidence that they'll be providing. So tomorrow's going to be a whole lot more interesting. But yeah, day one already popped off.
Today, the Tyler Robinson show trial begins. Evidence like text message confessions will be allowed in the courtroom, despite the fact that Tyler's defense has not been allowed to vet those messages to determine if they were doctored or who actually sent them. Remember, the FBI and the ATF was not forced to turn over key evidence despite multiple discovery requests because the judge has ruled it's not necessary at this stage. Important point, though, that some people obviously understand and others don't. This is a preliminary hearing. This is not the trial. This is a preliminary hearing. What that means is this is a hearing to determine whether or not there's enough evidence to have a trial. So like the prosecution's case is what is on trial right now. Okay. So if the prosecution comes in and they're like, all right, here's what we've got. This person showed a video on X and said it looks like Tyler did it and, we're running with it. They're like, that's what you got. They have to have a legitimate case to justify, the resources, keeping a guy in jail this whole time. I mean, he's been held with no bail. I mean, bottom line, they have to prove that they have enough evidence to justify a trial. And that's what this is about. But there are things that are being allowed into this preliminary hearing that make no sense to me as it relates to what should be forced if you're going to introduce this evidence. And I'll talk about that in a second, right now, actually. So Candace says key witness testimony from Lance Twiggs will be played, but Lance Twiggs is not allowed to be cross-examined because the judge has ruled it's not necessary at this stage.
Bro.
Okay. So
nah, bro, this judge's gonna piss me off with all this. Oh, it is not necessary at this stage. It's like, can you substantiate why it is not necessary since this man is literally like, I don't know, fighting for his freedom right now? So I think everything is necessary at this stage since this man is facing life in jail and a possible death penalty. Like everything is necessary, especially when it comes to evidence. But hey, that's just me though.
To be clear, for people who are not super up to date on all of the details of the case, because in fairness, if you've been focused in one direction, you're going to miss so many.
No, I hear y'all in the chat pretty much saying that, what was it? Charlie Kirk was about to divorce Erica the night before his assassination. No, I've heard that too, but I didn't really feed too much into it. Now that I'm hearing y'all repeat it, I might need to look into that a little bit more. But then again, and then here's the thing. Now, one thing that also weirded me out is how they were trying to say that Erica was more anti-Israel than Kirk, and she was kind of like leaning Kirk's opinion. So maybe Erica Kirk could have pretty much manipulated Charlie into being anti-Israel, and that's pretty much what got him killed. Maybe, possibly, just one of those other theories out there.
Things. There are very few people who are going to be able to talk intelligently about a lot of these different things. I happen to be one of them only because of what I do for a living. And so I've covered all of this stuff. The first, I don't even know. Like I said, it took a long time for me to get to where I was believing that this was not real. And I spent the majority of the previous time looking at Lance Twiggs, the roommate, and a bunch of evidence that there was a large group of leftists that were involved in this, not just Tyler Robinson. I was never for a second focused on, it just must be Tyler Robinson. That never made any sense to me, but I was looking at a lot of stuff that other people were not looking at. And obviously Candace has taken the whole TPUSA angle, and that whole angle is what led to me where I'm at now. And so I kind of have it from all angles, but on the Lance Twiggs one, that's the transferee roommate.
Yeah.
Okay. So this guy literally, if I say he's the linchpin of the prosecution's case, that would be the understatement of the century. If that guy disappears and the evidence that he provided to the FBI disappeared with it, Tyler Robinson is walking out of the preliminary trial very, very quickly, right? I mean, I don't know, if the FBI, we have his DNA on whatever, who knows? I don't want to, maybe they would be able to push it forward, but the bottom line is, there would be so much reasonable doubt absent the Lance Twiggs character, who was responsible for the text message conversation where Tyler Robinson confessed to the crime in about 18 different ways, which is hilarious because in addition to confessing to the crime, he also referenced every piece of physical evidence that the FBI has somehow. Isn't that weird? So what do we have for physical evidence? We have the screwdriver with the actually, I think that's actually maybe the only thing that they say they have that he did not reference. But we have the ammunition with the engraved words on it, right? It was hey fascist, catch. Seize bulge, all that whatever stuff. That stuff, he references that in the text messages. He also references where he stashed the rifle, supposedly. Okay, none of it reads even moderately real, and all of that came from Lance Twiggs. Okay, also Lance Twiggs said that he found this handwritten note that was underneath the keyboard. He supposedly took a picture of that, then burned it. So he shows a picture of that to the feds.
You also to burn it, but
Tyler
somehow you had a
Robinson
picture?
supposedly confessed through Discord.
Huh?
Okay. Now,
but for some reason, none of those messages can be administered in court. I mean, I'm sorry, and here's the thing: like Tyler Robinson's defense. I mean, yeah, his lawyers have not been able to view that. That is asinine. They should be able to view all the evidence that the prosecution have against them. That's what discovery is about. Like the judges can't sit there and be like, "Oh, well, it's not necessary at this time." I mean, is the trial not on or not? Like, hold on. Like, I'm confused now. You're trying to say that certain evidence is not necessary. What does that even mean? Like, please substantiate that for me, because I feel like all evidence is necessary when somebody's literally fighting for their life here. But okay.
How many of you guys, if I don't know if you guys have Discord or not, but if you don't have Discord, how many of you are in some social media environment on your desktop and it stays logged in all the time, right? Like if you wanted to be a sociopathic lunatic and you have roommates, would it be challenging for you to go onto their Facebook and then just go in and go, make a post that says, I've been thinking about this and I've decided that fill in the blank racist, horrible thing that no one would ever actually say. And you just frame them for it, and they come back, oh, I was hacked. But any roommate, anyone who has access to a person's desktop can get into their social media because it's always logged in. True. So the Discord confession also easily could have been Lance Twiggs in the event that he had some motive to frame.
Hey, that is a really good point, though. It's like you guys are writing on these text messages as if like this cannot all be like, like as if this man can't be getting framed right now, as if, Lance Twiggs or somebody could have went into his laptop and been like, let me just do all this on Discord, because I'm gonna be real with you. Like, dog, if you go on my laptop right now and you just hit Discord, you're gonna go right into my Discord. No password needed. And that's the same with my YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, etc. Like, yeah, that's the problem. And I mean, here's the craziest part about it. I think a lot of people do not want to address that part. It's like, hold on. You're leaving out evidence that might need to be properly, scrutinized, properly, vetted to see if Tyler Robinson actually sent this out. Because you can figure that out. If he has an alibi for when these messages were sent, let's say, oh, he was here. I mean, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure they could use information from Discord to determine was this typed on a phone or a laptop or a different phone. Like, they can do that. So we'll see. And the fact that they didn't hand over the messages for that type of investigative work to be done is a bit sus.
Tyler Robinson for this crime. The other thing is that if you compare these two guys, Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson, in terms of their background and who is more likely to have committed this crime, this is not close at all, okay? Number one thing that you look for if you're going to evaluate which of two people is more likely to...
We're extending America's 250th mega sale, the biggest in the history.
All right, hold on. I ain't about to do y'all like that.
This month.
All right, Alex. All right. We know you love to plug things. I ain't gonna lie. The dude's the king of the plugs at this point. You never really see it coming, but it does come with nice little graphics and a good sell. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right back into it here. And go too far. All right, here we go.
All right, so we left off discussing the likelihood that either Lance Twiggs or Tyler Robinson would have done this. If you have to compare the two guys, what's the first thing you look for? You look for a history of violence.
And guys, and you see how some people like come in and out of the chat and be like, "Oh, you guys are crazy for like having any types of doubt that it was Tyler Robinson, even though the gun is inconclusive." It's like, come on, bro, you're crazy for not having no doubts. But you see how they come in here and try to make you look crazy, then leave. Like that's literally the propaganda around this. Like no matter every time I cover this, there's somebody pretty much trying to say I'm evil, pretty much say, "Oh, you're a nut job," and I'm just like, "Nah, I'll be real with you. I think you just don't know enough." Like, yeah, the people that are calling you a nut job just for looking into this, they don't know enough. They really don't. Like, they don't know enough about the evidence. They don't know enough about all of the inconsistencies. They're just going off of what the Fed. Oh, they're going off the Fed slop that they've been served, and you got to show them grace on that.
And I was given a tip from an anonymous member of Lance's family.
That here's the thing: I don't believe this story, and I'm not fully sold on the Mike story. But I know one thing though. What the feds is talking about, what they're trying to feed us, ain't it? It ain't it at all.
The way that he ended up ostracized from his family, like was reported, is because he had a violent altercation with his grandparents where he attacked one of them with a knife. Now, again, this is unverified aside from a tip that I got from someone in his family, but you also have this very well-known story where someone who was in their group of friends released a bunch of, self-taken cell phone photographs of all of these crazy stuff that Lance had scribbled into these notebooks. And I mean, like to try to compare the likelihood that this guy did it versus this guy did it, it's absolutely overwhelming that it would have been Lance. Overwhelming. So, it's interesting that they are allowing the preliminary trial to go on and just have a video of Lance Twiggs going, yeah, this is what happened. Tyler Robinson did it. He confessed, and they don't even get to ask him any cross-examination questions. Now, in fairness, they will get to do that during the regular trial, but I just find it very bizarre that they would not at least make him come in and testify, given the fact that the police are in there testifying in person, and there's a lot of other people who are. Why are they hiding him? Why would they not have him come in? You know what I mean? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But in the interest of time, because we've got a hard stop in about 22 minutes, I want to take you guys up to where these guys chose war. Okay. So this is the screen that I wanted to show you. This is what Andrew Colvett said to Candace today, which I imagine was, I don't know. This happened September of last year, and this is the most aggressive, direct attack on her friendship and relationship with Charlie that I've seen. And so here's what Andrew Colvett said to Candace today. He said, "Candace, you and Charlie were not friends. He managed you. He kept things light and polite so you wouldn't turn on the organization." And he follows it up with some other stuff. I mean, obviously I have no ability to verify any of this stuff in either direction, but he says, "Show me any proof of genuine friendship from the last 12 months of his life, from the last 18 months, from the last 24 months, not some 2018 text, something recent. You gave him anxiety whenever you called or texted asking, in parentheses, demanding to speak at our events. He made me or Justin deal with you and George. This is why when you tried to hire me in February of 2024 for PR, I agreed to go along with it against my better judgment because Charlie asked me to keep you close and protect the organization from you. The publicist I tried to hire to run Point prayed about it and felt the Lord told her a firm no. And so I ultimately declined. This is your central foundational lie. You were not his friend. You were not his defender. You were his tormentor. And now you torment his wife and the organization that he built. Candace, you are a fraud." I read that. I was like, whoa, that is choosing war for sure. Now, in fairness, she has clearly chosen war with them. And, I think about this just because of what I think happened here. And I tried to run scenarios of what must be happening on the backside. And it's impossible to know. I usually am pretty confident. I feel no confidence in either direction. I have, of course, entertained whether Candace could be a part of it if I am right, but there's no way to know. But this is all coming on the back of what happened this week, which was that the Sean Ryan interview with Candace Owens was released, and one of the very notable portions of that was this clip right here. And this is one of the things that started the conflict between Colvett and Candace. So take a look at this real quick.
They panicked that I had seen the footage, and somebody at the FBI.
Quick point: the footage that she's referencing, no audio on that. Oh, no audio on that. Okay, so then let me tell you what she said. So she says that while the family-only memorial was going on, supposedly. Supposedly there was a family-only memorial. This was before the memorial where they were videotaping things, and then the other one that was obviously done in a stadium. But she says that Andrew Colvett called her from the memorial, and they were obviously both very upset. She said that Andrews at the time said, "Candace, it was supposed to be you." And Sean Ryan stops her. He said it was supposed to be you. The implication in the context of the interview being that Andrew was saying it was supposed to be you who got assassinated or murdered, of course, right? That's how Candace presented it. That's how Sean interpreted it. That's how I've seen everyone interpret it. And that started a series of, that and about 1,000 other things that came out of that interview. But that one specifically started a lot of conflict between the two of them. And I find that one notable because I'm pretty sure that I know what he was actually saying in the event that conversation is real. And I don't think it is in reference to Candace getting assassinated. I think that this has to do with what Candace had showed us in those previous text messages that he referenced in 2018, where Charlie and her were discussing her role in what Charlie saw for his future. He was apparently dreaming about the fact that he was going to die young and that he was never going to be able to see the mission through with TPUSA. And he said he can see it so clearly that she is going to be the exact wording is escaping me, but she's going to be the Iron Maiden that leads the charge and completes the revolution. So what I think he was talking about is I think he was saying it was supposed to be you that would lead TPUSA if Charlie was killed, I think, because Candace said she didn't interpret it as him saying that it's supposed to be her to be assassinated at the time. And so that would stand to reason that as she has built more and more and more and more and more suspicion on TPUSA, that she would think back on a thing like that and then reinterpret it through that lens. And I think it's much more likely that that's what he was referencing. But as a result of that and many other things that she said, that started this off too. So we got other other stuff to show. And actually, I'll finish showing you guys the other things that Candace said in this post because they responded to all of it. So she says, today is about emotion. You will hear Fed's narrative absent any ability for the defense to meaningfully dispute it. What you can expect, aside from Erica's cheers, are an orbit of her payrolled influencers trying to convince you that the unvetted evidence is overwhelming and undeniable. Sit back and watch the predictable show. The real trial will come later. Charlie's army is growing. Ultimately, the truth will win. So the thing that I will just say, actually, let's show you what Blake said also. So Blake responded to that with a show trial. It's called a preliminary hearing. Any lawyer could tell Candace how it works. It should be obvious by now that if anyone is receiving far more than just a show trial, it's Tyler Robinson. That's why it's taken us 10 months to get the probable cause hearing that would happen in a few days for plenty of other murders. But obviously, Candace does not want justice. She does not want the truth. She wants Charlie's killer to walk. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, that's one of those things where, does he really believe that? Is that a thing that Blake Neff actually believes? Do you really believe that Candace wants that she wants Charlie's killer to walk? Or is that a thing that he says because he's frustrated about the things that she's saying publicly about the organization and all of those things? Like, that's what I'm saying. There's no way that he thinks that Candace believes that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie. And then she's like, you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this as an opportunity to set free the guy who killed Charlie and then make millions of dollars on my support. If it's ridiculous, of course, that's not what she's doing. Of course. That's why I never have had, even when I've disagreed with her conclusion, I've never had any issue with anything that Candace has ever said in this case, because I believe her motives are legitimate and very genuine. You know, that's all I ever care about. I don't care if people disagree with me. I don't care if you get bent out of shape because people disagree with your conclusions. You're going to live a shorter anyway, and very frustrating life, because you're never going to find true consensus with anyone who thinks for themselves. You'll be able to find sheep that'll listen to what you say and then go, meh, 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 meh. That's easy, you know? But with other people, I don't understand it. That's why there are these factions of people who investigate this case. And if these guys think this, and so they're friends, these ones think this and they're friends, and I'm friends with all of them. And I'm like, I don't understand. Why are you taking this personally? Would you put your life on the line that your theory is correct? Like, you die if you're wrong? Probably not. So relax. You know what I mean? But, you know, as it relates to this trial, I will say this, though. Why does the defense even get to show, like, why does the defense show up if you're not allowed to challenge the core witness and the core evidence that is the basis of the entire case, right? Now, that's a hyperbolic statement, because obviously you have the rifle that's supposed, I think that they said that there's DNA on the rifle. I know that they introduced today that the screwdriver supposedly has DNA on it, but again, every single piece of evidence, okay, the DNA obviously included, could be sourced to Lance. Lance is his roommate, okay? If I was the defense attorney, this would be easy, okay? You think that if given exactly what I think about the case, you think I'm going to go in there and try to convince him that I think Charlie and TPUSA and all the way up to the president, you know, were, conspired to put Charlie Kirk in witness, WITSEC, Cash is in on it. You think I'm going to go in there and argue that case? I did that on my YouTube channel, and I have a playlist called The Manufactured Martyr that goes through all of it. It's like 10 episodes. But if I'm the defense attorney, I'm going to go in there and go, okay, your whole case is based on one guy with tremendous credibility problems. He's a trans furry. How about that? Aside from his history of violence, aside from the fact that he has scribblings of a schizophrenic lunatic in notebook after notebook after notebook after notebook, and witnesses who know them very well who will testify to that, okay, I could nuke his credibility in 1 second. And in addition to that, history of violence. And I mean, you're in Utah. This is LDS land. Do they have a lot of people who are trans furries who are like active in their church community? I lived in West Jordan, right next to, I know people in Provo where all of this is happening, you know? The idea that they relate to the trans furry member of this story is absurd and completely inaccurate. If the defense is not attacking Lance Twiggs' credibility and him as a witness mercilessly, I have to question what is actually going on with this trial. Is this a show trial for one way or the other? Because if they're not absolutely just trying to disembowel this guy on the stand and in every single argument that they make, then what are they doing? You know what I mean? I mean, there were rumors online that I think, if I remember correctly, Terrell Farnsworth's, it was his relative who was on the defense team. And I have tried everything. And when I say tried everything, I mean like called all the smart people I know who are really good investigators. I'm like, if you can find a genuine connection between Farnsworth and the defense team, I will be eternally grateful. And, obviously I used AI to try to investigate.
All right, guys, we went a bit over time, but it's all good. I'll go ahead and catch you guys tomorrow. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...